Chapter 24. Visitation Rites. Jay got up slowly, shaking his head. I have no idea. Molly, still staring at the now busted doorway, let out a low whistle.
Damn. When she slipped out for a little visit with the boss, I'd have guessed wild horses couldn't drag her away. Turns out, they couldn't make her stay.
Jay groaned, running a hand down his face. Ugh, not helping Moll. She grinned, clearly amused.
Seriously, though, what the hell was that?
Jay shook his head, still completely bewildered. I have no idea. He hesitated, then pushed himself to his feet. I should probably go after her. Molly, however, planted a hand on his chest and shoved him right back down onto the bed.
Yeah, no.
She said firmly.
If you're the one who's got her all fired up, you might want to wait until she calms down before you go charging in like some white knight. I've seen girls with that look in their eye, and they aren't listening to shit until the fog has cleared. Get it?
Jay exhaled through his nose, reluctant, but knowing she had a point. Aurora had been terrified. He didn't know why, but if he had something to do with her fear, the last thing he needed to do was go running after her and trigger an even more intense reaction. Instead, he opened his party chat and sent a message to Dahlia. Jay, find out where Aurora went. Make sure she's okay. He gave her a brief rundown of the situation. A moment later, Dahlia's reply popped up. Dahlia.
Oh no. On it, Jay. I'll keep you posted.
Jay let out a tired sigh. Before he could even think about processing what had just happened, Molly shoved her way into the room, shutting the broken door as best she could behind her. A feral grin spread across her face.
Well,
she drawled, stretching her arms overhead in a way that definitely wasn't casual.
Now that that's taken care of, I'd say it's my turn for some of your attention.
Jay lifted his brow. And here I thought you'd be mad at me having Aurora in here all alone.
Oh, I am,
she said, smirking.
I'm terribly jealous when I don't at least get to watch. But I think somehow I can find it in my heart to forgive you.
Jay snorted, shaking his head as she pushed him back onto the bed. He let her, though he was still distracted, still waiting for some kind of update about Aurora. Fortunately, Dahlia came through before he could get too lost in his thoughts. Dahlia.
Found her. She's fine, just embarrassed. She says she's sorry for running off, but she got an alarming system message. She doesn't want you to worry about it, and it has nothing to do with you. She'll explain later.
Jay frowned slightly. An alarming system message? He wanted to press for more, but Dahlia was already stepping out of the chat, and if Aurora didn't want to talk about it right now, he wasn't going to force it. Besides, he had Molly to deal with. Now that his curiosity was satisfied for the moment, and it didn't seem like Aurora's reaction had been his fault, he finally allowed himself to relax, shifting his focus back to the barbarian currently straddling him with a victorious grin. He did not fail to notice that she wore nothing beneath her little chainmail skirt, the heat of her sex burning through his half-unbuttoned trousers. All right, Moll, he murmured, hands settling at her waist. You've got my attention. Molly's grin sharpened.
Good.
Molly shoved Jay into the mattress, her strong hands gripping his shoulders as she ground her hips on top of him, a predatory grin stretching across her freckled face.
Not so cocky now, are you, boss?
She teased, leaning in close, her breath hot against his lips.
Or should I say, just cocky enough? Were you this hard for that pretty little unicorn? No wonder she ran out of here. She was probably scared for her pussy.
Normally, Jay didn't mind when Molly used her strength against him. In fact, he usually enjoyed it. Molly had dumped stat points into Constitution so that she could force herself to swallow every inch of him anywhere she liked, and she often did so with considerable vigor. More than once, she'd held his hips in a vice-like grip he couldn't dream of escaping and destroyed her throat on his shaft. Being unable to move, Jay could do nothing but lay back and enjoy himself, and his most intense climaxes were often in those moments when he gave up control. He had to admit there was something undeniably thrilling about the way she manhandled him, like she wanted to own him for the night. Back home, it had seemed like girls needed to be coaxed like stray cats before they were comfortable showing any sort of initiative in the bedroom, and Jay often got tired of being on the chase, especially since it had always been his best friend, Molly, that he was wishing for. Having Molly literally throwing herself at him since they'd entered the dungeon and she'd gained the confidence she'd been missing back on Earth was a dream come true for him, even when she took things too far, like she did with Lyra sometimes. But tonight, he wasn't in the mood to be handled. Without a word, he reached into his inventory and pulled out the Ring of Overpowering, slipping it onto his finger. The ring had shown up as a reward in one of his bootstrapper gifts from his anonymous benefactor, who was obviously Nova, and she obviously wanted him to use it for something just like this. But so far, Jay hadn't put it to use. He derived a perverse sort of pleasure from thwarting the pushy dungeon mind by using it now while she wasn't able to watch. Molly didn't even know he had the ring, so she was in for a surprise. The moment the enchantment activated, a surge of raw strength flooded his body, a threefold boost that made his muscles hum with barely contained power. Molly barely had time to react before he flipped her over in one fluid motion, pinning her beneath him with an ease that completely shattered her expectations. She let out a sharp, breathless gasp, her freckled cheeks flushing deep red, her bright blue eyes wide with excitement.
What the hell?
She panted, looking up at him in stunned delight.
Have you been holding out on me this whole time?
Jay smirked down at her, his grip tightening on her wrists, pressing them into the mattress. He didn't answer the question. Instead, he leaned down, his voice low and commanding. "I'm in charge tonight." Molly shuddered. Her breath hitched, and Jay could see the way her pupils dilated, how she thrived on the shift in dynamic, the ever-dominant, ever-aggressive barbarian relishing the feeling of being overpowered for once. He could feel her excitement as a hot, damp spot on the front of his pants where he pressed himself between her legs. A slow, wicked grin spread across her lips.
Oh, hell yes,
she breathed.
Finally.
Jay was already worked up from his encounter with Aurora, and the sheer heat in Molly's eyes only stoked the fire higher. Lust flooded through him as he settled over her, pinning her down completely. And from the way she arched beneath him, her body practically begging for more, he knew she wouldn't be satisfied with just a taste. Jay pressed Molly's wrists above her head, pinning them to the mattress as he lowered his lips to her neck. He kissed her slowly at first, teasing her, dragging his mouth down to her shoulder before sinking his teeth in just enough to make her shiver. Molly let out a ragged moan, her legs shifting beneath him, trying to get some leverage, but he wasn't letting her move. Not tonight.
Fuck!
She gasped, twisting beneath him.
Jay.
He knew what she wanted. More. And he didn't have long to give it to her. The Ring of Overpowering only lasted 10 minutes, which meant he had exactly that long to turn the barbarian woman beneath him into a writhing, exhausted mess. So he was relentless. Keeping her arms pinned with one hand, he pulled himself through the open fly of his pants and pushed into her heat, grunting as he felt her muscles clamp down on him possessively.
Fuck yes.
She struggled in his grip, parting her thighs as he pushed deeper into her body.
Show me who's the boss, baby. Teach me a lesson.
Jay didn't give her a chance to fight back, didn't let her take control like she usually did. Every time she tried to push up, he pushed her back down. Every time she moaned, he devoured the sound with his lips. His hands explored every inch of her, leaving no part of her untouched. Molly was vocal about her enjoyment, moaning, panting, begging for more, her body moving eagerly beneath his. She loved this, loved that he was taking charge, loved that she didn't have to hold back, that she could just feel. And Jay was completely drunk on her reactions. He thrust his hips against her with brutal speed, not giving her a moment's respite. Her chainmail skirt and bikini top clinked and clanked as her body jiggled with each connection. The freckles on her chest darkened to an almost scarlet color against her pale skin, and she threw her head back, arching against his body as her muscles clenched and trembled with ecstasy.
Yes, Jay, yes!
She cried out.
Oh, fuck! I'm coming so hard! Ah!
By the time he was through with her, Molly was a shaking, breathless puddle beneath him, her body utterly spent in his arms. Jay smirked, brushing a strand of sweat-dampened red hair from her freckled cheek. That good, huh? Molly, still catching her breath, let out a weak laugh.
Holy shit.
She muttered.
Where the fuck have you been hiding that?
Jay just grinned. I am a man of many secrets.
Shut up,
she said, slapping his shoulder playfully.
And you're not done yet.
I'm not.
Hell no.
She looked at him with an offended expression on her face, her copper curls splayed beautifully around her head on the pillow.
I'm not going to let you turn me into a quivering pile of jello without returning the favor.
Jay laughed. Is that right? Molly wriggled beneath him, getting a pillow propped behind her back and shoulders. Jay could feel the additional strength provided by the ring fading away, and there was little he could do to stop her at this point. But Molly was no longer interested in taking control, it seemed. She gazed up at him with her eyes bright and her lips wet.
You know what to do.
The barbarian gave him a coy look at odds with her powerful physique and opened her mouth slowly, sticking out her tongue and tilting her head to show him exactly where she wanted him to finish. Jay groaned in anticipation, rising to his knees and bracing his forearms against the wall as he pushed the head of his cock into her mouth. He waited while she wriggled beneath him, getting the angle just right. She mumbled around his shaft, sliding her hands up his thighs and tucking his pants down to keep the fabric out of her way. Then she nodded her head, indicating she was ready. Molly kept her bright blue eyes locked on his as he pushed into her throat. She gripped his ass, pulling him in farther than he would have felt comfortable doing on his own. The heat of her tongue was exquisite, but the intense pressure as he pushed deeper inside was even better. She guided him with her hands, pumping his hips against her face. She moaned desperately, as if begging him to come for her, even as her lips were stretched too wide to speak. The barbarian's eyes watered as she used every point of her constitution to help her take his length, encouraging him to fuck faster. Saliva spilled from the corners of her mouth as she sucked and he fucked. Jay couldn't hold back much longer, his need crystallizing into something hard and desperate before the wall of self-restraint broke and he exploded in her throat. Molly started whimpering and groaning as she struggled to keep up with the stream of seed pouring into her mouth. Her eyes rolled back into her head as she swallowed and swallowed again, drinking his cream as eagerly as a kitten. When he was finished, Jay collapsed, falling sideways so he didn't crush her, landing on the pillow next to her. Molly, her lips wet, red, and swollen from sucking, grinned at him.
There.
She whispered.
That's better, isn't it? A little give and take.
Jay could only grunt in response, hardly able to form words as his blood tried to reroute itself back to his brain.
I'll take that as a yes,
Molly said with a girlish giggle that belied her powerful figure. She ran a finger over his chest and down his abs, eyeing him like a piece of candy, hungry and possessive. But a knock at the door interrupted whatever she had planned.
Damn it,
Molly muttered.
That's probably Lyra. I beat her at rock, paper, scissors to have the first go. Better buckle up for another ride, cowboy.
She patted his belly affectionately before slipping out of bed. Molly wriggled a bit, letting her chainmail bikini top and skirt settle into place before winking over her shoulder at him. The half-moons of her ass jiggled as she strutted toward the door, looking like the cat that got the cream. As she opened it, Lyra practically fell into the room, her ears flat and her tail poofed.
What the hell did you do to him?
The fox girl asked, her blue and gold eyes flashing with alarm.
It sounded like someone was building furniture in there. He's been ridden hard and put away wet,
Molly said, affecting a southern drawl.
Go easy on him, Foxy. I think I might have broken something. Not his dick, I hope,
Lyra said, suddenly looking worried.
More like his brain,
Molly said.
But you know Jay. He'll be ready and raring to go again in no time. Ain't that right, darling?
Jay managed a strangled laugh. Get out of here, you hussy. Molly flashed him a grin, her cheeks still flushed and her lips still puffy and pink.
Love you, baby. See you in the morning.
Love you too, Jay said, pushing himself upright on the bed. Come on in, Lyra. Don't let Molly scare you. I'm fine. Lyra puffed out a sigh of relief.
Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was going to have to cut a bitch.
Molly snorted. Then she smacked the fox girl's ass hard enough to elicit a yip and sent her sprawling into the room. The door closed behind her with a definitive click. Lyra cocked her head sideways, eyeing him carefully.
You're really fine?
Of course I am.
So I don't have to go easy on you?
Jay laughed. Not unless you want to. Lyra whipped her clothes off and stuffed them in her inventory so quickly Jay hardly followed the movement. Suddenly, the tiny, lithe fox girl pounced on him, leaping the entire length of the room in a single bound. She knocked him back onto the bed, her claws digging into his chest and her sharp teeth flashing.
Nope,
She growled.
I wanna wrestle.
Jay rolled her onto her back, pinning her to the mattress as he had to Molly earlier. She yipped again, baring her teeth at him in a grin. Though he didn't need the ring of overpowering to overcome the agility-based fox girl, he knew she was an expert at slipping away. He buried his face in the side of her neck, snorting and nibbling at her until she shrieked with laughter, wriggling desperately to get away.
Oh, no, stop! That tickles!
She half giggled, half snarled, digging her claws into his back.
Anything but that!
Jay growled back, spreading her legs with his thighs. Be careful what you wish for. Chapter 25. Moving on. Jay and Alphonse had alternated keeping watch all day so that Wren wouldn't be alone when she woke. The precaution was meant to be a kindness to the Wingblood woman, the stranger in their midst, so that she didn't have to feel alone after her ordeal. But Jay knew that, at least in part, Alphonse had planned it this way because he didn't completely trust her yet. Fair enough, Jay figured, the woman had tried to kill him. Though she didn't really seem to have her heart in it, that was easy enough to see. They wouldn't be able to trust Wren until they had a better idea of where her heart did lie. Just because it wasn't with Dax didn't automatically mean it would be with Alphonse or Jay. For all they knew, she was a double or triple agent for King Wensher. Jay didn't really believe that, but he was trying to keep an open mind. The truth was, he found it difficult not to trust Wren. She seemed so beaten down and broken. He couldn't help but want to help her. But he also didn't want to ignore the instincts of his teammates, who were much more suspicious of the woman. Besides, Dax had messaged Alphonse a few hours after Wren should have been marked dead in his party menu, saying they'd lost the Wingblood on the 6th floor 2 days ago, and that now she was dead, but they hadn't been able to find out what happened to her. Just as Alphonse had predicted. Dax was assuming Wren really was dead, of course, which meant she couldn't talk. Her supposed disappearance was meant to make Alphonse suspicious that she had an ulterior motive, the assassination, of which Dax had no idea. No doubt more evidence of Wren's betrayal would be discovered and passed on at a later date to add authenticity to the ruse. But the fact that Dax had waited for hours after he would have received the notification to tell Alphonse spoke volumes. It revealed that there had been a time of panicked recalculation once the Luminary leader realized his plan had failed. It also revealed that they were on the 6th floor, not the 3rd floor, when Felicity went missing. Or that's what Dax wanted them to think. Jay was on guard when Wren stirred for the first time since her death, a soft groan escaping her lips as she blinked blearily up at the ceiling. Jay watched as she slowly came back to herself, her expression shifting from confusion to realization. Resurrection wasn't supposed to be a pleasant experience, from what Jay had gathered, but she looked like she'd been through hell. "Welcome back to the land of the living," he said dryly, arms crossed as he leaned against the wall. Wren exhaled sharply, ruffling her huge black wings.
That sucked,
she muttered. "You did agree to it," he pointed out. Wren shot him a glare.
"Yes, with the alternative being actual death, I suppose I shouldn't complain."
Before he could say anything else, footsteps approached from the hallway, and Jay turned just as Gina strolled in, her confident smirk in place. She held out his party tent, the enchantment fully restored.
"Here you go,"
she said, handing it over. Jay took it with a sigh of relief. It was nice to have it back. He'd felt oddly vulnerable without it. It had certainly made his scheduled rebuffs with Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia a bit more awkward without another room for Aurora to hide in, that was for sure. Though, if last night was any indication, Aurora might be adding herself to his rotation sooner rather than later. Jay hadn't been able to stop thinking about the sweet unicorn woman and her gentle, innocent request to learn more from him than just kissing. Gina cleared her throat, looking at him pointedly so that Jay thought he must have missed something she'd said. Sorry, what? Gina crossed her arms and gave him a look that made him immediately suspicious.
I said, do we have a deal?
A deal?
Next time you need the uses restored,
She said, her tone casual but her eyes gleaming.
It's gonna cost you more than gold.
Jay pursed his lips thoughtfully. He did not like the sound of that, but he kept his expression neutral. If Gina had clarified earlier, he'd missed it, and he didn't think she was going to take well to his asking her to repeat herself. So he just stared at her, hoping the effect was stoic rather than hopelessly lost. Gina tilted her head, clearly wanting to make him squirm.
Mm-hmm.
Jade tried to gauge what exactly she was implying, but her smirk didn't give much away. Was she talking about information? Did she want to know more about his connection to the ice dungeon? Or was she implying something else? Shit. Her workshop wasn't far from his room. She could have easily overheard Aurora, Molly, Lyra, and later Dahlia coming to visit him throughout the night. Was she propositioning him? Jay forced himself to stay relaxed, shrugging as he stuffed the party tent into his inventory. I'll keep that in mind, he said smoothly. Gina's smirk widened, like she knew exactly what he was thinking.
You do that.
Then, with a casual wave, she turned and strolled off. Her narrow hips and small but pleasing ass swayed from side to side, like she wanted to make sure he knew exactly what he should be keeping in mind. Jay exhaled, running a hand through his hair. He was glad to have the party tent back, but he really hoped he'd find another way to restore its uses next time. Because, as attractive as Gina was, he did not appreciate being pressured or manipulated. He already got enough of that from Nova, and the only reason he put up with her brand of insanity was because she was extremely powerful. And, if he was being honest with himself, because he was starting to like her. The time he'd spent away from the ice dungeon had made him realize something. As much as he complained about Nova's wild, obsessive antics, he missed his anonymous benefactor. More footsteps sounded in the hallway, and Jay turned back to Ren. Do you need help getting up? Alphonse said you were probably going to want to eat something if you can keep it down. Ren groaned, pushing herself up to her taloned feet. She lifted her wings and stretched them, filling the room. The motion reminded Jay of the scarred lumps he'd seen on Alphonse's back and the questions he had for the old man. An old injury he'd called the badly healed wounds, a bad one that came back to bite him sometimes. Jay couldn't help but feel there was more than literal pain attached to those words.
I'm all right,
she said, narrowing her reddish eyes at him as if it was his fault she was uncomfortable.
but I don't think I'm going to eat anything yet.
Jay nodded. What's on the 6th floor? He asked suddenly, wondering if the question would shake some useful information out of the winged blood woman. Of the ice dungeon. She wrinkled her forehead and gave him a strange look.
The 6th floor? Mostly snow and mountains. Have you never been there?
Nothing of interest there? Jay pressed without answering.
Not really.
Ren said.
The usual dungeon stuff. Monsters, puzzles, weaker than average loot. Why?
Jay just shook his head and leaned out into the hall to see who was coming. Aurora had returned to her human form, the towering centaur shape from the night before now gone. Only the delicate, spiraling horn on her forehead remained as evidence of her other self. But despite the shift in appearance, Jay could see the power sync effect had worked. She was still level 45. And she was still looking at him like he'd just kissed her and she was eager for more. "Good morning," Jay said, grinning at her. "How does it feel to be the highest-level member of our party?" Aurora blushed as she approached.
It's hardly morning. I've been up for hours. But I'm feeling better today, thank you.
Whatever had freaked her out the night before, she clearly wasn't inclined to talk about it. She hadn't brought it up, and she didn't seem eager to be questioned. Jay considered pressing her, just to make sure she was actually okay, but every time she thought he wasn't looking, he caught her gaze lingering on him. Not with unease, not with fear, but with something soft and longing. That had reassured him more than anything. She wasn't upset with him. Whatever had happened was her problem, something she needed to work through on her own. So he let it be. "We're going to go downstairs," Jay said, calling into Ren's room to let her know the plan. "Alphonse wants to talk with us before we go."
Go?
The Wingblood's dark eyes widened, and the spiky black feathers on her head stood up like a punk hairdo from the 70s.
Go where?
Instead of answering, Jay just motioned for her to follow. The others were already down in the rebel leader's study, waiting rather impatiently for the time to leave. Now that Jay had the party tent, Aurora had leveled up, and Ren had reawakened, they were ready to move. He followed Aurora down the spiraling staircase that led to the narrow library-like room where Alphonse had been attacked. He imagined Ren leaping from the balcony, her talons outstretched, slashing his throat with one of her offensive abilities. Then he glanced over his shoulder at the failed assassin, walking with her wings hunched nervously and her reddish eyes darting. She hardly seemed like a threat. They'd learned that Ren had used one of the regular portals to get from the night market to a hidden location in Skyhold known only to the Black Howl. Then she'd walked to the Black Howl base. She'd done this rather than portaling directly to the base because she'd hoped to get in and out without being noticed. Yet she'd attacked Alphonse with 4 others in the room, with no hope to kill all of them. She could have waited to attack the rebel leader while he was alone, but she hadn't. It had been a suicide mission. Ren had never expected to survive. Choosing to attack Alphonse when she had was like begging to be killed. In fact, Jay wondered if the fact that she'd managed to wound the old man as badly as she had was more of an accident than a calculated maneuver. It was possible that failing her mission and being given a way out from under Dax's control was a roundabout way to achieving the escape she'd so desired. Only she didn't quite seem to know what to do with the fact that she was still alive. But she followed, staying at the back of the group, lingering by the fireplace beneath the painting that Jay couldn't keep his eyes from wandering back to, and kept her shoulders hunched in on herself as Jay and the others discussed what the hell they were going to do next.
I can open a portal to the night market now,
Aurora offered.
That way we can do our own investigation of Felicity's caravan.
Alphonse, standing near the fireplace with his arms crossed, nodded approvingly. "That's the best move," he agreed. "It's possible our existing portals are being monitored by King Wench's people, since you were attacked near one that should have been a secret. This way we can ensure you get back to the ice dungeon undetected." Jay agreed. The less Wencher's spies knew about their movements, the better. But there was still one issue.
What about Kalasi?
Lyra asked, glancing at the stairs leading up to the room where the still unconscious Windreaver was still in storage, for lack of a better term. Alphonse waved a hand. "We'll keep her here at the Black Owl base," he said easily. "No need to lug her around when she's not waking up anytime soon." Jay frowned slightly. "You make that sound permanent." Alphonse's grin was sharp.
Oh, don't worry, son. I like a challenge. While you lot are off playing detective, I'll see if I ain't able to come up with an alternative plan to wake her, just in case." His voice trailed off, leaving the rest of the sentence unspoken. The wry grin wilted into a frown. Just in case they didn't find Felicity. Just in case Felicity wasn't alive to wake her. A heavy silence fell over the group. Jay couldn't bear the idea that someone might have been hurt, or worse, killed, just for helping them. It was starting to feel like a pattern. One way or another, Felicity's involvement with him seemed to be the reason for Dax's interest in her. Ren, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke up.
"What if it wasn't you?"
she said, her voice even but unreadable. Jay startled, feeling as if the wing-blood woman had been peering into his mind. "What do you mean?"
"What if you're not the reason Dax went after the Felinari healer?"
she continued, startled.
"What if he was already paying attention to her, and when she healed you, it just confirmed something for him?"
Jay's stomach tightened. "Do you know something more than you've told us?" Ren crossed her arms, looking slightly uneasy.
"Not exactly. It's just... Dax was furious when he found out you were healed. He said all that stuff about her undermining the system or whatever, but I didn't really feel like that was all there was to it at the time. And now... Spit it out, bird brain!"
Lyra growled, baring her teeth at the nervous wing-blood woman.
"Now, lass."
Alphonse clasped a weathered hand on the fox girl's shoulders.
"That ain't going to help, is it? We're on the same team now, or did you forget that?"
Lyra puffed out her tail in irritation, scowling at the old man, but she zipped her lips. Alphonse turned to Ren and gave her a patient smile.
"It's easier now, ain't it, my girl? Now that you're not partied with him. It's like becoming your own person again, I bet."
Ren looked startled at his words.
How did you know that?"
"I didn't, not for sure,"
the rebel leader explained, itching at the strap of his eye patch with one crooked finger.
"But I do know that party leaders who command an especially loyal group of delvers often have charisma skills that, shall we say, influence, yes, which influence the power dynamics more than is strictly natural. I've always thought our young Lupinari friend commanded a bit more respect than he'd earned amongst you."
Lyra snorted.
"Yeah, he seemed pretty shocked when I didn't crawl on hands and knees and kiss his feet when he revealed he was still alive. Like he couldn't believe I'd replaced him."
"He probably couldn't," Alphonse said. "The effects of which I speak would likely still affect you, even years later, had you not joined with a far more powerful party leader."
But I wasn't that powerful when Lyra met Dax, Jay said, wrinkling his forehead in confusion. "I'm pretty sure he was higher level than me."
"Not where it counts, apparently,"
the leader of the Black House said with a gruff laugh, earning a shocked look from Ren.
"I meant his charisma, girl. Don't go fainting on me, please."
Ren sighed, rubbing the back of her neck.
"Well, whatever it is, you're right. I do seem to be thinking more clearly now, and I'm not certain because Dax never talks about his own weaknesses, not to anyone. But
She glanced at Jay, watching his reaction carefully.
I wonder if he has some kind of powerful debuff affecting him, something that doesn't go away on its own. He's always drinking potions, usually when he thinks no one is looking."
Jay's mind immediately went to the poison he had been afflicted with back in the night market, the one Felicity had drawn out of him with her unique healing ability. If Dax had something similar, something that wouldn't go away no matter how many potions he drank. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Jay asked, keeping his voice level. Ren winced, then exhaled, looking genuinely apologetic.
I honestly didn't think of it.
She rubbed her arms, looking away.
I mean, I was forced to try and kill Alphonse. Failed. Thought Dax was going to kill me for it. Then thought you and Alphonse were going to kill me. Then had to drink a potion that actually did kill me. And...
She let out a breathless, half-hysterical chuckle.
You get the idea.
Jay exhaled. Yeah, he got the idea.
But now that I'm out...
Ren continued, a strange look crossing her face.
Now that I'm finally free of Dax's party, I feel like I can actually think again, and thinking about it now...
She frowned, her expression turning thoughtful.
It has to be connected. His obsession with the healer, his constant potion drinking, whatever's wrong with him.
Jay nodded slowly, pieces beginning to click together in his mind. Dax wasn't just looking for revenge, he was looking for a cure, or at least hoping for some skill he could teach to his own healer if Felicity wasn't able to fix whatever ailed him permanently. And that meant if Felicity was still alive, she would be kept alive until Dax had what he wanted. Jay ran a hand through his hair, his mind working through the possibilities. If he is suffering from a debuff like that, it could be something similar to what Candisham hit me with, he muttered. A stat-reducing poison, not outright fatal, but debilitating enough to make him weaker over time, maybe even deadly if left untreated for too long. Ren nodded slowly, considering this. Jay paced as he thought it through. But if he is poisoned, it's obvious he found a way to counteract the effects. If he's constantly drinking potions, that means he's using buffs to offset the damage.
That would be expensive,
Lyra pointed out, frowning.
The amount of potions he'd need just to stay functional?
Unless he's got well-funded patrons, Jay said darkly. Molly crossed her arms.
Like the king. Doesn't get more well-funded than that.
Maybe, Jay admitted, or someone acting on Wensher's behalf. Dahlia, who had been silent up until now, finally spoke.
If Dax was poisoned,
she mused,
it could even be connected to Runolf's attempted assassination. Like, maybe Runolf had an earlier, weaker version of the same poison Candisham used on you. But the rest of us weren't poisoned,
Ren said, shaking her head.
We'd had prior warning of the attack and had healing and resurrection potions ready. And I had been sent to the market to pick up extra supplies,
Lyra said bitterly.
I guess you needed someone to report the bodies, huh?
Ren tried to smile, but the expression quivered and died on her face.
Well, when Dax told us the plan, it had seemed like the best way to handle it. I'm so... Never mind,
Lyra said.
We're on the same team again, as the old man keeps insisting. Let's hope we have better luck this time.
The Wingblood woman nodded, clearly eager to put the Fox girl's hurt feelings behind them, even if she didn't seem to believe it was possible.
As I was saying, the assassins attacked. We went down, probably faster than they were expecting, but they didn't stay to make sure we stayed that way. We took the resurrection potions that kept our health points down for long enough that our deaths could be reported.
She didn't make eye contact with Lyra.
Which someone dutifully did,
the Fox girl said, scowling.
Only to find that your bodies had disappeared before I returned with the clan representative from Winterhaven to have your deaths officially recognized. It was suspiciously quick for the dungeon to reabsorb the bodies, which led everyone to believe I was lying and had something to do with your deaths.
Ren winced, but didn't apologize again. Then her eyes went wide.
But wait! We all suffered injuries in the attack. It wouldn't have been very believable if we'd gone down without getting hit, but Dax's got infected or something. It took much longer to heal than any of the rest of ours. We had to find an apothecarist to make a special potion for him.
Jay stilled. That was possible. Hell, it made sense. Jay crossed his arms. Sounds like he never stopped taking them. Maybe Dahlia's theory is sound after all. If Runolf had tried to take out Dax but failed, and Dax had somehow survived with a lingering poison effect, it would explain why he was constantly drinking potions. He might have barely survived the attempt, and now he was keeping himself alive through sheer money and resources.
Maybe,
Ren admitted.
It's strange. My memory of that time is hazy.
That's the effect of whatever charms a junior Frostmane has been using to keep you lot addled,
Alphonse confirmed.
These are solid connections, and all the more reason to see if you can find this Felinari woman.
Jay exhaled, shaking his head. That's right. Enough talking. It doesn't really matter why Dax wants Felicity. If he's got her, or if he's on her trail, then she's in danger. If I know that woman, she's not going to be particularly amenable to persuasion. Aurora nodded.
Then let's not waste any more time.
She took a step forward, raising her hands, and the air shimmered with iridescent magic as she began casting the portal. Chapter 26. Transferring. As Jay was about to step through the portal, a notification appeared in his HUD. You have received an invitation. Alphonse Howler has offered you the rank of general within the Black Howl. Accept, yes, no. Jay blinked at it, then at Alphonse, who was watching him with his usual knowing smirk. Second in command? Jay asked, arching an eyebrow. Alphonse shrugged.
Figured it was time to make it official.
Jay hesitated only for a second before accepting. It wasn't as if he hadn't already been doing work for the Black Howl, and if this gave him more control over how things were run, that was a good thing. The moment he confirmed, his HUD updated. You have been promoted to General of the Black Howl. Organization menus unlocked. Direct messaging established with Alphonse Howler. Jay quickly scrolled through the new options. The menus reminded him of his party system, but instead of managing buffs, combat roles, and skill synergies, it focused on operations, assignments, and ranked authority. He could now send private messages to Alphonse directly, the same way he could with his party members. Neat, Jay muttered. This'll make things easier.
Glad you think so,
Alphonse said.
Means we can cut out the middlemen if you have something important to relay to me.
Jay smirked, but turned serious as he glanced at Ren. She was standing slightly apart, watching but clearly unsure of her place among them. Aurora was glowing as she cast the portal, and Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia stood noticeably apart from the new addition to their team. What do I do about her? He asked Alphonse quietly. I don't trust her enough to add her to my party. That comes with buffs, class info, and a lot of private system details I don't want her seeing. Alphonse nodded.
Smart. Instead of adding her to your party, add her as a Black Owl recruit.
Isn't she already in the Black Owl? Jay asked, raising an eyebrow.
She was, the old man confirmed, but that resurrection potion wiped her associations. She was effectively dead, remember? When a person is killed, they're removed from their party, clan, and organization affiliations. Fortunately, they retain their level and class. Skills can be a bit dicey, but she probably already knows that if she's been through the process before. Anyway, with her as your recruit, that'll give you access to her information, but she'll only have limited access to you.
Jay opened the new organization menus, found the new recruit tab, and sent an invite to Ren under the rank Rookie. A moment later, Ren flinched as her own HUD pinged. She read the notification, then looked at Jay before hesitantly accepting. Ren has joined the Black Howl under your command. New rank, Rookie. You can now communicate via organization chat. Limited inventory slots shared. Ren shifted, clearly aware of the shift in hierarchy.
So, I work for you now?
Jay smirked. Welcome to the chain of command. She sighed, but didn't argue.
So much for freedom.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, as the saying goes, Jay said. Alphonse winked at the Wingblood woman.
You have the freedom to earn our trust, he said. Think of it that way if it helps.
Sure.
She ruffled her wings.
And die if I don't.
It won't be an issue, Jay reminded her, because you aren't planning to betray us again. At that moment, Aurora finished her spell, and a swirling, iridescent portal formed in the air before them. The magic shimmered like liquid starlight, beautiful and unmistakably her. Aurora grinned, ear to ear, her entire face alight with joy.
I'm a portal sorceress again,
she said, practically vibrating with excitement.
Don't worry, I'll still be your healer, too. Go, Sparkles!
Molly shouted.
It's your birthday! We're gonna party like it's your birthday!
She did a silly little dance, and Ross and Rachel scampered out of their hiding place to perch on her shoulders and see what the excitement was about. Aurora looked at Molly in some confusion, then she glanced at Jay.
Did she hit her head or something?
You never know with barbarians, he said. The unicorn woman shrugged, before stepping aside and gesturing dramatically.
Shall we?
The party exchanged quick farewells with Alphonse, then stepped through the portal, emerging into a shadowy alley behind a row of caravans. The air smelled of spices, wood smoke, and something faintly metallic. Lanterns flickered in the distance, casting long shadows over the cramped, winding streets. They were in Caravan Courts, the district of nomadic dungeon denizens and misfits that clung to the edges of the night market. It was time to find Felicity. You are now leaving the Shattered Seas dungeon. Skyhold thanks you for your patronage. Please come back soon. System updating. Transferring. Transfer
complete. You are now entering the Ice Dungeon. You're mine now, suckers! Welcome, Delver. You have arrived at F3, the night market. Find one of 2 F4 gates to proceed to the next floor. As F3 is predominantly a non-combat zone, no keys are necessary to pass the gates. Note: the night market is primarily used for resupply and trade. It is a non-combat zone, and dungeon creatures are not able to enter the market boundaries. The non-combat rules do not apply to your fellow Delvers, though, so watch out for thieves, pickpockets, and cutthroats. Delvers desiring a challenge may proceed to the Mad King's Castle combat zone.
A surreal sense of déjà vu washed over Jay as the portal deposited the group in a shadowy alley behind a row of shadowy caravans. The welcome message was exactly as he remembered it from the last time they'd arrived on F3. He tensed instinctively, his nerves associating the message with the moment Captain Candisham and her guards had ambushed them. But no attack came, and after a moment, Jay felt a surprising warmth coursing through his limbs. The voice of the Mad Ice Dungeon was familiar and despite its madness, or maybe because of it, comforting. It felt like coming home. It felt like Nova.
Oh, God's baby! I never thought I'd see you again! You're back! You're here! You came back for me! Is it really true?
The direct message slammed into his brain like it had been forced through his HUD by a cattle prod, obliterating all other information that was coming in. Jay. Nova? Nova.
Of course it's me, baby. Why? Do you have another dungeon mind in your DMs I need to worry about? I'll fucking kill her. Him. Them. I don't give a shit. I'm not picky about pronouns. If any entity is stepping up on my man, shit's gonna get ugly real fast. You hear me?
Jay. No, for fuck's sake, Nova, chill out. It's just that you've never messaged me before. I was confused. Nova.
Was it that AI from the Shattered Sea? That slut! I have half a mind to transfer myself out of this dungeon!
Jay. Nova, tell me what is going on. How are you messaging me? Aren't there, rules against this? Nova.
Nope, not anymore. I'm using the posthumous consultation loophole.
Jay. The one Reyna was communicating with me through after she was killed? Nova.
Yup. But Reyna and I traded places, so now she gets to play the angel on the shoulder of the dungeon, and I get to be a ghost in the machine. Cool, right?
Jay. Yeah, I guess. Is Reyna okay with that? She used to get really tired messaging me, like it took a lot of energy. Nova.
I'm a lot stronger than Reyna is. She's only been dead for a few weeks, remember? I've been dead for, ever. Or it feels that way sometimes. Anyway, yes, she's cool with it. She's looking forward to fighting the good fight from the inside, you know.
Jay shook his head, not really knowing what to do with this information. If Nova was no longer connected to the dungeon. Jay. Does that mean you can't help us anymore? Nova.
Is that all I am to you, Jay? Loot to be grabbed? Stats to be inflated? Big and hard and... Oh, don't threaten me with a good time!
Jay. Not at all. I just want to know what the fuck is going on here. We're on your mission, Nova. We're going to war for you. All I'm asking is for a little clarity on the situation. Nova.
Don't worry, baby. As soon as you finish building my body, I won't have to be a ghost anymore. You're gonna get more help than you can handle, just as soon as you find the rest of my parts. I'll be a real girl, Geppetto, and you can be Pinocchio, baby. I can't wait to sit on your face. You know why?
Jay internally rolled his eyes. Jay. I can guess. Nova.
So at least when you lie to me about your dungeon slut side piece, I might like it a little better, Jay!
Jay. I'm closing this chat window now, Nova. Unless you have something helpful to add to the conversation, I'm a little busy now. Nova.
Fine, be that way. Act like this is all my fault, just like you always do. I'm just going to...
Nova.
I'm going to...
Nova.
Actually, getting tired. Need nap.
Suddenly, the chat went dead, as if Jay's posthumous consultation skill had timed out, or Nova had burnt out whatever ghostly energy she had getting all fired up about Jay's dalliance with another dungeon. He scoffed to himself. It wasn't like he'd chosen to leave the ice dungeon. He'd half thought Nova had had something to do with the sudden shift in location. But maybe it was just a side effect of the instability of the Mad King's dungeon area. It had been falling apart at the seams by the time they defeated that boss. He was a little worried about not having additional help from Nova, if he was being honest with himself. but there wasn't much he could do about it. And there was a good chance she'd be able to help in her new form, too. Plus, the possibility that Reyna could take over as the giver of gifts and upgrades. No sense in worrying about it now, when there were much bigger problems to take care of, such as caravan courts, which felt off. The area had been vibrant and bustling, even in the middle of the night the last time Jay had been here. Now the area was quieter and more subdued. People avoided eye contact, some watching warily from doorways, while others seemed to be deliberately minding their own business. Jay led the group through the familiar paths, retracing the steps he and Dahlia had taken with Pardis back when he was poisoned. He didn't mention the messages he'd gotten from Nova, as he didn't want to discuss it in front of Ren, and he was far more concerned with finding Felicity at the moment. As they moved through the area, his mind couldn't help but contrast the atmosphere now with how it had been not long ago. The streets, which had been lively with chatter, trade, and even dancing, now carried an eerie stillness. Fewer merchants called out their wares, and the ever-present smell of spices and burning wood felt duller, like the life had been drained out of the place. When they arrived at Felicity's blue and gold caravan, Jay's stomach dropped. It looked abandoned. The welcoming glow of Felicity's porch lanterns was gone. The curtains were drawn tightly shut, casting dark shadows over the painted wooden panels. A strange silence hung in the air, unnatural and heavy. Dahlia stepped forward, her golden eyes scanning the scene.
"This definitely isn't right,"
she murmured. Jay nodded. Felicity's home had radiated warmth, even while the rest of the night market was dangerous and unpredictable. Her caravan had been a haven. Even if she had to step out for a while, he said, Pardis should be here. Looks like Aurora's contacts were right. They're gone. Molly frowned, crossing her arms.
Maybe they just closed up shop, went on holiday?
Lyra perked up at the suggestion.
"Could be a good thing,"
she offered.
Maybe they caught wind of Dax sniffing around and skipped town before things got bad. If they left on their own terms, they're safe.
Jay wanted to believe that, but as he stared at the darkened windows, the absence of life in the caravan pressing against him like a weight, the feeling that something was wrong refused to go away. Still, he forced himself to nod. Maybe, he muttered. His gut told him otherwise. He stepped forward and knocked. The stars painted on the side of the trailer shimmered in the light from other lanterns on other caravans where there were still people living, even if they seemed to want to pretend they weren't. The hollow sound of his knuckles against the wood echoed in the still night. No answer. He tried again. Felicity, Pardis, it's Jay. Nothing. He exchanged a look with Dahlia before testing the door. It was locked, but not broken. No obvious signs of forced entry. Aurora stepped forward, running a hand along the doorframe.
"There's residual magic here,"
she murmured, her horn giving off a soft shimmer as she focused.
"Something was used here recently."
Jay's unease deepened. Locked door, no sign of a struggle, magic lingering in the air. If Felicity and Pardis had left willingly, why did it feel like the shadows were hiding something darker? His jaw tightened. We need to get inside. Chapter 27. Caravan of Lost Stars. Jay checked the door again, running his fingers over the latch and frame, searching for any sign of damage. It was locked, but intact. No splintered wood, no broken handle. Dahlia moved to the nearest window, tilting her head as she inspected the beaded curtains. The beads swayed slightly, jostled by his weight on the stoop of the rickety caravan, shifting with the same hypnotic motion Jay remembered from the last time he was here, when he had been weak from the poison and Pardis had brought him to Felicity to save him. Dahlia ran a finger lightly along the windowsill before pulling back, expression unreadable.
Windows haven't been disturbed either,
She said.
Maybe Lyra's right. Maybe they left of their own accord.
Jay exhaled slowly. That wasn't necessarily a good sign. It could mean Felicity had either let someone in, or whoever had come for her had taken her in a way that left no evidence behind. Lyra crouched low to the ground, her silver ears twitching as she took a deep breath, scenting the air. For a long moment she remained still, eyes narrowing as she tried to separate the different layers of smells clinging to the caravan. Then suddenly her tail fluffed out like a bottle brush and she stiffened. Jay didn't like that reaction. What is it? She wrinkled her nose.
Herbs, medicine, same as you'd expect for a healer's place. But
She hesitated, nostrils flaring slightly.
there's something else, too.
Jay felt his stomach drop. What? Lyra glanced up at him, ears flattening slightly.
Blood.
A heavy silence settled over the group. Even Molly, who had been shifting impatiently beside him, went still. That was all Molly needed to hear before she stepped forward, cracking her knuckles.
All right, that's enough. I'm breaking the damn door down.
No! Jay stopped her with a hand on her arm. Molly turned to him, scowling.
Jay, there's blood in there.
I know. His voice was firm, even though every instinct screamed at him to move faster. That's why we don't break the door down. We need to preserve as much evidence as possible. Molly let out an aggravated breath, but took a step back, crossing her arms.
Fine. Then how do we get in?
Dahlia, who had been watching the exchange with dry amusement, stepped forward.
Allow me.
Before anyone could respond, her form shimmered and faded, her body dissolving into a curling mass of darkness that slid like smoke under the door. There was a soft click, and a second later the door creaked open. Dahlia reformed just inside, smirking as she leaned against the frame.
Shadow step.
She murmured, stepping aside to let them enter.
Works every time. So long as there aren't enchantments preventing it, at least.
Jay was the first through the door, stepping cautiously into the dim interior. The space was eerily still. No movement, no lingering warmth of life. The kitchen, which had been full of warmth and purpose when he'd left, had been left in a state of quiet abandonment. Herbal mixtures remained half-prepared on the counter, the scent of dried flowers and tinctures still clinging to the air. A small pot of stew sat on the stove, its surface congealed into a thick, gelatinous layer. It must have been sitting there for days. Jay moved deeper inside, eyes sweeping over the rest of the space. The bed was still made. Her and Pardis's clothes were still neatly folded in their drawers. Travel bags were tucked into the closet, untouched. They hadn't planned to leave. Aurora stepped into the center of the room, her iridescent hair catching the dim light as she raised a hand, fingers tracing through the air as if searching for something unseen. A faint shimmer followed the motion, barely perceptible to the eye, but Jay could feel the shift of energy.
There was a spell cast here.
She said after a moment.
Teleportation. It's weak now, but I'd guess 2, maybe 3 days old.
Jay clenched his jaw. That matched what he'd feared. Dahlia, who had been moving through the space with sharp, assessing eyes, suddenly stopped near the kitchen table. Slowly, she crouched, running her fingers along the worn floorboards before going unnaturally still. Jay's gut twisted. What is it? She didn't answer immediately. Instead, she shifted slightly to the side, revealing a dark stain smeared across the wood, a bloodied handprint. Jay felt his breath catch. The others crowded in behind him, all of them staring at the mark with the same sinking realization.
Felicity?
Lyra's voice was quiet, uncertain. No one answered. Jay's pulse pounded in his ears. His mind scrambled for any explanation that didn't end in Felicity being badly injured or dead, but nothing about this looked good. Lyra's tail bristled as she stared at the bloodied handprint on the floorboards, her ears flattening with barely contained anger.
Someone attacked her!
She growled, her fingers twitching at her sides.
A pregnant woman? Who would do such a thing?
She met Ren's gaze and they both froze because they knew the answer. Jay didn't answer immediately, scanning the room for anything else out of place. There had to be more. A handprint alone wouldn't tell them what had happened. And it might not be Felicity's. It could belong to Pardis or one of the attackers. Maybe she'd managed to defend herself and then run. And then carefully close up the caravan so that it looked like nothing had happened. Yeah, that wasn't very likely. Molly, meanwhile, had started pacing near the door, her sharp eyes sweeping over the entrance before she suddenly stopped short.
What's this?
She muttered, bending down. Jay turned just as she lifted something small from the floor, shards of broken glass. The lip of a vial, jagged at the edges where it had shattered. A thin, dried residue clung to the inside, though whatever had been in it had mostly seeped into the floorboards. Molly sniffed it, then recoiled slightly, her nose wrinkling.
Smells like a healing potion,
she said, her voice skeptical. Lyra took the shard from her and inhaled deeply.
Yeah, a really strong one. High grade. Why would she drop it?
Jay stepped closer, frowning. Unless... He exhaled slowly, turning to Ren. Dax takes potions constantly, right? Ren's expression darkened.
Yeah.
Could it be his? Ren hesitated.
I'd have to get a closer look.
Lyra held it out to Ren, who leaned forward to examine it. Her sharp gaze narrowed, the reddish flash of her irises growing intense.
Maybe,
she admitted, though she didn't sound convinced.
I've only ever seen him using potions from a distance, and I thought they were mostly stat-buffing potions rather than healing ones.
Jay folded his arms. Then why would this be here? No one had an answer. Jay turned back toward the shelves, his eyes sweeping over the rows of neatly organized books. Felicity had always kept her space meticulous, but as his gaze traveled over the spines, something struck him. There was a gap. Not large, barely noticeable at first glance, but once he saw it, it stood out like a lost tooth. Jay ran a finger along the empty space. Something's missing. Dahlia moved closer, tilting her head.
You're sure?
Jay exhaled through his nose. I don't exactly have Felicity's collection memorized, but... He gestured to the surrounding titles. Read these titles.
They're all about afflictions and how to heal them,
Dahlia said, tugging on one long black ear as she bit her lip in concentration.
But there's nothing on poisons. That seems...
Conspicuous in its absence, Jay finished. Exactly what I was thinking. Dahlia's brows furrowed, her golden eyes flicking over the remaining books. Then suddenly, she tensed.
That is strange,
she murmured.
Because I remember, back when you were unconscious, before Felicity healed you, she referenced a book on poisons.
Jay's head snapped toward her. You sure? Dahlia nodded, her expression grim.
Before she made the decision to take the poison into her own body, she looked through a text on venoms and poisons. But now,
She ran her fingers over the space where the book should have been.
it's not here.
Jay exchanged a glance with the others. A missing book, a broken high-grade potion vial, blood on the floor, a teleportation spell used within the last few days. All signs pointed toward one conclusion. Dax had Felicity, but where the fuck would he have taken her? Jay and Ren split off from the others, moving between the neighboring caravans to ask questions, but the atmosphere was tight with unease. People averted their gazes, some slipping inside their wagons as soon as they approached, clearly wanting nothing to do with whatever trouble had found its way into caravan courts. Jay wasn't surprised. This was a place of nomads and dungeon dwellers, people who survived by knowing when not to get involved. Still, he tried. An old merchant woman sitting by a fire pit blinked up at them when they approached, her milky eyes squinting against the lantern glow. She smelled of cloves and old fabric, her gnarled fingers fiddling with a set of wooden beads.
Movement, you say? Noises?
She repeated when Jay asked if she had seen anything unusual.
I saw something.
Jay leaned in slightly. When? The woman frowned, rocking a little as she thought.
Late last night, or was it the night before?
Jay sighed. You're not sure? She hummed, shaking her head.
I see a lot of movement, boy. Hard to keep track of shadows in the dark. Just 'cause I'm blind don't mean I can't see.
Ren shifted beside him, her talons scraping lightly against the packed dirt.
Could you tell who it was?
The woman squinted harder, then waved a dismissive hand.
Someone big, maybe. Maybe not. They were gone before I got a good whiff of them, but they stepped heavy.
Jay exchanged a glance with Ren, a big figure. That didn't exactly narrow things down. Thanking the woman, they moved on. Further down, a young Vulpinari boy, no older than 8 or 9, was crouched by a crate, running a small knife over a piece of wood, whittling it into something vaguely animal-shaped. He eyed them warily as they approached. Hey, kid, Jay said, crouching to his level. You see anything strange near Felicity's caravan? The boy didn't answer right away. His fingers twitched around the blade. Why should you trust me? Don't you know you shouldn't trust the foxkin? One of my best friends is a foxkin, Jay said, pointing toward where Lyra and Molly were deep in discussion about something next to Felicity's trailer. I trust her with my life. Really? The boy whipped around to make sure he wasn't being made fun of. Oh, well, all right. I saw someone, he said eventually, voice quiet. Jay kept his expression calm, trying not to spook him. Yeah, can you describe them? The boy hesitated, then nodded. Big, he said. Really big, wearing a dark cloak, lumbered sort of. Seemed mean, so I stayed away. Mom told me to stay away from strangers. He looked pointedly at Jay, fingering his whittling knife like he wondered if he was going to have to use it. All right, Jay said. Point taken. Thanks, kid. He felt Ren shift beside him, but before he could ask more, Molly approached with Lyra at her side. The barbarian let out a low, irritated growl as if she'd overheard the conversation.
Or no,
she said darkly. Jay clenched his jaw. He glanced down to ask the kid another question, but the boy was gone, disappeared into the shadows, with only the little pile of wood shavings to show that he'd ever been there. Jay cursed under his breath. If Felicity had been dragged away, if someone that large had been involved, the Ursari barbarian would be the thug Dax would send. There seemed no question that the Luminari leader had his hands on the healer, but they didn't really have any concrete evidence that this was where they'd go. He didn't want to risk taking them on a wild goose chase while Felicity's life was on the line. But on the other hand, the longer it took them to find a clue about where they'd taken her, the more danger she was in. At some point, he was going to have to make the call. But what call? He exhaled, pushing the thought away before it could sink too deep. There's got to be some sign of where they took her. We need to find it. Spread out. Keep asking. We need a clue. The final piece came from a passing trader, a man stacking barrels onto a cart. He didn't stop working when Jay and Ren approached, only pausing long enough to shoot them an uneasy glance.
I didn't see nothing, he said, but I heard something.
Jay frowned. What did you hear? The man hesitated, then sighed.
Something being dragged, he muttered. In the alley, behind the wagons.
A beat of silence.
Like a body?
Lyra asked. The man shrugged non-committally, but he didn't say no. Jay felt his stomach drop. Molly tensed, fists clenching. Lyra's tail fluffed out again, and even Dahlia's normally unreadable expression flickered with something tense. No one wanted to voice the thought. The idea that Felicity, heavily pregnant, could have been injured so badly she had to be dragged away was enough to send a ripple of cold unease through the group. Jay swallowed hard, nodding to the trader before stepping back toward the others. Something bad had happened here. Jay wasn't sure he wanted to discover whatever clues they might uncover now. Dahlia crouched near the entrance to the alley, her golden eyes narrowing as she ran her fingers along the packed dirt. The street beyond was quiet, only the occasional flicker of lantern light illuminating the shadows between the wagons. Slowly, she rubbed her fingers together, smearing something dark against her glove.
More blood,
she murmured. Jay's stomach twisted. Lyra knelt beside her, sniffing the air as she activated one of her tracking skills. Her ears twitched, her nose wrinkling slightly before she let out a low hum of thought.
It's Felinari,
she said. Jay's breath caught. Felicity? Lyra frowned, scenting the air again.
Hard to tell. Does smell like the blood from the caravan, though.
A sense of unease spread through the group as they followed the faint blood trail, moving deeper into the alley. The scent grew stronger, and near a pile of discarded crates, Lyra froze, her tail fluffing up slightly as she reached down and picked something up. A strip of fabric, dark, matted with old blood. Molly stiffened beside her, her pupils narrowing as she looked at the material, her hands curling into fists. At the same time, Ren sucked in a sharp breath.
That's Arno's,
Molly finished, her voice dark with barely contained fury.
That pompous ass and his fur-lined cloak. I'd recognize it anywhere. But look at this,
Dahlia said, running her fingers along the wooden wall of a nearby caravan. The surface was scored with deep claw marks, dragging downward in violent, uneven gashes. Jay took a closer look at the spacing, the size. These weren't Ursari claw marks. They were Felinari-sized. Felicity or Pardis, they were still alive, at least at that point in the scuffle. A glimmer of hope flickered to life in his chest. Jay barely had time to process it before a shifting noise caught his attention further down the alley. He pushed forward, stepping past the others, to find a hunched figure curled up beneath a pile of old cloth and empty sacks. A man, thin and ragged, sleeping in the shadows.
Don't hurt me,
the man grunted from inside his covers.
I ain't done nothing wrong.
It wasn't clear if he was speaking to them or having a bad dream. Jay stepped closer, nudging his boot lightly against the man's side. Hey, You seen anything strange back here?" The man stirred, blinking blearily up at them before letting out a raspy sigh.
"Depends," he muttered, voice hoarse. "Strange is just another word for market day around here."
Jay exhaled, already feeling the frustration creeping in. "A Felinari, injured. Was one brought through here?" The man scratched at his scraggly beard before nodding.
"Poor bastard was barely breathing when the sisters came and got him. Got taken to the temple a few streets over, the one that takes in folks who can't pay."
Jay's pulse kicked up, a strange mix of terror and hope surging through him. If the Felinari at the temple was Felicity, then she was injured but alive. And more importantly, if she was in the temple, then it meant she wasn't with Dax. If it was Pardis, at least they might find some clue about where the Lupinari bastard had taken the healer. Chapter 28. Temple-Bound. The Temple of Forgotten Virtue stood at the edge of Caravan Courts, a humble structure of stone and faded banners, worn by time and neglect. It was a place for those who had nothing, tended by monks, called brothers and sisters, who had forsaken all earthly possessions in exchange for the healing power granted by the dungeon. The wooden doors creaked as Jay pushed them open, the scent of incense and aged parchment filling the air. They were met with quiet murmurs, the rustle of robes, and the distant sound of water dripping from an old cracked fountain in the center of the main hall. A few ragged figures lay on cots along the walls, each one receiving quiet care from the monks who moved among them with practiced ease. But Jay's focus snapped to a familiar shape stretched out on a narrow bed near the far end of the room. Pardis. His breath caught at the sight of the Felinari. The once proud rogue was barely recognizable. His normally sleek, dark fur was matted with dried blood, and his left eye was swollen shut. Bandages wrapped around his head, but even those couldn't fully disguise the extent of the damage. His skull had been caved in. It was a miracle he was still breathing. Dahlia moved ahead of him, her expression unreadable, but Jay caught the way her gloved fingers tightened at her sides. Lyra and Molly flanked him, both tense, both radiating a mix of barely contained anger and grief. Ren and Aurora stayed at the back of the group. One of the monks, a tall, gaunt man with hollow eyes, stepped forward, raising a hand in quiet warning. "This man is resting." "I'm sorry," Jay said, "but we need to speak with him. His wife is in danger, and he might be able to help us find her." The monk pressed his lips together in disapproval, though Jay could tell he didn't like the idea of standing in the way of helping another person in distress. The monks of Forgotten Virtue must have had a very finely honed sense of protectiveness. "A moment, then, but distress him too much and I will be forced to remove you." His voice was soft but firm. "He is healing but fragile. A wound that resists swift remedies is not to be trifled with." Jay nodded quickly. "Understood." He moved closer, crouching beside Pardis's cot. The Felinari's breathing was shallow, his chest rising and falling in uneven rhythms. When Jay spoke his name, it took a moment for his ears to twitch in recognition. Slowly, the wounded man turned his head toward them, his good eye struggling to focus. "Jay Markin?" The name was barely more than a whisper. Jay let out a relieved breath. "Yeah, it's me, we're here." Pardis blinked sluggishly, his face tightening in pain. "Felicity?" Jay's stomach clenched. "She's missing. We're trying to find her." Something flickered in Pardis's eye. Fear, frustration, maybe both. His breathing picked up, uneven. I was trying to protect her." His voice was strained, hoarse. "Someone appeared in our home, as if from nowhere." Aurora's eyes narrowed, and she nodded.
Teleportation. I knew I sensed it.
Pardis swallowed hard, his brow furrowing as he tried to pull the memory forward.
There were people. More than one.
His voice wavered, frustration clear in his expression.
I don't remember.
The monk returned, his expression severe.
Enough, sir. You're agitating him.
Jay turned quickly. Please, just a little more time. The monk studied him for a moment, then let out a slow sigh, nodding once.
A few more minutes, no more.
As the monk stepped back, Jay looked down at Pardis again. Can you remember anything else? Before he could answer, Molly's voice cut through the air, hot with rage.
It's obvious who did this.
She was glaring at Pardis's wounds like she wanted to tear apart whoever had inflicted them.
Arno.
She spat.
That bastard must have been the one who attacked them. He's the only thug big enough to do this kind of damage.
Lyra crossed her arms, nodding in agreement.
It's just like him, too.
Ren, standing at the edge of the cot, shifted uncomfortably, but nodded as well.
His club has an enchantment on it,
she said.
One that prevents regeneration of health points for 48 hours.
Pardis exhaled sharply, his claws twitching against the blanket.
Whoever hit me was big,
he admitted weakly.
But there were others too.
He let out a frustrated growl, his breath hitching.
I can't remember.
The helplessness in his voice cut through the tension. Jay clenched his fists. Dax had planned this. He had waited for the right moment, used Ren's assassination attempt as a distraction, and then made his move. And now they were one step behind him, wherever he was. Jay took a slow breath, forcing himself to focus. They weren't out of options yet. They had one lead left. Ren, he said carefully, if Dax wanted to keep Felicity alive, but secret, do you know where he would take her? Ren looked startled, then confused.
No,
she said.
I mean, yes. Hang on,
Everyone stared at her as she seemed to fight with something internally, physically shaking her head as if to dislodge some hidden memory.
Yes, we had a hideout on the 4th floor.
Not the 6th? Jay clarified, wondering whether Dax's casual mention of the 6th was an accident or meant to lead them off the trail.
I wish,
Ren said with a shiver.
The 6th floor is just cold.
What do you mean? He insisted, his voice becoming hard. But it was Lyra who answered.
Nobody likes the 4th floor. Everyone passes through as quickly as possible. It would be a safer place for Lyra.
The Felinari's breath shuddered, his eyes sliding closed for a moment. Then, barely above a whisper, he whimpered,
Felicity, my love.
Jay turned to Ren. Is that where he'd take her? Ren swallowed, nodding.
Yeah, it's secure, hidden. If he wanted to keep someone alive, that's exactly where he'd go.
Pardis's breath hitched, and before Jay could say anything else, a choked sob broke free from the wounded Felinari. His good eye welled with tears, spilling down his bruised cheek, and his entire body trembled as he clutched at the thin blanket draped over him.
She's gone,
he whispered.
Felicity, our kittens.
His voice cracked, raw and filled with despair.
I couldn't save them.
Jay's chest tightened. You don't know that, he tried, his own voice thick with frustration and guilt. We're going to find her, Pardis. I swear to you. But Pardis shook his head violently, his claws digging into the fabric beneath him.
I let them take her, he sobbed. I let them take them. It's my fault. I wasn't strong enough.
His breathing grew ragged, his body shuddering as he broke down completely, the weight of his loss crashing over him in waves. And then the monk reappeared. Jay didn't even need to turn around to know what was coming. The monk's voice was sharp, clipped, his patience now entirely spent. "That is enough. I told you not to distress the patient. You are no longer welcome here." 2 more monks appeared at the doorway, their stances unthreatening but firm. Jay clenched his fists, swallowing down the anger burning in his throat. He wanted more time. He wanted to fix this. But there was nothing left to say. The monk grabbed Jay's shoulder and pushed him toward the door. But before he was fully out of the room, he turned back. "Pardis!" he called out, his voice filled with something desperate and unyielding. "I'll do everything I can to find her! I swear it!" Pardis didn't look up, his body still shaking with grief. And with that, they were shoved out onto the temple steps, the heavy wooden doors closing behind them with an ominous thud. Jay stood there for a long moment, staring at the temple as guilt wrapped around his ribs like a vice. He couldn't help but wonder if he had done anything differently, if he had been more careful, if he hadn't drawn so much attention to himself, if he had found some way to keep her safer, maybe none of this would have happened. Jay barely noticed the others moving around him until Lyra's small, warm hand landed on his arm.
"This isn't your fault,"
she said firmly, her golden blue eyes flashing with something sharp. Jay exhaled slowly. "It feels like it is."
"Well, it's not,"
Lyra snapped.
"The only ones who can reasonably be blamed for any of this are Dax and his party."
She turned, glaring daggers at Ren, clearly expecting some kind of argument. But Ren didn't argue. She stood there, her black feathered wings shifting slightly at her sides, her dark eyes unreadable. Then, after a long moment, she nodded solemnly.
"You're right,"
she said, her voice quieter than usual.
"This is all their fault."
Her gaze darkened, and when she spoke again, there was a new edge to her words, something cold and resolute.
"Dax and everyone who enables his selfish brutality."
She met Jay's eyes, something unspoken passing between them.
"It's time to put an end to him."
"The only question is whether or not we travel to the 4th floor, as you suggest." Jay met her gaze, considering. Or the 6th. She shook her head.
"Why the 6th? Why do you keep mentioning it like it's significant somehow?"
All the others watched him, waiting for his answer. He'd never told them about the message Alphonse had received. "Because Dax sent Howler a message after you took the resurrection potion," he said, watching her face. "He said you'd disappeared on the 6th floor a few days ago, and now you were dead. He implied you snuck off on your own accord." Ren's mouth fell open in shock. Her wings lifted slightly, as if she wanted to spread them and fly away, but thought better of it. Then her eyes hardened in something like anger.
"And you believe him?"
She shrieked, looking like she wanted to claw Jay's eyes out.
"After all of this, after everything he's done, you believe him? Great gods, I've aligned myself with an idiot!"
Jay held Ren's stare, taking in every flicker of emotion that crossed her face. First shock, then fury, then something colder, something like betrayal. He'd expected some pushback, but not this level of outrage. She looked like she wanted to tear him apart. And strangely, that was the moment he decided she was telling the truth. If she were lying, she wouldn't be so offended by the very idea that he might believe Dax over her. There was no hesitation in her reaction, no moment where she tried to compose herself. It was raw, immediate, real. Jay kept his expression neutral, unwilling to give away what he was thinking just yet. He simply shrugged. I don't believe anything until I have proof. Ren's dark eyes burned, and for a second he thought she might actually claw at him. But then she exhaled sharply and turned away, muttering something under her breath that sounded like a string of very colorful curses. Jay, still keeping his face unreadable, glanced at the rest of the party. But, in the absence of proof, he said, voice casual, as if Ren hadn't just accused him of idiocy, I say we put it to a vote. What do the rest of you think? 4th or 6th floor? Molly scoffed.
Don't give a shit. As long as I get to smash Arno's head in with a hammer, I'll go anywhere.
Dahlia, standing near Aurora, tapped her fingers thoughtfully against her sleeve.
That's all well and good, but it'll be difficult to do if we go to the wrong floor.
Aurora, who had been quiet, finally spoke up.
I can make a portal to either floor,
she said, her voice serene.
It doesn't matter to me. Whatever the group chooses, I'll make it happen.
That left Lyra. Everyone turned toward her at the same time. Her scowl deepened.
Oh, come on,
she muttered, crossing her arms.
Why am I suddenly the tiebreaker?
Because you're the only one who hasn't answered, Jay pointed out. Lyra huffed, her tail flicking in irritation. Her gold and blue eyes flicked toward Ren, her dislike obvious. Ren's feathered shoulders seemed to slump as she realized her fate was about to be chosen by the one who hated her the most. But there was a reluctant thoughtfulness creeping into Lyra's expression.
As much as I hate to do this,
she started, gritting her teeth. Jay raised an eyebrow, waiting. Lyra exhaled through her nose.
I agree with the bird brain.
Ren looked shocked. She didn't gloat, but her feathers ruffled slightly in something like satisfaction.
The 4th floor makes more sense,
Lyra continued, clearly trying to rationalize her choice aloud.
If Dax has a secret hideout, he's not going to put it on the 6th floor. The mountains get a lot more traffic, especially from out-of-dungeoners, thanks to those harpy eggs that everyone loves for enchantments. He'd put it somewhere easy to defend, somewhere everyone hates so he wouldn't have a lot of visitors. That's the 4th floor swamp.
She shuddered, clearly enjoying the opinion of the masses who scorned the 4th floor. Then her scowl deepened.
And frankly, if Dax said he was on the 6th, I'm even less inclined to believe it.
Jay grinned. Well then, he said, tilting his head toward Ren, as our newest member so eloquently put it, it's time to find Felicity and put an end to this. Chapter 29. The Stygian Swamp. Unfortunately, they couldn't just put an end to Dax. They needed him alive, which meant they had to find and rescue Felicity without harming any of Dax's party, and ideally, without them even realizing who had freed the Felinari healer. They still needed Dax to reveal his connection to King Wenshur. But Jay wasn't about to ruin the moment with facts like that. He trusted that everyone would be on the same page about their mission. As Jay and the girls stepped through Aurora's portal, the humid air of the swamp level immediately wrapped around them, thick and cloying. The scent of damp earth and stagnant water filled his lungs, and in the distance, the low, droning hum of unseen insects set an unsettling backdrop to their arrival. A notification blinked across his HUD.
Welcome, Delver. You have arrived at F4, the Stygian Swamp. To complete this floor, you must locate the staircase leading to F5, but if you want to be able to open the gate at the top of the staircase, you'll need a copper key. Defeat the F4 floor boss to receive 1 copper key. Each Delver must have their own copper key to proceed.
Jay was relieved to find it was just the standard new level message, similar to what they had received on other floors. Well, besides F2 Alternate, the Haunted Forest, which had been closed to normal delving activity, and F3, the Night Market, which was a non-combat zone, and F5 Alternate, the Mad King's Castle, not to mention getting transferred at the end of the Mad King's Castle to a completely different dungeon. Okay, when he actually thought about it, normal wasn't all that normal in the ice dungeon. Still, it was nice not to have any other bullshit to deal with on top of the rescue mission. A deep, guttural roar tore through the swamp, echoing across the fog-covered landscape. The sound wasn't close, but it was enormous, the kind of noise that settled in the bones and sprouted tendrils of dread that crept up the spine. Something huge and apocalyptic lurked nearby. The floor boss? Already? A second message flickered into his HUD, this one flashing red in warning.
Warning. F4, the Stygian Swamp, is currently hosting a wandering monster. Wandering monsters usually climb up from lower floors of the dungeon when power imbalances occur. These creatures are known to disrupt dungeon ecosystems, feeding on both delvers and dungeon monsters alike. They gravitate toward the highest power source they can find, often devouring the floor boss first.
Uh-oh.
Low-level delvers and those without a copper key for the F5 stairwell are advised to return to F3 until both the wandering monster and the power imbalance that attracted it are dealt with.
As the message faded from view, Jay slowly lowered his gaze to meet the others, who all stood frozen in place. Well, fuck. Jay cursed himself for even thinking for a second that this floor was going to be normal. Lyra's ears were flattened against her head, tail bristling in alarm.
I've never seen anything like this before,
she said, her voice tight. Dahlia frowned, golden eyes scanning the shifting shadows of the swamp.
Me neither. I didn't even know it was possible for a monster to climb up from the lower levels.
Wren's talons scraped softly against the damp ground. She shook her head, concern written in her reddish-brown eyes.
It's definitely never happened to me before either. If something like this had happened, Dax would have made a huge deal out of it. He hates being underpowered.
Jay gripped the handle of his scorpion blade, eyeing the gloomy patches between the trees for some sign of the monster. Well, we shouldn't be surprised, I guess. That seems to be how things roll around us. Molly cracked her knuckles, unconcerned with the tension. Ross and Rachel popped out of her satchel and scampered tentatively down to the damp, mossy floor. They squeaked angrily, lifting their paws as if disgusted by the mud between their tiny toes.
So what's the plan?
The barbarian asked, pulling out her wild call maul and resting it on her shoulder.
We don't need to get to F5, so we don't need those copper keys. Maybe we can just avoid it?
Aurora, still watching the horizon warily, did not look reassured.
That is a good idea, but we might also have to worry about whatever caused the power imbalance in the first place.
Lyra huffed, her tail still puffed nervously.
What are the odds this is a coincidence? Any bets this has something to do with Dax and his stupid hideout?
Wren exhaled sharply.
We've never done anything that would trigger a power imbalance before. Dax, Arno, and Everly aren't nearly high enough level to make this happen on their own.
Jay tapped his fingers against his arm, thinking. That's assuming a wandering monster only shows up because of high-level delvers. Aurora nodded.
Actually, that's exactly what usually triggers these events. It's kind of a fail-safe to prevent high-level delvers from spending too much time on the upper levels of a dungeon. Otherwise, unscrupulous delvers would just hole up on the easy floors and grind for uncommon tier loot to sell on the black market. The reason non-combat floors like the night market are protected from monster attacks is because they often have high-level delvers gathering in one place. Normally, those floors would be prime targets for a wandering monster, but as long as those areas are marked as non-combat zones, monsters are blocked from spawning or passing the barrier.
Jay frowned. So you've heard of this happening before?
In theory, yes.
Aurora said.
In my lifetime, the only rumor about wandering monsters I've heard of was actually in the royal dungeon.
The others turned to her, eyes sharp with interest.
It was a long time ago, before King Wensher got so power-hungry.
Aurora hesitated, then continued.
It was rumored that King Wensher hired a massive number of soldiers to deal with them when they appeared.
Jay shook his head. I'm past believing in coincidences where that guy is concerned. Aurora pursed her lips.
It was never confirmed either way.
What are the odds the order of events was backwards? Jay smirked, but there was no humor in it. What if King Wensher's forces didn't come to stop the wandering monsters? What if they were the reason they showed up in the first place? Silence settled over the group.
What if they're here now?
Lyra said, her ears flattening into her silver hair. Then the ground trembled again. Somewhere beyond the murky tree line, something huge moved through the swamp, its steps slow and deliberate. The distant crash of water, followed by the grinding of shifting mud, made it clear this wasn't some normal dungeon entity. It was hunting. It was searching. And they were standing right in its territory. Ren exhaled, rolling her shoulders.
All right, enough standing around. If we're gonna do this, let's do it fast, because that thing, I don't think we want to stay here long enough to meet it.
As the distant tremors of the wandering monster's footsteps rumbled through the swamp, Jay's HUD pinged again, and another warning message appeared in front of him.
Warning. The presence of a wandering monster has disabled all safe zones on this floor. All authorized, hidden, and temporary safe zone effects have been rendered inactive and will remain disabled until the wandering monster is removed or moves to another floor. Delvers must exercise caution, as rest and reset mechanics will not function while the wandering monster is wandering.
Jay barely had time to process the words before Lyra hissed under her breath, ears flattening against her head.
You've got to be kidding me.
Dahlia's golden eyes flicked to Jay, her expression calm but sharp with tension.
That means no party tent, doesn't it?
Jay let out a slow breath, his lips pressing into a thin line. That's exactly what it means. Molly scowled at the mucky water surrounding them.
Of all the floors to lose shower privileges on. Ugh, this sucks.
Aurora gave her an incredulous look.
I don't think mud is going to be our biggest worry, Molly.
The redhead snorted, wrinkling her nose.
Easy for you to say, Sparkles. You just stand at the back and look pretty. I'm going to have to work. Just because I'm a barbarian doesn't mean I want to smell like one.
Jay crossed his arms, scanning their surroundings with a more critical eye. Okay, this changes things, he said. If we get hurt, we can't just drop a safe zone and recover. No refreshing our buffs, no full HP or mana restoration. Everything we use, everything we burn through, we're stuck with until we get Felicity and get out. Lyra swore under her breath.
No refreshing our buffs? But what about the timer?
Jay checked his sex fiend ability. The timer still had 16 hours left. The girl's nymphomaniac debuffs would kick in a similar time frame. I'll keep an eye on it, he said. If we have to, we'll get down and dirty in the swamp, but hopefully that won't be necessary. Wren glanced between them with a worried expression.
What are you talking about?
Lyra and Molly scowled at the Wingblood woman. Aurora blushed. Dahlia took pity and said,
You probably don't want to know unless absolutely necessary.
Wren's wings ruffled at her sides, her beady red-brown eyes narrowing as she took in the information.
Well, anyway, we already knew we didn't want to stay here long.
She exhaled sharply.
But this means we need to be extra careful when we get to Dax's hideout. If we run into trouble, we don't get a second chance to fall back and regroup. This also means we need to conserve as much as possible before we go in.
Dahlia folded her arms, her usual unreadable expression barely hiding the tension in her posture.
No reckless spell use, no unnecessary fights.
Molly scoffed, rolling her shoulders.
Oh, come on. Since when do I do anything the careful way?
Jay shot her a look. Since now, Molly, Dahlia's right. She huffed, but didn't argue. A second, low, earth-shaking tremor rippled through the ground beneath them. The wandering monster was still on the move. Aurora turned back toward the mist-covered bog ahead, her gaze distant.
If safe zones are disabled, that means we can't use one to hide, either.
Jay exhaled. All right, he said, bringing them all back to focus. Let's get this done fast. No unnecessary risks, no mistakes. Wren nodded, shifting her talons against the dirt.
Let's move. It's not far from here, unless we need to detour around that thing.
The Stygian swamp swallowed them in its oppressive, humid embrace as the Wingblood Stormcaster led the way. The air was thick with the smell of decay and stagnant water. The ground squished beneath their boots, black mud clinging to every step, and the occasional suctioning slurp as they moved made it feel as if the swamp itself was trying to pull them under. Overhead, the dense canopy of twisted, moss-covered trees filtered the dim dungeon light, creating a world of murky green half-light where shadows stretched long and unnatural over the fog-choked waters. Jay struggled to see the path Wren had chosen at first. It was nearly invisible, blending seamlessly into the murky, inhospitable terrain. But as he looked closer, he saw it, the faintest flattening of reeds and moss, a thread of paler, slightly firmer ground snaking through the deeper bogs.
This is the safest way through,
Wren murmured, moving with the silent grace of a hunter.
Step where I step. One wrong move and you're gonna regret it.
She had barely finished the warning when something exploded from a nearby pond. A massive, warty shape hurtled toward them, a wide, gaping mouth filled with needle-like teeth snapping shut with a sickening clack. Jay's dungeon sight activated, and the motion of the creature slowed while the dungeon's neutral AI voice described the horror.
Bog Belly. Level 45. Well done, brave explorer. You have encountered the rare giant swamp toad, also known as the Bog Belly, an apex ambush predator with the exact same energy as Bob from accounting, the guy with perpetually sweaty palms who somehow only appears after assignments have been handed out, nodding like he's been there the whole time. Much like Bob, the Bog Belly doesn't actively contribute to its ecosystem, but is always lurking, watching, waiting, pretending to be part of the scenery while some poor fool makes the mistake of stepping too close. Their beady, unblinking yellow eyes are nearly indistinguishable from the lily pad blossoms they float among, allowing them to blend in perfectly until it's time to strike from below. Much like Bob at the office water cooler, lingering just a little too long while making deeply unsettling small talk with the new female intern. No, that's not a banana in his pocket. Bob just really likes interns, especially the ones with boobs.
The bog belly exploded from the murky water like the world's worst middle manager. His bulging, watery eyes blinked out of sync, oozing a weird yellowish fluid as his oversized throat wobbled with effort, like he was about to clear his throat and say something completely irrelevant to the conversation just to remind everyone he existed. Probably by making an uncomfortably cringy pass at Jenny, the latest in a long string of doe-eyed interns. How the fuck did the dungeon know about Bob from accounting? His clammy-handed ex-coworker had liked to lurk by the water cooler, waiting for some poor, unsuspecting woman to need a drink. Then he'd pounce, launching into a barrage of carefully prepared small talk from which she would find it impossible to escape. Worst of all, he kept one hand in his pocket the entire time, his fingers stroking and tugging as sweat started to bead on his forehead. Jay had rescued more than one young woman from these sexual assault-flavored conversations over the years. And now Bob, or rather this warty amphibian nightmare version of Bob, was lunging toward them with his gaping maw wide open, fully prepared to drop an unsolicited opinion on someone's cleavage, or in this case, probably swallow one of them whole. Ren shut that down immediately. Her talons slashed across the creature's slimy throat, sending it flopping backward with a wet, panicked croak, limbs spasming like it had just been denied an expense report for team-building drinks with the all-female sales team. The toad let out a final, pitiful wheeze before collapsing into the muck, twitching violently before going still. "Shit," Jay muttered. "Guess she didn't want to talk about the weather." The others gave him a look, but he wasn't about to explain.
Go for the throat or the eyes on these guys, and your chance of critical damage increases dramatically.
Ren turned toward the nearby pond, pointing at the cluster of yellow lily pad blossoms floating on the surface.
See those?
Jay frowned. Yeah? She gestured toward the toad's now glassy, lidless yellow eyes, which, now that he was paying attention, looked exactly like the harmless flowers scattered across the water. His stomach lurched. Oh, that's disgusting.
Yep.
Ren popped her neck.
They just sit there, pretending to be part of the scenery, waiting for some poor idiot to get close.
So, just like Bob at the office water cooler, then. Shit, Jay breathed. Didn't even see it. Creepy bastard. As if to prove the point, another toad shifted slightly beneath the water, its bulbous eyes blending almost perfectly with the lilies. An arrow sang through the air, piercing one eye and the hidden toad's skull before it even had a chance to move.
Not so impossible to spot,
Lyra said smugly, lowering her bow. Ren smirked, nodding in approval.
Good. That means I don't have to save your ass next time.
Lyra glared, giving the wing-blood woman a growl. But Jay was just glad his girls weren't as helpless as the office interns he'd suddenly been reminded of. He couldn't imagine being stuck in the dungeon with a bunch of women who couldn't muster the courage to politely excuse themselves from a conversation they didn't want to be having, or throw a knee at Bob's banana. Not that he held it against the interns for not standing up to the creep. Jay had always been happy to run interference for them, but he'd be lying if he didn't admit he was glad his team was made of sterner stuff. They moved forward cautiously, watching the ponds carefully for more camouflaged predators. But before they had covered much ground, a rustling above sent Jay's instincts screaming. Something fast and small shot down from the twisted branches overhead, its leathery wings spread wide, a thin stream of sizzling liquid dripping from its open maw.
Swamp drakes!
Ren shouted. Jay whipped his blade up instinctively, and the first drake slammed into his extended weapon mid-dive, impaling itself on the serrated edge of his scorpion blade. It screeched, thrashing violently before dropping limp.
Swamp Drake, level 39. Sticks and stones will break my bones, but words cut even deeper. Pretty sure whoever came up with the sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me line was an emotionally abusive family matriarch looking for a free pass to rip into her unruly grandchildren. But as your therapy bills stack up, one has to wonder, maybe Mom was right, and Grandma was just a cold-hearted bitch all along. Swamp drakes, much like the tiny, ancient women who cluster on apartment stoops eagerly waiting for someone to come near enough that they can unleash their corrosive opinions, or in this case, their armor-dissolving acid. The resemblance is uncanny. One moment you're walking by, minding your own business, and the next, you're being ruthlessly doused in a caustic blend of passive aggression and full frontal psychological warfare. Their acid spit won't outright kill you, but much like a backhanded compliment from a great aunt you haven't seen in 10 years, it lingers, eating away at your defenses until you're completely exposed and questioning all of your life choices. Once your armor is gone, you become an easy target for the real predators, and the swamp drakes, they just sit back and watch the carnage unfold, cackling to themselves with tiny, smug faces, knowing full well they've done enough damage for the day. It's okay if you want to punch them, really.
A second drake swooped toward Dahlia's exposed back, but before it could reach her, Wren flicked her wings sharply, releasing a crackling arc of lightning that lanced through the air, striking the creature dead center. The drake let out a distorted screech as it seized mid-flight, then dropped into the swamp with a hiss of steam as its body hit the water.
Not tough,
Wren said, shaking off lingering sparks.
but extremely dangerous.
Aurora crouched beside the corpse, which was glittering with fresh loot.
Armor-dissolving acid, huh?
She reached into her inventory and pulled out an empty glass vial.
Let's see just how bad it is.
The vial filled with a small sample of thick greenish acid from the drake's mouth, some kind of reagent harvesting ability Jay didn't have. Almost immediately, the glass began to hiss and smoke.
Well,
Aurora said, frowning.
that's not great.
What? Jay asked, stepping closer.
This acid isn't just corrosive. It carries a temporary anti-armor debuff. Even if it doesn't melt through your gear, it nullifies its effects. Good thing no one got hit.
Lyra whistled lowly.
So, if a bunch of these things spit on you, it's like fighting naked. Sounds like a party.
Molly said, though she looked a bit uncomfortable at the idea. Her chainmail bikini and skirt combo didn't look like much, but it came with some heavy armor buffs that she would not want to fight without. Wren nodded grimly.
They're a real pain in the ass when you have to fight them alongside other damage-dealing monsters.
Jay considered that for a moment, then glanced at the dead drake at his feet. Let's take as much of that as we can, he said, pointing at Aurora's vial. If it can neutralize armor, maybe I can find a way to apply it to our weapons. Lyra checked the drake nearest her.
I'm not seeing anything useful. I'll have to harvest it,
Aurora said. Then she turned to Jay and raised a brow.
You wish to poison your sword?
I want to make sure we have an edge against whatever's waiting for us in that hideout. Jay opened his research and development tab, already forming ideas. They carefully extracted as much anti-armor acid as possible, sealing the vials tightly to avoid any accidental spills. He put the vials in the group inventory, then moved them into his crafting menu, curious about what kinds of options might be available.
All right,
Wren said, pointing ahead.
we take that path.
She stopped mid-sentence. A low, rasping cackle echoed through the swamp, reverberating from every direction at once. The ground shuddered beneath them, and Jay saw the water shift in rhythmic ripples, as if something massive were taking slow, deliberate steps nearby. No one moved. No one breathed. Then, in a hushed, barely audible whisper, Lyra spoke the thought they were all having.
That's not the wandering monster, is it?
Another deep, heavy footstep shook the swamp, closer this time. Jay's throat went dry.
Move.
Ren whispered.
Now.
They didn't need to be told twice. They moved in eerie silence, their hearts pounding as the distant cackling grew softer. But the presence never left, as if something old and patient had marked them, waiting for the right moment to strike. Chapter 30. Wandering. The Stygian swamp was a maze of shifting paths and sinking terrain, forcing Ren to reroute them multiple times as they navigated the treacherous landscape. The wandering monster's presence loomed just out of sight, unsettling and constant, a thing that felt too aware of them, even though they had yet to lay eyes on it. Jay could hear it, present like a pressure at the edge of his consciousness, a deep, rhythmic thudding, the sound of enormous feet squelching through the mud, occasionally pausing, as if listening. Then, before it walked again, a thick, rattling, raspy breath that seemed to ooze over them as they stood stock still, waiting for the creature to move on in another direction. There were other things, too, soft, whispering voices that drifted through the hanging moss, half-heard sentences that never quite resolved into words. Lights flickered in the fog, pale green and gold, tempting them to wander from the path, promising safety, promising warmth. Ren slapped Lyra's tail when the fox girl took an unconscious half-step toward one of the floating lights.
They're not real,
she snapped. Lyra, ears flattening, scowled at her.
I wasn't going anywhere. Yeah? Tell that to the guy who just walked into a bog and drowned himself last time I saw someone follow one of those.
That shut Lyra up pretty quickly, though she still scowled bitterly at their wing-blood guide. It was clear that, despite the fact that Lyra had trusted Ren about which floor they'd find Dax on, she wasn't entirely on board with welcoming her as a part of the team. And Ren didn't exactly put herself out there as a contender for their party either. She was helping them, yes, but she seemed a bit lost sometimes, like something was eating at the back of her mind. Jay realized she was taking it harder than she let on, being sent on a suicide mission and abandoned so casually by the people she'd considered friends. Ren and Lyra should have had lots in common, but bitterness continued to simmer between them. On Lyra's end, because she couldn't pity Ren when the Wingblood had done the exact same thing to her, and Ren, Jay supposed, because she knew how Lyra felt and felt she deserved it. They moved forward carefully, Ren in the lead, pausing occasionally to crouch and listen for movement before pointing them in a new direction. The distant, eerie laughter that drifted through the mist did nothing to ease the tension. Molly, less bothered by the ambience, let out a low huff.
All right, I'm just gonna say it.
Jay glanced at her. Say what?
I keep expecting to see Baba Yaga's hut come crashing through the swamp.
Jay snorted. Yeah, that'd honestly be less creepy than whatever the hell this thing actually is. Dahlia raised an eyebrow.
Who is Baba Yaga?
Molly blinked, then grinned wickedly.
Oh, you poor, uneducated souls.
Jade sighed. Here we go. Molly ignored him, spinning to walk backward as she told the story, her hands animated as she spoke.
She's an old crone, a powerful witch from old Earth folklore,
she explained, voice dipping into something deliberately ominous.
She eats people, especially children, and lives in a walking house, one that stomps through the forest on giant chicken legs.
Dahlia's expression remained unreadable, but her ears twitched slightly. Lyra shivered.
Did you say chicken legs?
Jay suddenly remembered that the fox had a completely irrational fear of chickens, which had been revealed on the second floor when they'd had to fight the chickens of the apocalypse, 4 deranged chickens riding on the backs of 4 equally deranged roosters in a battle that was just as ridiculous as it sounded. Molly nodded.
Big ones, just clomping around, looking for someone to kidnap and throw in her cauldron.
Lyra wrinkled her nose.
Why chicken legs? Gods, is everything from your world this horrible and freakish? It's disgusting.
Ross and Rachel appeared, popping up on Molly's shoulders, licking their lips like the weasel from the old Foghorn Leghorn cartoons as they slavered at the idea of a giant chicken.
Well, don't blame me,
Molly said with a shrug.
I didn't come up with it, but I always kind of liked that detail. It's so fucked up, but that's what makes it awesome.
Jay chuckled, shaking his head. I mean, if I had to choose between Baba Yaga's hut or whatever the hell is lurking in this swamp, I think I'd take my chances with the house chicken. As if in direct response to his words, a new wave of laughter echoed through the trees, the sound slow and wheezing like something ancient and amused. Jay immediately regretted speaking.
Oh, shit.
Molly said, lowering her voice to a dramatic whisper.
Do you think it heard you?
It was Aurora's turn to shudder.
Don't even joke about that. That creature will be level 200 at least. We do not want it to hear us. Let's go,
Wren said, her reddish-brown eyes suddenly widening in surprise. They followed her. Molly, marching behind Jay, whispered in his ear.
Here comes Baba Yaga.
Jay was just starting to think they had seen the worst the swamp had to offer when he heard a low, whining buzz that sent a spike of primal rage straight down his spine. Oh no, it can't be. The dungeon could not be that evil, could it? He turned his head just in time to see something green and glistening zip toward him, wings beating so fast they blurred. Before he could even react, a hummingbird-sized mosquito from hell rammed straight into his arm like a biological dart, plunging its needle-like proboscis through his sleeve. His HUD lit up almost joyfully as Jay's dungeon sight automatically activated with the attack.
Malarial Cougar Mozzie, level 42. And the award for the Stygian Swamp's most annoying little bitches goes to the Malarial Cougar Mozzie. That's right, we've delved deep into your lizard brain to pull out a creature so unholy in form that myths are found all over your world, often portraying them as punishments, curses, or manifestations of greed and torment. That's right. Almost every region of Earth has a version of the bloodthirsty giant cut into tiny pieces myth, explaining why mosquitoes never stop biting. Basically, mosquitoes have been ruining people's lives since the dawn of storytelling, and now they're here, in the Stygian Swamp, to ruin your life in this world as well. These hummingbird-sized monstrosities are relentless bloodsuckers with needle-thin stingers capable of piercing through light armor and injecting a truly obnoxious debuff called sanguine swell, which causes extreme localized swelling and uncontrollable itching, turning the affected area into a swollen, hypersensitive nightmare that lasts for hours if untreated. Kinda like the way your dick felt after you drunkenly tossed your keys into the bowl at the neighborhood swingers party. Those cougars are middle-aged, underfed, oversexed, and pumped full of filler and silicone. Rawr. But come morning, you're gonna be wishing you traded those shots of gin for a shot or 3 of penicillin. Don't worry, kid. The first STI test is free. What were we talking about? Oh yeah. Ravenous Mozzies. Why am I making cougar jokes?
because while male mosquitoes exist happily on nectar, plant juices, and other sugary substances, female mosquitoes are out for blood. They need it to reproduce, and the older they get, the hungrier they get. These ones are old and desperate. Despite their name, they do not cause malaria, which is something you should definitely be grateful for. And it's about the only thing you'll be grateful for if one of these bitches sinks her stinger into you.
Instinct took over. Jay smacked it instantly, his palm colliding with the bug in a wet, splattering crunch, and the fucking thing exploded like a neon green paintball. Oh, gross! His forearm was now coated in sticky fluorescent bug guts, oozing down his sleeve like something out of a really bad sci-fi horror movie. And then the itching started. A deep, horrible swelling sensation spread from the bite, raising a massive welt in mere seconds.
Debuff activated. Sanguine swell. You naughty little piggy. Didn't you learn your lesson after last time? Should have wrapped the bratwurst.
Jay let out a pained hiss. Come on! That wasn't even me! While Jay had gone to a swinger party in his first year of college, it had been his buddy Reynold Schwartz who had banged 3 mature ladies and earned 3 separate infections for the trouble. Jay had gone home after 1 drink and not so much as a kiss, feeling like he'd narrowly escaped a downward spiral that would have ended in him wearing a zipped-open velour tracksuit over a dirty white tank top and whistling at young mothers in the supermarket parking lot. He barely had time to complain about the injustice of the dungeon's memory twisting before Lyra let out a startled yelp from behind him. He turned to find her glaring down at her chest, her tail puffed up in outrage.
Ugh! One of those little bastards just stung my boob!
Jay blinked. Wait, seriously? Lyra huffed, crossing her arms, then paused, noticing something. Her eyes widened slightly, and a slow, mischievous grin spread across her face.
Huh.
She mused, bouncing lightly on her heels.
Well, at least now one of them's almost as big as Dahlia's.
Dahlia, completely unbothered, flicked her golden eyes toward her.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
The fox girl yipped and howled, scratching frantically at her chest.
Oh gods! It itches! It burns! Make it stop!
Molly let out a garbled curse, stumbling back with her hands over her mouth. Jay turned, then choked back laughter. The left side of Molly's face had swelled up like a balloon, her lip puffed out so dramatically that it looked like she was halfway through transforming into a swamp ogre.
What the fuck?
She snarled, her voice completely warped. Jay lost it. Oh my God! He bent over, wheezing. You look like Quasimodo! Molly whirled on Lyra, glaring furiously with her one non-deformed eye.
Oh, but this is how it's gonna be. Lyra gets a bulldog, and I just look like a fucking carnival back then!
Lyra wheeze-laughed, bent at the waist as she continued to scratch frantically at her swollen chest.
It almost makes it worth it!
She gasped.
To see you looking like that!
Molly lunged at her, but Jay grabbed her by the shoulders, keeping her from crushing the fox girl in rage. All around the group, more of the malarial cougar mozzies swarmed, buzzing through the air like drones. Stop! Stop! He choked out, still gasping between laughs. His arm was so swollen he could hardly move it. Focus on the real enemies!
Focus on them!
Molly roared.
I can hardly see them! My eye is swelling shut, for fuck's sake!
They turned back to the buzzing cloud of mozzies, the air thick with the horrible neon green little devils. None of them with traditional weapons could hit the things unless they landed, which no one wanted to let them do. But Dahlia managed to cast Siphon Life as an area of effect spell, hitting the swarm of bugs with strands of her twisting black and purple magic as she literally sucked the life force out of them. There was a crack of thunder as Ren also cast something, and a ripple of blue-white lightning cut through the swamp, exploding the insects in a series of disgusting bursts of green. Their deaths painted the trees, the ground, and Jay's clothes in vibrant splashes of glowing bug guts. Finally, the last one popped, and silence returned. Jay dragged a hand down his face, still covered in mosquito gore.
I'm going to need, an entire bath in holy water after this.
Aurora, her horn glowing softly in the dim light of the swamp, made a tisking sound as she inspected the damage. She moved quickly to loot the corpses, her body glowing as she performed some kind of crafting skill.
Hold on.
She murmured.
Try not to scratch too much. Almost done.
She pulled out a glass vial filled with something pale green and shimmering.
Itchy Bitch Antidote. A soothing herbal balm made from malarial mozzie wings, designed to reduce swelling, inflammation, and existential regret. Leaves a slight minty sensation and the vague impression that your skin is flirting with you. Also doubles as a natural insect repellent.
Jay stared at the description in his HUD. What the hell does your skin is flirting with you mean? Aurora just smirked and started slathering the balm onto his swollen arm. Instant relief. A cool, tingling sensation spread over his skin, like a wave of gentle reassurance, as if his own epidermis was telling him, Shh, babe, it's okay now. Jay shuddered. Okay, that's fucking weird, but thank you. Molly, still half Quasimodo, slathered an absurd amount onto her face, then sighed as the swelling immediately started to recede.
Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie.
She muttered.
I thought that was just the dungeon messing with us, but it actually works.
Lyra glanced down at her lopsided chest with a disappointed sigh and rubbed the ointment onto her skin.
Well, it was good while it lasted,
she said as the swollen side deflated. Then she wrinkled her nose.
Wait, no it wasn't. It was horrible. No boobies are worth that kind of discomfort. Let's never do that again. We shouldn't have to,
Aurora said.
The salve also repels those creatures. Ren, Dahlia, you and I should put some on as well, even though we weren't bitten.
Jay blinked. Wait, seriously? Aurora nodded.
It masks the scent of warm blood, so they won't be able to track us as easily.
Jay exhaled, relieved. All right, slather up, everyone. Molly, still rubbing her face down aggressively, muttered,
For our next vacation, can't we just go somewhere normal?
Jay snorted. Molly, I don't think this dungeon does normal.
Still, the beach wouldn't hurt.
You might be a barbarian, Moll, but you're still a fair-skinned, freckly redhead, Jay reminded her. The beach would definitely hurt. Molly wailed, tugging on her hair as if it had personally offended her.
Ah, curse my pasty Irish complexion!
Ren spread her wings suddenly, stopping the party in their tracks as they followed her down the path. Her black feathers ruffled before her wings settled again.
Hush,
she whispered.
Do you hear that?
The footsteps behind them were getting closer, slow, deliberate, earth-shaking. The wandering monster wasn't moving fast, but it didn't have to. It was patient, stalking, listening, waiting. Ren swore under her breath, her wings twitching at her sides.
We might need to take an alternative route.
Jay frowned. Why? She hesitated, then exhaled sharply, glaring ahead.
Because the regular route to the hideout is that way.
She used one wing to indicate a path that veered toward the sound of the approaching behemoth.
But the only other way is through the voodoo fens, and it's not fun.
Lyra's ears flicked flat against her skull.
Ugh, not there.
Dahlia, who rarely looked disturbed by anything, tensed at the sound of the fox girl's voice.
What's wrong with the voodoo fens? I've never actually been there.
Lyra said with a shudder, but her tail was puffed out nonetheless.
I've just heard stories. It's creepy, like haunted forest creepy.
Jay glanced at Dahlia, who had spent decades of her life trapped on the alternate second floor with an entire host of unpleasant creatures. The Hairblood's ears drooped, and Jay wanted to pull her into a hug and comfort her. Molly, who up until now had been handling the swamp's nonsense with a fair amount of patience, crossed her arms.
What, like ghosts?
She demanded.
And other things.
Ren said.
They're creepy and tough. Most of them are elites.
Molly grumbled.
I do not like the sound of that. Yeah, well,
Ren muttered, gritting her teeth.
I don't like the feel of that thing behind us. I think Ren is right.
Aurora said.
We don't want to meet that thing.
Jay ran a hand through his hair, considering the options. They could either risk tangling with elites that actually belonged on this floor, or face off against a wandering monster from gods know how deep in the dungeon. Easy choice. We'll take the elites, he said firmly. I'd rather deal with things that are supposed to be here than whatever the hell that thing is. The others grumbled in agreement, though Molly looked like she wanted to protest purely on principle. Ren sighed.
All right, this way. And keep up. I do not want to spend more time in that place than necessary.
She led them off the main path, weaving through the twisted cypress trees, guiding them toward the deeper, darker part of the swamp. Chapter 31. The Voodoo Fens. The first sign that this place was different was the sound. A low, rhythmic drumbeat that seemed to pulse from nowhere, vibrating in Jay's chest like a distant heartbeat. Then, as the trees thickened, he started to notice the decorations. Colorfully painted wooden masks dangled from branches, twisting in the wind, their hollow eye sockets watching as the party passed beneath them. Strings of bone-white beads and dark feathered charms swayed from the limbs, clicking softly together. Small, rotting effigies hung from the trees like strange voodoo dolls, their arms bound together in gnarled, twisted poses. I'm beginning to see how this place got its name, Jay whispered. He glanced at Molly to see how she was holding up. The barbarian had her cute face puckered in a look of disgust, but at least she didn't look terrified. When she saw him looking, she tried to smile, but only managed a bit of a grimace. Then came the heads. Jay slowed as he spotted the first one, a shrunken, desiccated skull mounted on a rotting wooden cross beside the path. Its leathery skin was stretched tight over its bones, and its empty sockets still held the faintest hints of glossy, dead eyeballs inside. There were more of them. The farther they walked, the more crosses appeared, jutting from the mud at odd angles, each one bearing a different head. Some were clearly dungeon monsters, their skulls misshapen and alien, but others... Jay really didn't want to think too hard about what some of them used to be. He wondered vaguely about what kind of magic was necessary to prevent bodies from being absorbed into the dungeon. Dahlia might know, as her shadow worker class practiced a form of dark magic. Maybe necromancers? The thought didn't give him much comfort. A warm wind wafted through the boggy path, making the bone charms rattle. Jay almost gagged at the stench of it. Thick, rotting air, like a swampy graveyard, had been left to marinate in humid decay for far too long. Stagnant water, rotting wood, old blood. Molly's face scrunched up as she clamped her hand over her nose.
Oh, hell no!
Jay gave her a side-eye. "You're not going to puke on me, are you, Moll?"
You know how I feel about Halloween, Jay.
Jay grinned, despite the fact that he was with her on this one. I know, except for the pumpkin spice lattes.
Really? You're going to make me think of consuming things?
Molly waved aggressively at the rotting crosses.
Here? I am going to puke if you aren't careful.
Sorry, Jay said, but it is kind of funny to see our big, tough barbarian lose it over a few shrunken heads, though I admit they are pretty gross.
This is some New Orleans tourist trap nonsense, and I want nothing to do with it.
Ren, ignoring the entire conversation, stopped abruptly and turned back toward the group, her expression hard.
Listen very carefully,
she said, voice lower than before. The party fell silent. She gestured at the path beneath them, the only part of the swamp that looked remotely stable.
From now on, we stay on the path, no matter what.
Jay narrowed his eyes. Why? Ren's feathers ruffled slightly.
Because the water isn't safe. There are things in it just waiting to be woken up, and the things on land...
Her wings twitched.
...are more than bad enough.
Lyra's ears flicked back again.
That sounds ominous as hell.
Ren met her gaze.
It should. I'm dead serious. This place is... Well, let's hope you don't find out. At least there aren't any chickens.
The fox girl muttered, looking deeply unsettled. Jay pointed to a tree just off the path where a headless chicken was strung up by its feet. Its wings hung open like it was flying upside down as it swayed in the stinking breeze, slowly draining blood into the swampy water below. Not to burst your bubble, but... Lyra yipped in surprise, her tail puffing out. She growled low in her throat. Then she pulled her tail to her chest, brushing it to resettle the fur, and glared at Jay.
Dead chickens I can handle.
Fair enough, Jay said, still watching the chicken. They were all on edge, so he didn't think it was going to be helpful mentioning the fact that he was more worried about whatever had strung the chicken up. If it was still bleeding, it was fresh. The farther along the path they walked, the deeper the stench became. Thick and cloying, like rotting meat and swamp gas left to ferment in the sun. The air grew sickly humid, each breath clinging to their lungs with an acrid, poisonous weight. Then, a faint, sickly green light flickered through the hanging mist, growing brighter as something floated into view.
Get ready,
Ren warned.
That's a bog wraith. These things suck, to say the least.
Jay barely had time to register its grotesque, withered shape before a second drifted forward, then a third and a fourth, moving with the slow, unnatural glide of something that had never needed legs to begin with. His dungeon sight flickered to life to give him a description he really would have rather not had to read.
Bog Wraith, Level 60. This gaseous, disease-ridden specter exists solely to haunt your nightmares and violate personal boundaries. Bog wraiths are hideous, pox-ridden ghosts made of swamp gas, regret, and whatever foul demon breath has been fermenting in the bog for the last 1,000 years. Their unsettling glow is reminiscent of an overripe corpse which, unfortunately for you, has somehow learned how to levitate. If you've ever thought, wow, I wish there was a monster that combined the worst parts of food poisoning, sleep paralysis demons, and the contagious diseases suffered by our forefathers on the Mayflower. Congratulations, you've found it. And it's really, really excited to share its misery with you.
They were humanoid in the loosest sense. Hunched skeletal figures wrapped in swirling gas, their skin riddled with swollen, glistening boils that twitched and pulsed like they were ready to burst. A thick, rotting tongue lolled from each of their slack, gaping mouths, dragging unnaturally long past their chins. The sickly green glow intensified, reflecting in the swamp's black water, and that was when Jay realized they were smiling.
Ew, ew, ew.
Lyra muttered like a chant under her breath. As if in response, one of the bog wraiths twitched violently, and one of its bulging boils finally burst. A wet, horrible pop echoed through the air, and a cloud of thick, sickly gas burst outward, covering the ground in a 5-foot radius. Where the gas touched, the grass wilted.
Oh, fuck, no.
Molly growled, clutching her wild call maul in front of her like it was some kind of holy symbol that might protect her from the unholy monstrosities. The bog wraiths let out a low, gurgling moan, then lurched toward them, tongues stretching forward.
They're trying to kiss us!
Lyra screeched. Jay's scorpion blade lashed out before she even finished the sentence, sending the hissing specter flying back into the vine-drooping trees. "Not today, you freaks!" Lyra took the moment to act, lifting her bow in one fluid motion and aiming at the next ghoul. "Have any radiant arrows left?" Jay asked, glancing over his shoulder at her as he whipped his scorpion blade at another glowing green figure. He had a hunch about how to kill the disgusting creatures that he hoped would pan out.
We're ahead of you, Jay.
Lyra's arrow began to shimmer as she activated the radiant arrow skill and sent a golden projectile streaking through the air like a miniature sun.
Great minds think alike, right?
The moment the arrow struck, the bog wraith let out a distorted wail, its form flickering violently as light burned through the putrid gas. The others shrieked at the sight, shifting back uncertainly. Jay whooped at her success. Lyra had picked up the radiant arrow skill on F2, the haunted forest, after he'd crafted them in his R&D menu. If they worked there, they'd work here. Which meant... Quickly, he threw open the party warehouse inventory, mentally scrolling through their stored items. There. Radiant wisps, 3 remaining. Just enough. He selected one, quickly applying it to his weapon through the crafting menu.
You have added radiant damage to Scorpion Blade, XP 3000. This temporary enchantment deals an additional plus 35 radiant damage to all attacks. The effect lasts 5 minutes or 15 attacks, whichever comes first.
Jay felt the magic kick in immediately. His scorpion blade glowed with golden white energy, the serrated edges gleaming brighter than they ever had before. It looked even more badass than before. More importantly, the bog wraiths didn't like it. The moment his blade lit up, the remaining wraiths twitched and recoiled, their distorted, wailing moans shifting to something higher, angrier. Yeah, Jay muttered, shifting into position beside Lyra. You better back up, Poxface. Lyra, already drawing another radiant arrow, grinned.
Time for an exorcism.
The bog wraiths surged forward. Jay and Lyra met them head-on, the others huddled behind them for safety. Every strike of Jay's scorpion blade seared through the toxic gas, cutting clean through their forms, forcing them back with each hit. Lyra's arrows shot through their glowing bodies, detonating in bursts of holy fire, each impact disrupting their form further. Not one of them got close. Not one of them landed a single disgusting, putrid kiss. Thank fuck. As the last bog wraith let out a screeching wail before dissipating into the mist, Jay shook out his arms, breathing heavily. Well, he muttered, watching the glowing residue fade. That was deeply unsettling. Lyra scoffed, lowering her bow.
Unsettling? We almost got kissed by a living corpse. I don't think unsettling does that feeling justice, Jay.
Jay wiped his glowing blade on his pant leg, grimacing. Yeah, well, it could have been worse. They could have been wearing lipstick. Lyra shot him a look. Imagine a sticky red smear, Jay continued, all over your face, in your hair, stuck in your eyelashes. Lyra let out a disgusted shriek. Molly, watching all of this with a permanent grimace, muttered,
This floor sucks.
No one argued. As the last bog wraith shrieked into oblivion, its swirling green gas dissipating into the mist, Jay barely had time to catch his breath before the drumming changed. That can't be good, he muttered. The party backed together in a tight circle, careful to keep to the path, their eyes darting around the hanging trees. The sound grew louder, more insistent, no longer the distant rhythmic pulse that had haunted their steps through the voodoo fens, but something much closer, almost alive. When a figure emerged from the trees, it was Molly who shrieked, stumbling backward into Lyra and stepping on the fox girl's toe.
Watch it, you big oaf!
Lyra growled, her ears flattened into her hair.
I might need my feet later. Shut up!
Molly hissed.
Do you see that thing? Or should I say, does it see us? Let's get the fuck out of here!
Some kind of voodoo priest emerged from the vine-draped canopy, his mottled purple skin bruised and bloated, slick with sweat, and something darker that trickled from the headless chickens tied around his waist. The birds' limp, feathered bodies swung wetly as he moved, their blood dripping down his scrawny legs, staining the tattered human skin loincloth that barely covered his grotesquely swollen potbelly. His head was enormous. No, it wasn't his head at all. It was a painted mask, oversized and gaudy, transforming his entire upper body into a leering, bobble-headed horror. The garish colors should have made him look ridiculous, almost comical. But somehow they didn't. Somehow the exaggerated proportions only made him worse. His head tilted unnaturally, too far to the side, the mask's glassy, painted eyes seeming to lock onto them all at once.
Big Daddy Voodoo Man, level 80, elite. Well, this is awkward. It's like every colonial preconception of primitive man has been crammed into a bobble-headed horror of cultural appropriation. If you were a British explorer, you'd be shitting your pants right now, not demanding this guy take you to his leader. You don't want to see his leader, trust me. Even if you have a mighty boomstick and primitive man has, what? Blow darts, magic mushrooms, sacrificial daggers. Doesn't matter. He's gonna whoop your ass either way. This high-ranking figure in the voodoo fens serves as a walking embodiment of dark bargains with ancient deities, questionable fashion choices, and bad trade agreements with pox-ridden Europeans. With his gaunt limbs, swollen belly, and a loincloth that looks suspiciously like it's been repurposed from something with a name. Bob, is that you again? He cuts an unsettling figure against the fog-choked swamps. He looks pissed, and can you really blame him? That massive, oversized mask, a garishly painted monstrosity that turns his entire upper body into something from a drug-induced fever dream. It should be funny. And yet, somehow, it's just scary as shit. Something about the way it tilts too far when he moves, the way those bulbous, painted eyes never quite seem to look where they should, is deeply, deeply wrong. Does he ever speak, laugh, even breathe? No one knows. And frankly, no one wants to find out.
Jay's stomach turned. We're not done here, girls. Hit him with everything you've got. Lyra immediately lifted her bow, another radiant arrow flashing toward the monster's chest in a streak of golden light. The arrow struck home, embedding deep in his shoulder. The Big Daddy Voodoo Man didn't react. The light didn't burn him, didn't sear his flesh like it had the bog wraiths. It just stuck there, like it didn't even matter, like he hadn't even felt it. Jay felt a cold prickle of unease crawl up his spine. Lyra's ears flicked.
That should have done something.
The Voodoo Man moved. He didn't lunge forward, didn't rush them like a normal monster. Instead, he flicked his hand, casual, effortless, tossing a small leather pouch toward Lyra's feet. The bag burst apart in a plume of thick red smoke, curling around her in a single breath. Lyra's bow slipped from her fingers, her legs gave out, and she dropped like a stone. "Shit!" Jay shouted. Aurora was already diving toward the fallen archer, fingers glowing with a soft white light as she checked her pulse.
She's alive. She's just unconscious. Kill that thing, Jay. We can't handle too many hits like that.
Jay snarled, immediately lashing out with his scorpion blade, sending a whipping arc of steel toward the monster's exposed belly. The Voodoo Man leapt. Not jumped, leapt unnaturally high, tucking his scrawny legs beneath him, frog-like, as he sailed over the attack, his head lolling loosely as if it were completely detached from his body. He landed closer than before. "Fuck this," Jay gritted his teeth, stepping back as the drumming intensified. "How are we supposed to hit the bastard?" The Voodoo Man raised his other hand, tossing another small pouch into their midst, this one a deep, poisonous purple. It exploded in a puff of violet smoke. Ren staggered back, coughing, then collapsed. The huge masked face grinned. Dahlia's voice was barely a whisper in Jay's ear.
Distract him. I'll take care of this.
Before he could respond, she vanished into a swirl of black smoke, disappearing into the dripping shadows of the Voodoo Fens. Molly, immediately catching on, grinned wickedly.
Ross? Rachel? Sick 'em.
Her ghost weasels erupted from the horn-shaped satchel at her waist, darting forward with an unnatural speed, their glowing white fur flashing through the thick, humid air. The Voodoo Man's masked face twitched, his bulbous, painted eyes jumping back and forth, trying to track the erratic movements of the sprinting creatures. Then, suddenly, they disappeared, activating their ghost ability to become invisible, their tiny clawed feet no longer disturbing the mud. Big Daddy's head twitched violently, his body stiffening as he whipped his gaze from side to side, trying to find them again. That was all the opening Molly needed. She bent her knees, muscles tensing like a coiled spring, then launched herself into the air with a single powerful jump, her insanely high strength stat propelling her higher than any normal person should have been able to go. As she reached the peak of her jump, she roared, twisting her body in the air, her hands tightening around the handle of the Wild Call Maul. Jay caught the glimmer of magic rippling up the hammer and her arms as she activated the Pound It ability. The Voodoo Man's mask snapped up toward her, his body just beginning to react. Too slow. Molly brought the hammer down in a devastating arc, slamming the full force of her weight and momentum directly onto the center of his massive, oversized head. Crack! The mask flew off his shoulders, spiraling into the mud with a wet thunk. For a horrible, frozen second, Molly and Jay both stared at what lay beneath. The Big Daddy Voodoo Man's real head was tiny, shrunken, leathery, stitched directly onto his shoulders, his neck non-existent. And the shape was familiar. Bulging yellow eyes, warty mottled skin, the hideous slack mouth. It looked exactly like one of the bog-bellied toads they had fought earlier. Jay's brain struggled to process the monstrosity. What the actual fuck? Molly, still hovering mid-air for a half-second longer than should have been possible, blinked slowly, her lips parting as if to say something. But then the voodoo man moved. His tiny, grotesque head snapped upward, his beady, frog-like eyes locking onto Molly's. And he screamed. Twin curved daggers, wickedly sharp and gleaming like the talons of some enormous bird, appeared in the monster's thin, bony hands as he lunged toward Molly. Jay reacted instantaneously, his instinct to protect Molly overriding every other question in his mind. He whipped his scorpion blade forward, its stinger-like end lashing out, slicing deep into the monster's side. The additional radiant damage might not have had any effect on him, but the blade still cut. And, unlike with Lyra's arrow, he seemed to feel this one. The voodoo man screeched, a sound somewhere between a frog's guttural croak and a human's dying wail, his bulging yellow eyes rolling violently in their sockets, like he couldn't decide whether to attack Molly or Jay. Thick black ichor poured from the wound, sizzling as it hit the swamp floor. For a split second, Jay saw something almost human flicker in those grotesque amphibian features, something panicked and fearful. But before the Big Daddy could even attempt to retaliate, the shadows behind him thickened, coalescing like black ink being poured into water. From within the obsidian mists, Dahlia emerged. She looked like a spectral widow, the darkness clinging to her like rotted lace, her golden eyes completely black, voids of pure, crawling darkness. Jay rarely saw Dahlia in the middle of her black magic, and it was always a bit unnerving, but this was something else. The hair-blood shadow worker had become a thing of nightmares, moving without sound, her shadow-cloaked figure blurring at the edges like she wasn't entirely of this world anymore. The voodoo man froze, his tiny stitched-on toad head twitching violently. He sensed her, but he didn't have time to react. Dahlia's black dagger plunged deep into his back, sinking between his frail, crooked ribs like she had done it 1,000 times before. The creature let out one last awful gargling croak and erupted. His corpse exploded into a swirling cloud of multicolored smoke, a violent burst of reds, purples, and greens, as if every single pouch at his waist had detonated at once. Dahlia, Molly, and the ghost weasels, suddenly visible, all scrambled backward, not wanting to be anywhere near that toxic-looking mist. But nothing happened. The smoke lingered for only a moment, then dissipated, vanishing into the air as if it had never existed. A silence fell over the swamp. Jay exhaled slowly, lowering his blade. Well, that was... A groan from behind him cut him off. He turned just in time to see Lyra and Ren stirring, their faces drawn with exhaustion, but conscious again. Aurora was kneeling between them, her hands glowing softly, a faint golden shimmer fading from their skin as her healing took effect.
They're all right, but they'll be a bit woozy for a while.
Jay let out a slow, relieved breath. All right, let's get the fuck out of this place. I've had just about enough of the voodoo fens for one lifetime.
I second that motion,
Molly said as she leapt back to the path. She let out a startled curse as her boot slipped off the mossy bank, sinking into the muck of the swamp with a wet sucking noise.
Shit!
She scrambled back onto the trail, breathing hard, her eyes wide with more frustration than fear. It was in that moment that Jay realized the patch of land the Big Daddy Voodoo Man had been standing on had been a switchback of the path they'd already crossed, so Molly hadn't broken Wren's rule about stepping off the path when she'd leapt to fight the masked monster. He came to that realization because now, as she slipped off the path, the black water around them started to boil. A low, guttural groan echoed around them, the sound bubbling up from the depths like something stirring from 1,000-year slumber. And greasy black arms emerged, grasping blindly for someone to pull into the depths. Chapter 32. A Little Extra Cardio. Jay's stomach dropped. The creatures pulled themselves from the murky depths, their shiny black skin slick with rot, eerily preserved, despite the countless centuries they must have spent buried in the peat. Jay knew exactly what they were. He had seen them before. Not these ones specifically, but their real-world counterparts. As a kid, he had come across an article in National Geographic about mummified bog remains, bodies pulled from the deepest, oldest swamps, their features frozen in eternal agony, perfectly preserved by the strange alchemy of the wetlands. Those pictures had given him nightmares for weeks. Now, those same nightmares were clawing their way out of the muck and creeping toward him on all fours. His HUD made a sing-song chime as it auto-activated Dungeon Sight, giving him a non-consensual preview of the horror that was about to consume him.
Swamp Husks, Level 72, Elite. Are you tired of artificial monsters loaded with synthetic curses and dungeon preservatives? Looking for something 100% organic, locally sourced, and naturally horrifying? Then allow us to introduce the Swamp Husk, the bog-aged, all-natural nightmare brought to you straight from the heart of the Stygian swamp. These sustainably harvested horrors have been meticulously preserved for centuries by the rich, peaty waters of the dungeon, giving them their signature glossy black skin and guilt-free lethality. Each swamp husk is crafted with care, using hand-selected corpses, marinated in a unique swamp-to-soil process, ensuring that every lurching predator you encounter is of the highest possible quality. Their sunken cheeks and haunting, yellowed grins are all natural, a testament to the slow-aging techniques that make them as terrifying today as they were hundreds of years ago. And don't let their desiccated, leathery exterior fool you. These husk boys are still packed with vitality. In fact, studies, see *1, show that their all-organic, bog-fed diet has left them bursting with unexpected health benefits. For themselves, of course, not for you. Are you ready to experience a predator aged to perfection? The Swamp Husk is lurking just around the corner to give you an authentic, all-natural dungeon experience that you'll never forget. See *2. *1. No actual studies have been conducted. Any implied health benefits will not apply to you. Side effects of encountering a swamp husk may include terror, regret, and an overwhelming desire to be literally anywhere else. *2. All encounters are final. No refunds, returns, or exchanges.
Jay squinted at the HUD description, rubbing his temple. Did the dungeon just try to sell me on getting murdered by the bog-mummified equivalent of a Whole Foods exclusive? Molly, still shaking off the last of her swamp grime, grimaced.
This floor is cursed.
Dahlia, completely unfazed, tilted her head.
I do appreciate the commitment to sustainable practices.
Jay sighed. Yeah, real eco-friendly. Molly snorted.
Oh, sure. Real green dungeon tech. Too bad we're the ones getting composted.
The first swamp husk emerged fully, its sunken cheeks stretched in a permanent rictus, lips pulled back from long, crooked yellow and black teeth. Tufts of matted hair clung to its mostly bald scalp, its leathery skin as dark as tar. Deep in its hollow eye sockets, little pinpricks of red light flickered to life. Then it lurched forward, fast. "Holy fuck!" Jay shouted, scrambling backward. "These things can move!"
Less commentary, more running!
Ren screamed. They didn't need to be told twice. Jay and the others crashed through the bushes, tearing through the dense foliage, but the swamp husks were faster. They chased them like animals, dropping onto all fours as they bounded after them, their clawed fingers gouging the mud as they sprinted forward with unnatural speed. Jay could hear their horrible moaning breaths, feel their hot, rotting exhales at his back. Holy fucksticks! Jay's heartbeat hammered in his ears as the elite monsters closed on their party. The thudding of leathery limbs against the ground was erratic and frantic, but precise, moving like starving wolves closing in on prey. They broke through the denser trees, stumbling onto drier ground. They appeared to be out of the voodoo fens, but the swamp husks didn't stop. Jay's foot caught on an exposed root, and he hit the ground hard, rolling onto his side just in time to see one of the husks hurtling toward him. He had nowhere to go, but he rolled sideways, desperate to put some distance between himself and the grotesque zombified creature bearing down on him. His hand managed to find the hilt of the scorpion blade as he braced himself for the attack. The monster lunged, then paused. Jay froze, his breath caught in his chest. The swamp husk tilted its head, sniffing the air with ragged, wheezing breaths. Then it stopped moving entirely. Jay held completely still. It couldn't see him. They were blind. The realization hit just in time for the husk to cock its head, listening. Jay realized he must have made a sound, a small gasp that had alerted the monster to his presence. He lashed out, frantic to get at least one hit in before the creature attacked. His scorpion blade flashed out, the segments separating and stretching before wrapping around the swamp husk's sunken torso like a lasso. Jay wrenched his arm back, tightening the metal noose until it sliced clean through the husk's torso, severing it from shoulder to hip. The creature let out a wet, choking rasp, its top half collapsing forward, its bottom half twitching violently before going still. Jay rolled to his feet, gripping his sword tightly. Now that he knew how they hunted, they had a chance to turn this fight around.
Congratulations. You have achieved level 30.
A series of notifications flooded his screen, and Jay was forced to shut his HUD down so he could focus on the fight. He barely registered the fact that the level was wrong. He should be level 29, not 30, but he wasn't about to argue. Nothing made any sense anymore. The only thing he knew for sure was that he would have to survive this fight before those notifications mattered. The moment the level up screen was minimized, Jay immediately pulled up the party chat. Jay, they are blind. Stop running, dodge to the side and hold still, then attack from behind. He sent an identical message to Ren in the Black Howl menu. The moment he sent the messages, he could see his team adjusting to the new information. Molly, who had been halfway through her next sprint, instead planted her feet, waiting for the swamp husk closest to her to charge. At the last possible second, she sidestepped, pivoting as the creature rushed past her, its glowing eyes still searching blindly for a target. She didn't let it search for long. With a wild grin, she brought her hammer down, crushing the back of its skull with a wet crunch. Molly.
God damn! That would have been nice to know before I busted my lungs running for my life!
Lyra, already hidden from the stampede of zombie creatures perched on a mossy outcrop, fired an arrow, striking one of the swamp husks in the base of its spine. The husk froze, twitching violently before collapsing into a heap. Lyra.
A little extra cardio probably wouldn't hurt you, meathead.
Molly.
You wanna be next, Whiskers?
The barbarian smashed a second husk at the exact same time that Lyra shot an impact arrow into the back of one's head. Jay. Nice job, girls, even if you do shit-talk too much. Dahlia stepped forward, silent as the grave, waiting until one of the husk's claws nearly touched her before phasing into shadow, stepping behind it, and dragging a knife across its throat. Aurora raised a glowing hand, murmuring something soft and melodic, and a thin, radiant lance of light speared through another husk's chest, the creature collapsing in a heap of smoking flesh. Now that they were out in the open, Ren was the most effective of all. The Wingblood engaged in a methodical execution, her sharp talons slicing through leathery skin, her wings fluttering as she maneuvered between targets without having to set foot on the ground. The swamp husks could hear her coming, but had nowhere to hide. It was a slaughter. Despite being elite monsters, the 10 swamp husks barely put up a fight. Jay was surprised by this at first, but it did make sense. After all, they had just spent a significant amount of time on F5 fighting the Mad King's forces and surviving an actual goddamn siege. These things were nothing, and whatever was happening with his level system must have been affecting the girls too. He wondered if Nova was messing with something behind the scenes, or Reyna, if Nova had transitioned to her ghost form and had given up the reins. Jay wished they had a moment to pause for him to figure this out, but without the ability to use a safe zone or even his party tent while the wandering monster was on the loose, there wasn't much he could do that didn't feel like a waste of precious time. He put all of his frustrations into a final attack, lashing out with his scorpion blade at the final swamp husk. As it collapsed in a twitching, rotten heap, Jay exhaled, rolling his shoulders.
That's that,
he muttered. Molly stretched her arms over her head, satisfied.
Well, that was a nice warm-up.
Lyra scoffed.
Is that what you were thinking while you were screaming like a little girl? I admit, that went much better than I expected it to,
Ren said.
It's been a while since I've been here, and I remembered it being much more difficult. We should be grateful it was as easy as it was,
Aurora said, her face taut with alarm.
I've already expended far too much of my mana, considering we won't easily be able to replenish our base stats.
Dahlia nodded, stroking one black ear in contemplation.
I hope we're almost there.
The Wingblood, who had been scanning their surroundings, suddenly perked up, her feathers fluffing slightly.
No, not almost.
The others started to groan before she ruffled her wings and laughed darkly.
We're here.
Jay turned toward her, lifting a questioning eyebrow. She gestured ahead. Through the boggy marshland, just barely visible beyond the thick fog, was a low sloping hill, the outline of something unnatural built into the terrain. I see, Jay said as he spotted the hidden entrance. Ren nodded.
Dex's hideout is just up ahead.
But even from this distance, they could see dozens of shapes moving within the area, their black uniforms marking them as mercenaries of some sort. Aurora's eyes flashed as she activated her dungeon sight, which worked at a much greater distance than Jay's did.
I think we found the source of our power imbalance,
she said, her voice sounding unusually grim.
It seems our friend has hired himself an army.
The group crouched behind the dense underbrush just beyond the last stretch of swamp before Dax's hideout. The edge of Voodoo Fens still pressed in around them, the air thick with the remnants of damp incense and stagnant decay. The drumming had faded, replaced by the faint murmur of voices, the clatter of weapons, and the occasional barked order, Dax's men maintaining their watch. Lyra flicked her ears, tilting her head toward the hidden compound.
I'll take a closer look.
Ren frowned, her wings tense. For a moment, it seemed she was going to argue, but then she nodded, adjusting the straps of her armor chest piece.
Fine. I'll go high, you go low. Keep quiet. If we get spotted, we abort.
Jay gave them both a look. Don't do anything reckless. We need to know what we're dealing with before we commit to anything. Ren nodded again, brusquely.
Yeah, I can already tell you this isn't normal. I'm afraid most of my intel isn't going to do much good.
You got us here, Jay said, and the fact that he's got an army of mercs with him only serves to prove that he's up to something. We'll figure something out once we know what the situation looks like. Lyra smirked.
Don't worry, Jay. We'll be real sneaky-like, or I will at least. You are a fox.
With that, Ren spread her wings and launched herself silently into the trees, her black feathers blending seamlessly into the dark canopy. Lyra glared after her before, quick as ever, vanishing into the foliage, moving low and fast toward the perimeter. Jay let out a slow breath as they disappeared from sight. Aurora turned to him.
If you don't mind, I'm going to meditate. I need to try to replenish some of my mana. While I'm concentrating, I should be able to sense any magical wards or barriers that might affect our infiltration.
Good. Jay motioned toward the other end of the clearing. We'll check the wider perimeter, see if there are other ways in, or better yet, other ways out. Aurora knelt on the mossy ground, her horn glowing softly as she closed her eyes and slipped into her meditative state. Dahlia, already half melded into the shadows, nodded.
We need an escape route. If something goes wrong, I want options.
Molly cracked her knuckles, grinning.
I've got your options right here.
Easy there, tough guy, Jay said. We're going for low-key.
I know. I'm just excited to fight some actual bad guys instead of these monster freak shows invented by the dungeon.
Jay ignored her and turned slightly away from the others, opening his stat menu. He was surprised to see that everything had changed.
Delver, J. Morgan. Class type, versatile. Class, Dark Horse. Tier 1, CEO, Chief Expedition Officer. Tier 2, King Killer. Level 30. XP, Error. Next level, Calculating. Health, 500. Stamina, 500. Mana, 500. Strength, Error. Agility, Error. Intelligence, Error. Constitution, Error. Willpower, Error. Charisma, Error.
Most of the stats he was used to seeing were no longer available in the normal menu, as he received an error message instead. On top of that, his base stats were higher than they should have been, even with the sudden jump to level 30. Jay flicked through to the party menu, but found that the girl's stats still looked normal. He frowned and opened the posthumous consultation chat window. He pulled up the interface and mentally hovered over the text box for a moment before he typed, Jay, Nova, are you there? What the hell is going on with my stats? For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the screen of his HUD flickered.
Processing.
Jay frowned. That wasn't normal.
User Nova is currently unavailable. Connecting alternate spirit link.
Jay's stomach dropped. A new name appeared.
Reyna has joined the chat.
Chapter 33. Perimeter Check. Jay blinked. What the fuck? Reyna.
Jay?
Jay. Reyna, is that really you? Where's Nova? Reyna.
It's kind of hard to explain.
Jay. She said you'd traded places or something, like you were taking over the dungeon. Reyna.
That's true. I guess we just did a trial run of sorts. Nova wasn't quite ready to give up her control over your progress.
Jay, are you okay? Reyna.
I am fine, Jay. I am much more worried about you. Nova is...
Jay, she hasn't hurt you, has she? Or forced you to agree to anything you don't want to do? Reyna.
No, nothing like that.
Jay. Reyna.
Nova is beautiful, powerful beyond description, and she has an unhealthy fixation with you, Jay.
Jay. I've gotten that impression, yeah. Reyna.
It's a bit alarming, really.
Jay. I think I have a handle on it. Reyna.
I hope so. She has very high hopes for what you might accomplish, Jay, and she's willing to burn down the kingdom to keep you in her orbit. I do not like to think of what will happen should you disappoint her.
Jay. That sounds like an exaggeration. Reyna.
Is it? Perhaps you know better than I.
Jay stared at the message log for a long moment. He really hoped it was. Jay. So what's your situation? Are you really all right? Reyna.
I believe Nova has already explained. I've made a deal with her, a way to advance the future of the Fanauri people.
Jay. By taking her place in the mind of the dungeon? Reyna.
Yes, I cannot explain better than that, but I am pleased with the terms of our agreement.
Jay. Are you sure? Reyna.
Yes, Jay. I am going to correct old wrongs. Make sure the ice dungeon functions the way it's supposed to. No more suffering for my people. No more Fanauri getting pushed aside, forced into second-class roles in Arcanesia. The ice dungeon is ours. Always has been. But now, I will be able to ensure the system finally acknowledges it and works the way it is supposed to, without interference from outside.
Jay. I'm sorry you had to die for that to happen. Reyna.
Don't be. I do not miss my old life. My perspective is bigger now. So much bigger. I can see things from above, from below, from the past and the future all at once. What I was before, a mere fragment of my potential. I see that now, and now I can be something so much greater.
Jay. I don't even know what to say to that. Reyna.
Say nothing. Just let me do what I need to do.
There was a long pause. Jay wasn't sure what he should feel. Proud? Grateful? Horrified? There was no escaping the fact that Reyna had died because of him. She had chosen to help him, knowing that it put her at risk. Maybe it was true, and she had transcended her old life, but he couldn't help thinking of the way Nova was so desperate to escape. Would Reyna come to regret her decision? Or was she right, and this was the place she could make the biggest difference in the lives of her people? The Lupinari witch doctor had always done everything she could to help the people of Winterhaven, even when Runolf had tried to intervene. Now she was in a place where neither Runolf nor King Wensher had any power over her. Now she could continue her work without interference. But the cost... Had Nova always been unhinged? Or had she gone crazy because she was an organic mind symbiotically connected to an artificial one? If that was the case, how long did Reyna have before she suffered a similar fate? Jay swallowed down the lump in his throat. Reyna.
I must go now, Jay. I am getting tired. Communicating like this is draining.
Jay, then rest. You've earned it. Reyna.
Before I go, Nova wants you to check the Dark Horse spellbook when you get the chance. She has lost some control over the dungeon since she severed herself from it, but she's going to do everything she can to feed you power. She wants you strong.
Jay. Take care, Reyna. Reyna.
And you, J. Morgan. You are not alone, my friend. You have people watching out for you, always, whether you like it or not.
Jay. Thanks, Reyna. Reyna. ...
Connection terminated.
Jay let out a slow breath, staring at the screen for a moment before closing the chat. Behind the scenes, it seemed things were more volatile than he'd realized. That might account for the change in his stats, but somehow knowing this didn't comfort him. If a sudden boost to his power could be added just like that, could it also be taken away? The swamp was quiet now, save for the distant murmur of insects and the rhythmic drip of condensation sliding from the hanging moss. The battle with the swamp husks had left the air thick and sickly, as if fumes from the bog that had preserved the creatures had oozed out of the voodoo fens into the more open area around Dax's hideout. But at least it was still and quiet, a temporary reprieve before the next inevitable conflict. Jay sat on a moss-covered log, staring into the dark, stagnant water of a nearby pool, the surface only broken by the occasional bubble of swamp gas rising lazily to pop against the thick, humid air. Pockets of water were scattered here and there over the flat, mossy ground, but it was less wet here. The ground was more solid. A few feet away, Aurora sat cross-legged, her hands resting lightly on her knees, eyes closed in meditation. Or at least she was trying to meditate. A shimmering cloud of iridescent magic pulsed faintly around her, ebbing and flowing with an almost dreamlike quality, but something about it looked off. It was flickering, like a signal struggling to stay connected. Jay wondered if she'd be able to recharge her mana, or if she was getting some kind of interference. He hoped for all their sakes that she could. They might have to rely on her portal ability to escape Dax's compound if things got bad, or if Felicity was injured. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. Before he could dwell on it, a familiar warmth pressed against his side. Dahlia had slipped beside him, moving with the quiet grace that always made it seem like she appeared from the shadows themselves. She didn't say anything, just tilted her head and rested it against his shoulder, the soft weight of her presence grounding him in a way nothing else could. Jay smiled, wrapping an arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Her long magenta hair smelled like lavender and something dark and sweet, like flowers that only bloomed under the light of the moon.
Hi,
she whispered. Hi yourself. She sighed contentedly, pressing a small kiss against his jawline. Jay turned his head slightly, catching her lips with his in a slow, lingering kiss, letting the tension in his chest unravel just a little. Dahlia wasn't overly affectionate in the way that Lyra or even Molly could be, but when she sought him out, when she offered her touch freely, it was different, something deliberate and quietly intimate. He squeezed her gently, letting his forehead rest against hers for a breath before pulling away.
It's nice here,
she said.
Peaceful. One could almost forget about the dead things lurking in the water and the ghosts with halitosis.
Jay laughed. I was just thinking the same thing. A second later, Molly dropped down on his other side with a heavy thump, leaning into him with all the gruff, casual affection of someone who had no concept of personal space.
Are you getting cozy without me?
She demanded. Jay chuckled, turning toward her, pressing a quick, firm kiss against her lips. I wouldn't dream of it, he said. You know you're always welcome. Molly grinned against his mouth before flopping sideways, resting her head against his shoulder like Dahlia was already doing on the other side. Then she wrapped her arms around his waist and squeezed him in a bear hug-like embrace.
Ugh,
Jay grunted.
Careful, Moll. I might need those ribs.
Sorry,
She said.
Sometimes I forget about this new body and just think I'm the same old tiny Molly I used to be. Funny.
Dahlia said, wrinkling her nose adorably. Her ears twitched.
It seems like you never stop reminding us how strong you are.
Molly snorted good-naturedly.
Still, it's true. Especially when it's quiet and things feel almost normal. Besides the fact that we're in a swamp with a bunny girl and a unicorn, I mean.
For a moment, they just sat there, the three of them pressed together in the damp, eerie silence of the swamp, taking whatever peace they could steal before the next storm. Then Molly spoke again.
You think we're ever gonna find a way out of this fight?
She asked, her voice unusually quiet, the usual playful edge dulled into something more thoughtful. Jay glanced at her, raising a brow. You're worried about Dax? Molly exhaled.
No, not Dax.
Jay tilted his head slightly, adjusting his grip around her waist. Then what? Molly didn't answer immediately. Her fingers fidgeted against her knee, something he wasn't used to seeing from her. Jay's stomach tightened. Molly wasn't usually this contemplative, wasn't the type to dwell on things like this. She always moved forward, always focused on the next fight. Like Molly, Jay had started to get used to the new her. She was a brawler, a bruiser, the kind of person who met every problem head-on and with full force. But now she just sounded tired. She let out a slow breath, staring out over the murky water.
I try to focus on the moment while we're down here.
She admitted.
Try to take things as they come, not get too caught up in the bigger picture.
Jay's arms tightened around her slightly, sensing where this was going.
But sometimes...
She shook her head.
Sometimes it feels like we're fighting a losing battle.
The words hung between them, heavy and uncomfortably honest. Dahlia, still tucked against his side, lifted her head slightly, her golden eyes thoughtful.
There are a lot of mercenaries,
Dahlia said.
but I'm sure we'll find a way around them. Jay always comes up with something.
Molly shook her head.
No, I mean against King Wensher.
Jay's breath hitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Molly ran a hand through her red curls, her voice lower than usual, a side of her he hadn't seen much since they arrived in Arcanesia, a side that reminded him of the woman she was back on Earth. Less rammy barbarian mauler, more Molly O'Brien.
How the hell are we supposed to do it?
She murmured.
We got dropped into another world, and now we're supposed to take down the leader of an entire kingdom? A guy who's had years, decades to solidify his power? The people of Arcanesia haven't been able to stand against him for this long, and now suddenly we're just, going to save the day? That's some low-budget action flick bullshit, you know? MacGuffins and Deus Ex Machina and all that Rotten Tomatoes stuff.
The doubt in her voice wasn't weakness, it was realism, and that was what scared Jay the most, because he'd been having the same thoughts all along. Dahlia, who had been silent, finally spoke.
I don't know what you mean about flicks and muffins and Rotten Tomatoes.
She said softly.
But maybe the fact that you're from another world is exactly why you can do it.
Jay and Molly both looked at her. Dahlia lifted a hand, brushing a strand of dark magenta hair behind one ear.
Nova is from another world,
She pointed out.
and if the myths and legends of Arcanesia are to be believed, people have been coming here from other worlds for as long as this world has existed.
Jay swallowed. You think we're connected to all of that? Dahlia met his gaze, unblinking.
The first Fenari
She murmured.
were not of this world.
Molly sat up slightly.
What?
Raina told me something like that too, Jay said. I never really thought about it, besides thinking it strange that we would be the first travelers in so long. Dahlia's lips curled faintly, but it wasn't quite a smile.
If the stories are true,
She continued.
then the first of the Fenari people were brought here from somewhere else, and they attained godlike powers.
Jay inhaled slowly. Dahlia's gaze darkened.
Maybe King Wenshur has finally grown so powerful, so unchecked, that whatever forces govern this world have brought you here to right the balance. Maybe Nova was the first, and when she wasn't enough, the world sent for backup.
Molly chuckled dryly.
And you got us instead of Chuck Norris?
Come on, Jay said. Be real. Chuck Norris ain't got nothing on Molly the Mauler.
Shut up.
She squeezed him again.
You're not so bad yourself, boss.
I still have no idea what you two are talking about half the time,
Dahlia said, snuggling closer.
but I think I agree with whatever it is.
Jay laughed, wrapping his arms around both of them and hugging them hard. He didn't know the answer to Molly's question. He didn't know if fate or divine intervention or whatever decided to drag them into this war had some grand plan for them. But he did know that right now, all he had was this moment. The women at his side, the ones counting on him. Jay let out a slow breath and pulled them both closer. I don't know either, he admitted. I don't know why we're here or what we're really up against. His fingers tightened slightly, his grip steadying himself as much as them. But I know that all we can do is try. Chapter 34. Dark Horse Love. Jay sat cross-legged on a moss-covered rock, setting his scorpion blade across his lap as he pulled out the Dark Horse spellbook. The old leather-bound tome felt cool and smooth beneath his fingers, its blackened cover unmarked by any title or embellishment. Molly and Dahlia had moved so that they were sitting together, chatting with their heads down as Aurora continued to attempt her meditation. Jay guessed from the sputtering of the magic around her that it wasn't going well, but he was hesitant to interrupt her to ask how it was going. Lyra and Wren hadn't been gone long, hardly enough time to get close enough to the hideout to see anything, but Jay itched to have them back. He didn't like being separated from his team. To distract himself, and because it was something he needed to do anyway, he opened the spellbook. Normally, when he opened it, the pages were blank, waiting for him to input new spells or conduct experiments. But this time, as soon as he flipped to the first empty page, his breath caught in his chest. Nova's handwriting sprawled across the parchment in swirly, looping cursive, hearts dotting the I's like some overzealous high school girl signing a love note in study hall. Jay's eye twitched.
Hey, baby. You were right. It's boring being a ghost. Now that you're so close to making me a new real body, I'm being a naughty girl and trying things I'm not supposed to be able to do. Do you like your new level boost? I broke the leveling system, so until the AI figures out how to change it back, all your stats and abilities are maxed out.
It won't tell you that, but I can see it. You're strong now. So strong. So strong and powerful and manly. I could just lick you. But that will have to wait until you finish my body. Speaking of which, I drew you a little picture. I've heard some guys have trouble figuring out where all a lady's parts go, so...
Jay wasn't sure he even wanted to turn the page, but he supposed there was no way around it. Here goes nothing. The next page was filled with an incredibly detailed mechanical diagram of what was very obviously a female robot body, a full schematic, complete with labeled parts and technical specifications. Each component he had already collected was marked and labeled with barcode-like part numbers next to them. It was meticulously planned, expertly engineered, and a lot curvier than he was expecting. Jay closed the book, sat there, stared into the abyss of his own horrified reflection in the murky swamp water, then opened the book again. Yep, still there. Nova was building herself a battle android with stripper proportions and a surprising level of biological accuracy, and had hijacked the game's leveling system to thirst text him from the afterlife. He dragged a hand down his face. This woman is going to kill me. Then he noticed another note on the page after the blueprint.
P.S. I know you're worried that I'm going to mess something up by purposefully breaking the system, but I assure you this is 100% probably totally fine, and I'm almost certain there won't be any unexpected downsides to my upgrades. But just in case, here's another new ability to distract you. I mean, to reassure you that everything I do for you is amazing and wonderful, and you're lucky that I love you. Because if I didn't love you so much, my feelings would be hurt by the fact that you don't trust me. It would tear me up inside and keep me up at night and cause me to sneak into your room to watch you sleep while plotting new ways to win your heart and make you mine forever and ever and ever. But luckily for you, I love you enough not to admit to doing that.
Jay felt a chill pass down his spine reading the increasingly unhinged ranting of the woman trapped inside the dungeon system. He couldn't really judge since he was pretty sure anyone would go crazy in her situation, but he wasn't really sure how he felt about being the center of her obsessions. Well, to be honest, he supposed he was glad it was him she was giving all these powers to and not someone else. So far, nothing actually awful had happened due to Nova's love for him, besides getting some inappropriate skills and the admittedly disconcerting knowledge that she was watching him literally all the time. The skill listed below the postscript was something called Entourage.
Entourage. Every star needs a supporting cast, and baby, you're a star. Entourage is a charisma-based illusion ability that allows the caster to create up to 5 duplicates of either their superfans or their haters, because nothing says charisma like a dedicated following or a particularly motivated enemy. These illusions are perfect visual copies of their targets, indistinguishable from the real thing unless physically interacted with, making them ideal for deception, misdirection, and psychological warfare. The superfan copies are drawn from party members. Meanwhile, the hater copies are taken from the last monster the caster killed.
This ability is particularly effective in causing distractions, as the duplicates can follow simple, preset commands, such as running in different directions, forming a defensive wall, or making a dramatic, attention-grabbing entrance. However, for all their visual perfection, the entourage illusions are intangible. They cannot speak, attack, interact, or physically block anything, meaning that the moment someone attempts to touch them, the deception is over.
Jay wasn't entirely certain that the entourage skill was going to make up for any potential side effects of having Nova tampering with the dungeon's leveling system, but he could definitely think of a few ways that such an ability would be useful, so he wasn't going to complain. He could only hope that Nova's apparent and obsessive love for him would result in her protecting him from certain doom. If the crazed AI, or the ghost in the machine as she'd referred to herself, wanted to make use of the body she'd designed for herself, Jay was going to have to survive, after all. There was no doubt what she had in mind to do with that body, given the specifics of the design. Jay had just resigned himself to his fate, still staring in dumbfounded marvel at Nova's anatomically excessive blueprint, when a startled cry from Aurora shattered his moment of existential crisis. The swamp's oppressive heat and damp air were instantly forgotten as he snapped the Dark Horse spellbook shut and pushed to his feet. He turned to find Aurora sitting a few feet away, her iridescent skin glistening with damp mist, her hands clenched around the base of her spiraling white horn as if trying to suppress a painful sensation. Dahlia flicked her golden eyes toward Aurora with a quiet frown, but didn't speak. Molly paused petting Ross and Rachel's long, slinky white bodies, giving the unicorn woman a worried glance. Jay crossed the few steps between them, boots sinking slightly into the soft, mossy path beneath them. "Aurora, what's wrong?" She exhaled, frustration flashing across her usually serene features.
I can't meditate.
Jay frowned. "I thought something wasn't working correctly. Your magic was sort of flickering." She looked up at him, eyes shimmering with the faintest tinge of pink light, her agitation clear.
When it didn't work, I tried to force it. The feedback really hurt.
"So, your mana?" Jay prompted.
Not regenerating at all.
She sighed.
The ability seems to be connected to whatever has disabled safe zones. It doesn't make any sense. Meditation is a class-based skill, not an enchantment.
Jay's stomach tightened. The loss of the party tent was bad enough, but if the limitation affected other restorative abilities, they might be in big trouble if anyone was seriously hurt. Aurora sucked in a sharp breath and turned her head toward the thick tree line surrounding Dax's hideout. Her expression shifted, her shoulders stiffened, her fingers digging into the mossy ground beside her.
There's something else,
she murmured. Jay tensed, following her gaze. The swamp beyond their clearing was still veiled in thick, hanging vines and mist, the faint pounding of distant war drums barely audible now. Nothing looked different, but something in her tone made his skin crawl. "What?" he asked. Aurora's lips parted slightly, her breath ghosting across the thick humidity between them.
A barrier. I can feel it surrounding the hideout, and it's strong.
Jay swore under his breath. How strong? Aurora turned toward him, her prismatic eyes flickering uneasily.
I'm guessing the ward mage that created it is at least level 80.
The quiet in the swamp suddenly felt heavier. Jay felt his pulse tick faster, calculating. Level 80 was high. Too high. Dax was nowhere near strong enough to cast something like that. The mercenaries? His voice was low when he asked, "You're sure?" Aurora nodded, her usual unshakable calm replaced with concern.
It doesn't make sense. Hiring high-level delvers like ward mages is extremely expensive.
Dahlia, still sharpening her blade, finally spoke.
Could be a relic or a leftover enchantment from an older fight.
Aurora shook her head, her long, shimmering hair catching the dim dungeon light.
No, this is active. Someone is maintaining it.
Jay exhaled sharply. And Ren and Lyra are getting closer. He quickly swiped open his HUD, pulling up the party chat. He sent Lyra and Ren identical messages. Jay, stop moving. There's a level 80 barrier around the hideout. If you get too close, you'll alert everyone inside. A moment passed, the soft drip of condensation from the trees, the only sound beyond the distant swamp life. Then, Lyra.
What the hell? I thought I felt something off, but level 80?
Ren.
Huh? That doesn't make sense. I don't see anything.
Jay swore under his breath. Delvers could see barrier spells meant to protect against dungeon monsters. If they couldn't see the barrier, that meant it was something else. He relayed the information to Aurora. The unicorn woman shifted beside him, her fingers digging absently into the damp moss, as if trying to hold herself still despite her unease.
It's a ward designed to keep delvers out, as well as monsters. Only some ward mages gain skills like that, and they're always bad news. It means they spend as much time fighting other delvers as they do leveling in the dungeon.
Jake clenched his jaw. And they're working with Dax? Somehow I'm not surprised. His stomach turned. He sent another quick message. Jay, Aurora says it's a specific kind of magic, one only a ward mage could cast. The response was immediate. Ren.
Dax doesn't have a ward mage.
Lyra.
Yeah, no shit, which means someone else set it up for him. Wonder who that could be.
His gut twisted, but he forced himself to push down his unease and focus. Jay, you both need to come back. If you trigger that barrier, this whole mission is blown. Another pause. Then, Lyra.
Fine, but I don't like this.
Ren.
On my way.
Jay let out a slow breath, closing the chat. His HUD flickered out, leaving only the dim, glowing swamp light around them. In the distance, there was a rumble of huge footsteps and the crack of trees being crushed as the wandering monster went on the move. Aurora, still staring toward the invisible boundary, whispered,
This isn't ideal.
Jay let out a dry laugh, rubbing his temples. Not exactly a picnic, huh? Dahlia and Molly had moved away to the edge of their hiding place, keeping an eye out for Lyra and Ren's return. Jay had noticed the way the unicorn woman kept glancing toward the trees, her fingers clutching the fabric of her robes like she was holding something back. Nerves, maybe, or something else. Now that they were alone, he took the chance to approach her. Hey. Aurora didn't respond, seemingly lost in her thoughts. She stood just beyond the clearing, the dim dungeon light casting a silvery glow over her shimmering skin, her long hair shifting with its ethereal iridescence. Normally, Aurora looked serene, otherworldly, like some untouchable celestial being. But now, she looked like she was about to cry. Jay slowed as he reached her side. Aurora? She didn't jump at his voice, didn't startle like people sometimes did when lost in thought. Instead, she just closed her eyes for a long moment, then slowly opened them, her lashes trembling. She nodded once.
I'm fine.
She wasn't. Her shoulders were too tense, her arms wrapped around herself in a way that looked more like bracing than comfort. Jay frowned, lowering his voice. Talk to me. Aurora hesitated, then let out a slow breath, shaking her head.
I thought once I got my levels back, Once I could use my portals again, things would be different.
Jay felt something tighten in his chest. He remembered how powerless he'd felt when Molly was trapped in her portal sleep after they'd first arrived in Arcanesia, how even as he'd leveled and gotten stronger, he'd feared it wouldn't be enough. Aurora was now experiencing something similar, and he didn't know how to help. Her voice wavered.
I'm stronger now, but I still feel just as useless as before. I've already used 2 of my 3 major portal spells, and now I barely have enough mana left to do the last one before I have to rest in a safe zone.
She swallowed hard, blinking rapidly like she was trying to force back the tears. Jay's heart ached for her. He reached out, gripping her shoulders gently. Aurora, none of this is your fault. She clenched her jaw.
But...
No. His voice was firm but gentle. We had no way of knowing this would happen. If we did, we would have planned differently. Her shoulders shook slightly beneath his hands. Jay squeezed her gently, trying to ground her. We're gonna be fine. Lyra's soothing kisses perk is getting stronger, and we still have decent healing salves if anyone gets injured. You don't have to waste your mana healing. You can save it for the last portal. Aurora let out a shaky breath, but he could tell she was barely holding it together. Then the dam broke. Her arms shot up, gripping his tunic, her fingers twisting desperately in the fabric as she let out a ragged breath. A single tear dripped down her cheek, and then another. Jay didn't even hesitate. He pulled her against his chest, wrapping his arms securely around her. Aurora melted into him, her trembling body pressing into his as she buried her face against his shoulder.
I'm sorry,
she whispered. Jay shook his head. Don't be. For a moment, they just stood there, wrapped in each other, the muffled sounds of the swamp fading away. Jay smoothed a hand down her back, pressing a kiss against the side of her head, feeling her breathe him in. Then, as if something inside her snapped, Aurora suddenly pulled back, her gaze locking onto his. Her eyes burned with something raw, something desperate and untamed. Before he could ask what was wrong, she threw herself at him. Her lips crashed against his, her hands gripping the sides of his face, fingers curling against his jaw like she was afraid he would pull away. Jay stiffened for half a second in surprise. Then he was kissing her back, his arms tightening instinctively around her waist, dragging her flush against him. The moment their bodies collided, Aurora let out a soft, desperate sound, her hands sliding into his hair, her fingers twisting like she couldn't get close enough. Jay's pulse pounded in his ears, his heart hammering in his chest. For so long, he had kept his feelings for her restrained, uncertain, waiting for her to be ready. But now, with her pressed against him like this, her kisses urgent and hungry, there was no holding back. He tilted his head, deepening the kiss, drinking her in, letting himself sink into the warmth of her, letting himself feel every bit of the emotion she was pouring into him. Aurora shuddered against him, her breath hitching as she tugged him down, pulling her with her as she sank onto the mossy ground beneath them. Jay followed without hesitation, his hands bracing her, his body covering hers as their lips met again and again, the quiet swamp around them momentarily forgotten. This time, Aurora didn't pull away. This time, she wasn't afraid. And Jay wasn't holding back anymore. Here, he whispered against the side of her throat. Are you sure?
Yes.
Aurora moaned beneath him.
I need you, Jay. Make love to me, please. Yes.
Her horn glowed with a pulsing light that seemed to match her racing heartbeat as Jay trailed his kisses down her neck and over her collarbones. They lay on a patch of moss so lush and green it seemed to belong to another world. Little white flowers sprouted around her shimmering hair like a halo, spreading out from her in sparkling spirals as if the ground was coming to life beneath her, responding to her desire. Maybe it was. Aurora did have the ability to heal and manipulate dungeon environments. Jay wasn't too worried about the specifics. He just thought she looked beautiful. The unicorn arched her back, pressing her chest toward Jay as his kisses moved lower. Her nipples were hard beads beneath the ethereal fabric of her robes. Jay rubbed them through the material with his thumbs, cupping and caressing her breasts as she moaned and writhed with excitement. "Aurora," he whispered, letting the heat of his breath soak through her robe, eliciting a shiver of pleasure. Then he slipped his fingers into the top of her gown and pulled the fabric away, exposing one full, soft breast.
"Oh, yes,"
she cried out as his mouth wrapped around the butt of her nipple. Her fingers dug into his hair, twisting painfully at his roots as he sucked and nibbled the delicate flesh.
"By the light eternal, Jay. Oh, heavens."
As he sucked, Jay's hand moved up her thigh, tugging her robes up around her hips to bare her sex. He plunged his fingers into her hot, wet center, groaning as he felt her excitement gushing over his palm. Aurora gasped, lifting her hips to meet him as he penetrated her with his fingers.
What are you doing to me? Oh, is this love-making, Jay? I want more, please, more.
Jay wanted with everything he had to keep going, to spread her thighs and press himself into her eager slit. But he could hear the others speaking in hushed voices, branches snapping as they returned to the clearing where Jay and Aurora lay. With 2 fingers in Aurora's tight pussy, stroking firmly, Jay used his thumb to rub the swollen pearl above her slit. Her body immediately went rigid, and her fingers tightened in his hair. He moved his mouth to her other breast, teasing and nibbling with his teeth as he rubbed her clit. She shivered as he took control of her pleasure, guiding her along a path she'd clearly never taken.
Jay!
Her heightened sensitivity made his job easy. He just kept the pressure on, stroking and rubbing until she shook and screamed like she was being electrocuted. A flood of hot fluid poured over his hand and wrist as she lost control. Jay silenced her by bringing his mouth back to hers, swallowing her screams with his mouth as he coaxed wave after wave of ecstasy from the inexperienced unicorn girl. Her thighs trembled against his hand, her flesh jumping when he finally pulled his fingers from her sex. That was just the beginning, he promised her, his lips fluttering against hers as she moaned helplessly in his arms. When we have time, I'll show you much, much more. Aurora could only whimper, clutching at his shirt as he slowly pulled her back to her feet.
There's more?
She sounded like she was ready to cry again, but this time from delighted exhaustion.
Oh, I don't know if I can handle any more.
You will, he said, kissing her again, as he pulled her robe back into place, covering her breasts. I'll take care of you, don't worry.
I don't think I'll ever worry about anything ever again.
She breathed softly against his chest.
Not when you're here.
Good. he said, kissing the top of her head gently, careful to avoid the spiraling horn that still pulsed with light, slower and more relaxed now than before. Because we still need to talk about what upset you last time, before we go any further. Aurora froze in his arms.
Oh, that...
It doesn't have to be now, he assured her, and she relaxed once more. But I do need to know.
Yes, Jay.
She promised, her voice a bare whisper.
If you say so.
Chapter 35. Not Your Average Zombie Apocalypse. When Lyra, Molly, Dahlia, and Wren came into the clearing a moment later, they found Jay and Aurora embracing, and the unicorn girl looking a bit flushed. Molly immediately stopped, looking suspicious.
What's going on here?
She asked, putting her hands on her hips.
Did we miss an aerobics class?
Lyra's gaze fell to the patch of flowers that had mysteriously erupted on the patch of moss at their feet.
And what's with the flowers?
Molly's bright blue eyes went wide.
Jay Morgan, in the swamp?
Lyra immediately caught on, her eyes going to Jay's crotch, which was admittedly still a little on the stiff side, having prioritized Aurora's release over his own.
Well now, that's not very romantic,
she said, her ears going out to the side.
Couldn't you have waited for somewhere a little less zombie-infested?
It's none of our business, girls,
Dahlia said, stepping in front of them and turning around to give them both a stern, almost matronly look. Lyra and Molly looked like they wanted to protest, but given the shaky ground they were on with Jay thanks to their earlier behavior, both mastered their impulses, making comical facial expressions as they fought to maintain control. Wren just looked confused. Aurora's pink cheeks pinkened further, but she stood her ground next to Jay's side, her fingers squeezing his for comfort and solidarity. Jay squeezed back, smiling down at her encouragingly. When they separated, Jay motioned to the others to join them. Soon the whole team huddled together beneath the low-hanging branches of the twisted swamp trees, deep in discussion. The dim, glowing mist around them cast long, wavering shadows, giving the scene a conspiratorial intensity. Jay crossed his arms, leaning against a sodden tree. So what's the damage? What kind of forces are we dealing with? Lyra scowled, tail lashing as she rubbed at one of her still sore mosquito bites.
It's bad.
Wren folded her arms.
Worse than bad. It's impossible.
I don't like that word, Jay said. Never had much use for it. Lyra growled.
She's not using it lightly, I'm afraid. We spotted mercenaries everywhere, but here's the part that doesn't make any damn sense.
She glanced at Wren, as if Realize just stood up for her enemy. Then she shrugged, apparently giving in to the fact that they were on the same team.
Go ahead, you tell him.
Wren sighed.
They're all way too high level. It doesn't make any sense.
Jay frowned. Define way too high. Wren looked him dead in the eye.
Level 100 and up.
The air felt heavier. Jay's guts twisted. 100? Dahlia and Aurora exchanged glances, while Molly let out a low whistle. Oh, shit. Jay ran a hand through his hair, noting that it still carried the sweet tang of Aurora's earlier excitement. Lyra nodded sharply.
Exactly. Like, there's no way. There aren't that many high-level delvers in all of Arcanesia, and somehow Dax has hired them all?
Jay exhaled through his nose, rubbing his temple. I guess we know why the wandering monster showed up. A sudden, unnatural concentration of high-level delvers? The dungeon sees that as a threat to its ecosystem. Wren narrowed her eyes.
Then why hasn't it come for them yet?
Jay hesitated, then turned to Aurora. If anyone understood dungeon mechanics well enough to answer that, it was her. Aurora pursed her lips, thinking. Then her expression shifted.
The ward,
She murmured. Jay raised a brow. The barrier around the hideout. Aurora nodded.
That must be what's camouflaging their power pool. If the wandering monster was drawn here by an imbalance, it should be attacking the highest power source available. But the fact that it hasn't moved on them means it can't detect them at all. Or it's confused somehow.
Jay frowned. It does seem to be wandering a bit aimlessly, kind of following us, but not really.
It makes sense.
Aurora nodded.
A level 80+ ward mage would absolutely be capable of casting a spell that masks a power signature. As far as the wandering monster is concerned, they don't exist. It sometimes gets on our trail, but it's also getting distracted by the regular monsters on this floor, all of which are technically higher level than we are, even if we're able to defeat them as a team.
Lyra huffed.
So how do we get in? Not that we even want to do that at this point. It would be a suicide mission.
She cut off just as the words left her mouth, her ears flattening into her silver hair as she realized what she'd said. The fox girl glanced at Ren with an apologetic look in her blue and gold eyes, her lips pressed thin.
Well, not to be insensitive.
Molly crossed her muscular arms and looked defiantly between Ren and Jay.
But that's exactly what it would be. I'm always ready for a good fight, but there's only so far a girl can be expected to punch outside her weight class.
Aurora exhaled, twisting a strand of iridescent hair between her fingers.
Our best chance of getting through undetected would be to overwhelm the barrier, push so much raw attack power against it at once that it can't hold.
Jay raised a brow. And that would do what, exactly? Aurora looked at him grimly.
Break the barrier, and the moment that happens, the wandering monster will sense them.
Dahlia's expression darkened.
Maybe that's not such a bad thing.
Everyone turned to look at her. She shrugged.
If the monster attacks them, it might keep the mercs busy while we sneak inside. Maybe.
Aurora considered this, then shook her head.
No, it wouldn't work. We don't have enough raw power to overwhelm a level 80 ward.
How much would we need? Jay asked. Aurora sighed.
5 times our number, at least.
A heavy silence fell over the group. Jay tapped his fingers against his belt, thoughtful. Molly, watching him, narrowed her eyes.
You're thinking about something.
Jay tilted his head. Yeah. Molly folded her arms.
What?
Jay hesitated, then sighed. Zombie movies. The entire group stared at him. Ren squinted.
What the hell is a zombie movie?
Lyra, still glaring, shook her head.
Jay, I swear to every god in existence, things would be a lot easier if you spoke the same language as the rest of us. No one but Molly knows what you're talking about half the time.
But Molly's eyes suddenly lit up with understanding.
Wait.
She muttered.
Wait.
She turned to Ren.
How many of those swamp husks are back in the voodoo fens?
Ren blinked at her.
A lot. Why?
Molly grinned.
How many is a lot?
Ren shrugged.
I don't know. The longer you stay and stir things up, the more of them the dungeon creates. It's one of the reasons stepping off the path is so dangerous.
Jay and Molly locked eyes. Ren raised a brow.
What? What?
Jay smirked. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
No!
Ren, Lyra, Dahlia, and Aurora all said in unison. Molly snorted, shaking her head.
I didn't have start a zombie apocalypse on my bingo card for today, but here we are.
Lyra groaned, rubbing her face.
Why do I feel like I'm missing something stupid and reckless?
Jay clapped his hands together. Stupid, reckless, and entirely insane. But it's just crazy enough to work.
Sure,
Molly said.
but who's gonna be the brains on the end of the stick?
Jay grimaced. He knew she wasn't going to like the answer, but they weren't going to have much choice. How do you feel about a bit more cardio, Moll?
Me?
She shrieked. There was a faint rumble of thunder directly above them, and a bolt of lightning slammed into the ground between everyone's feet. They all leapt back, hair standing on end in the electricity. Everyone was shocked, almost literally, except for Wren. She just looked pissed. The Wingblood woman ruffled her feathers as if trying to get her temper under control.
Will somebody please explain what the fuck is going on here?
She hissed.
Because I'm not marching against a fortress like that without knowing the plan.
Jay grinned. Don't worry, I'll explain everything. First of all, we won't be marching against anything. Jay crouched low behind the thick bushes lining the perimeter, eyes locked on the invisible barrier that surrounded Dax's hideout. The ward itself was impossible to see, but Jay could sense a sort of pressure emanating from the area as they got closer and his dungeon sight came to life, though it only gave him a blank screen. Technically, he probably wasn't even supposed to get that much of a warning from a ward spell that much above his level, but Jay figured it was something to do with his messed up stats. Aurora had confirmed that getting too close to the barrier would set off alarms inside the compound. That meant they had to stay just far enough back, out of its detection range, but close enough to strike when the time came. Lyra was just to his right, bow at the ready, a trio of echo arrows nocked and waiting for his signal. Her fox ears twitched, scanning for sound, her tail bristling with anticipation. She'd activated her rapid shot skill, which would allow her to fire 3 arrows in quick succession. Dahlia and Aurora crouched beside him, their postures tense. Aurora had a soft glow in her hands, as if she were casting something, but Jake couldn't tell what it was. Maybe she was just getting ready. Dahlia's golden eyes flickered toward the tree line, coiled like a predator waiting to pounce, which was kind of funny considering she was part rabbit. Above them, Wren flew in slow, deliberate circles, her black feathered wings blending with the darkness, keeping a high vantage point over the battlefield. Everyone was waiting. When Molly returned, all hell would break loose, and they'd only have one chance to get inside the barrier. If their plan worked at all. Jay's heart felt like it was too big for his chest as it thudded against his ribs. If their plan didn't work, Molly was going to be in serious trouble. It was a fact that he'd been aware of as they'd made their plan, but he hadn't really realized it until that moment as they waited for the other shoe to drop. Jay's HUD pinged, a message flashing into his chat window. Wren.
I think I see something moving at the edge of the voodoo fens.
Jay's grip on his scorpion blade tightened, though he hoped he wouldn't have to use it. If everything went according to plan, none of them would have to fight at all. He quickly messaged her back. Jay, get ready. That could be her. He barely had time to finish the thought before the entire tree line at the edge of the swamp began to shake. A deep, groaning creak rolled through the trees, the sound of bark straining, branches snapping, something massive disturbing the swamp beyond. Whatever it was big. Too big. For a split second, Jay's breath caught in his throat. Fucking hell, did we accidentally summon the wandering monster? The thought barely had time to settle before something exploded from the tree line. Molly. Thank fuck. absolutely covered in swamp filth. She burst through the trees at a dead sprint, her entire body smeared with black bog mud, as if she had been actively swimming in the worst parts of the swamp. Her ghost weasels raced at her heels, their snowy white fur now streaked in grime, their chittering practically maniacal with excitement. Jay snapped open the party menu, his eyes flickering to Molly's stats. Her stamina bar was dropping fast, each pounding step through the boggy terrain, draining her reserves as she pushed herself to run even faster. The trees behind her trembled, then exploded outward. A wave of withered black figures poured from the shadows, sprinting on all fours, their skeletal limbs propelling them forward at terrifying speed. Hundreds. Jesus, it could have been thousands. Swamp husks. Jay had been expecting them, and they still made his blood curdle in his veins. The creatures ran like feral wolves, but where wolves had snouts and fangs, these things had sagging, rotting jaws, their mouths slack and lolling, filled with crooked yellow teeth worn down by centuries of decay. Their sunken, hollow eye sockets blazed with unnatural red light, locked in Molly's direction, drawn to her movement, her breath, her pounding footfalls. Jay knew they couldn't actually see her. They were as blind as bats, their hunting instincts guided by sound and scent. But Molly had given them plenty to follow. Even at a dead sprint, even covered in layers of swamp filth, the sound of her feet pounding and squishing through the wet ground, her ragged breathing as she burned through her last reserves of stamina, kept them locked onto her trail. Jay gritted his teeth, gripping his scorpion blade so hard his knuckles cracked. She wasn't going to last much longer at this pace. They had seconds before the swamp husks overtook her. "Get ready," Jay said, his voice low but urgent. His eyes stayed locked on Molly's form, her powerful strides tearing across the swamp, but even now her stamina bar was creeping into dangerously low territory. Beside him, Lyra had her bow drawn, her arrows aimed just ahead of Molly's trajectory. Her tail was bristled out like a bottle brush, her fox ears flattened so hard into her silver hair that they were barely visible. She swallowed, nodding grimly.
"I've got it. I've got her. We're still good."
Aurora was muttering softly under her breath, a prayer in words Jay didn't recognize, her hands clasped together, her shimmering aura flickering weakly around her like dying embers. Jay's HUD pinged with another message from Ren. Ren.
"They're gaining on her, Jay. They're gaining fast."
His stomach clenched. Ren.
"When she was in the trees, she kept her lead, but now—"
Jay watched as Molly's boots slammed against the wet ground, her every step more labored, her breath ragged as she pushed past exhaustion. "Jay, if she goes down, you have to be ready to keep them off her. I'll come as fast as I can." Ren.
"I know. I'm ready."
Behind Molly, the swamp husks surged forward, their blackened limbs slapping against the mud, their clawed fingers scraping the earth as they closed the distance, drawn by the pounding of her steps, the sharpness of her breath. She was losing ground. Jay could feel his heartbeat hammering in his throat, his gut twisting with the unshakable fear that he had made a horrible mistake. But Molly knew the plan, and he had to trust her. Even as her body screamed for rest, even as her stamina dipped dangerously close to empty, she kept pushing, her jaw tight with determination, her gaze fixed straight ahead toward them, toward her only chance of escape. The closer she got, the better their odds, because they still didn't know if Lyra's arrows would even work. Molly's face was beet red, bordering on purple, her entire body straining as she tried to compensate for her waning stamina with nothing but brute strength. Every muscle in her legs bunched tight, her arms pumped hard, but Jay could see it in her eyes. She couldn't do it anymore. For a fraction of a second, everything slowed. Jay's stomach turned, his breath catching as he watched the realization dawn on her face the second she knew she wasn't going to make it. And behind her, the swamp husks surged forward, their horrible gaping mouths practically dragging on the ground as they ran, tongues lolling, teeth gnashing, their hollow sockets of burning red light locked onto their prey. Then, Molly was gone. She didn't fall, didn't stumble. She just vanished, like she had never been there at all. 1 second she was running for her life, the next she had popped out of existence, like a candle being snuffed out. Jay exhaled sharply, his fists clenched so hard his knuckles went white. Thank God for Ghost. She'd gone incorporeal, her body slipping out of phase, untouchable, undetectable, silent. And the swamp husks didn't even notice. They ran right through her, where his HUD told him she was standing, even if his eyes couldn't perceive her. Jay let out a long breath of relief. Her pets had vanished as well, though it must have been earlier and he hadn't even noticed. They'd probably run out of stamina before she had, their tiny legs no match for the massive loping strides of the swamp husks. The beasts kept running, their gangly black limbs pounding against the mud, their hungry, wheezing breaths filling the air. Their bodies still moved with the momentum of pursuit, their clawed fingers stretching forward, still scenting the air, still homing in on their kill. But there was nothing to chase anymore. Finally, they noticed. A few of them, stragglers at the edge of the pack, suddenly slowed, their heads snapping side to side, their movements erratic and confused. And then they let out a sound that made Jay's skin crawl. A deep, winding howl, raw and guttural, like a wolf that had learned how to wail in human agony. The rest of the husks skidded, twisting violently, their glowing red eyes flicking wildly, scanning the empty space where Molly should have been. They couldn't see her. They couldn't hear her. For the first time since they had arisen from the swamp, they realized they had lost their prey. Now, Jay hissed under his breath. Lyra didn't hesitate. She loosed the first echo arrow, the shimmering bolt streaking through the air, embedding itself in the mud a few yards ahead of the stampeding swamp husks. The moment it hit, a ghostly echo of footfalls sounded from the impact point, faint but just enough to make the nearest husk whip its head toward the noise. Then she fired another, then another. Each arrow landed farther ahead, each one creating another phantom set of footfalls, guiding the horde forward, their twisting black bodies following blindly, the glowing red pinpricks of their eyes locking onto the new targets. They regrouped instantly, their clawed fingers gouging into the mud as they rushed after the false prey. Jay could hardly breathe, watching as Lyra methodically led them closer. Another round, closer, then another, closer still. Then, with one last precise shot, the first wave of monsters smashed into the barrier. A jarring pulse of magic erupted outward, crackling through the air with an unnatural hum, like a high-frequency vibration inside his skull. The moment it hit, the swamp husks went feral. The barrier wasn't flesh, but they didn't know that, and they were too far gone to care. They slammed against the invisible wall, their rotting claws tearing at the magic as if it were something tangible, their slavering jaws snapping, desperate to tear through. The air was filled with inhuman screeches, with ravenous moaning, with the wet slap of bodies throwing themselves against the crackling ward. They attacked the barrier like rabid animals, their slavering, slack jaws gnashing, their clawed fingers scraping wildly against the magic surface as if they could chew and tear through it like meat. Jay's stomach soured as he imagined Molly falling under those teeth and claws, how quickly she'd have been torn apart. As if summoned by this haunting image, the barbarian popped back into existence beside Jay in a gasping, sweaty heap, dropping to one knee, her whole body shaking from exhaustion. She looked like she was one breath away from puking.
How'd I do, boss?
She rasped.
Did it work?
Jay fished out a stamina potion immediately, forcing it into her hands before she could collapse completely. Drink, then I'll tell you. Molly groaned, but downed it anyway, her breathing ragged as the potion kicked in. A rush of wings signaled Ren's arrival, the wing-blood woman landing hard beside them, her face pale, her reddish-brown eyes wide in utter disbelief.
I can't believe that worked,
she whispered.
It didn't work yet,
Aurora said, still watching the barrier intently, her expression concerned.
The ward is still holding.
Jay followed her gaze, his entire body frozen with anticipation. For all the ferocity of the attack, for all the monsters tearing at the magic, the barrier still stood. His gut twisted. Had they miscalculated? Had they just given themselves away for nothing? Dahlia, still crouched low beside him, her golden eyes gleaming in the dark, whispered,
Watch.
Jay barely had time to process before the barrier flickered. A shock wave of pure magical force exploded outward, sending swamp husks flying in all directions like they'd been caught in an arcane detonation. Beyond the now shattered ward, the mercenaries inside the compound immediately rushed forward, weapons drawn, moving to engage the monsters. And not one of them saw Jay and his team crouched in the thick brush just outside the now exposed outer edge of the compound. Now, Jay said, his voice low but urgent, pointing toward the path they had mapped out earlier, the safest way in. Without hesitation, the team moved as one, slipping past the shattered barrier, ducking low, their footsteps silent against the damp earth. Once the barrier went back up, they'd be trapped inside, unable to leave without setting off the alarms. But that was a problem they'd deal with when the time came. For now, the mercenaries were too busy with the swamp husks to even glance their way. The sounds of combat rang through the air, swords clashing, guttural shouting, the sickening crunch of bodies colliding in the chaos. Jay didn't stop to watch the fight. They had one chance to get inside without being noticed. Ren took point, her wings tucked tightly against her back, her sharp avian eyes scanning the shadows ahead as she led them toward a hidden entrance, just as she had promised. Jay moved right behind her, keeping Dahlia and Aurora close, while Lyra slunk beside him, her bow still drawn just in case. Molly, newly revived and still a little winded, brought up the rear, her hammer strapped tight against her back, her grip firm on its handle. Ross and Rachel were perched on her shoulders, their beady black eyes gleaming with excitement. The sounds of battle faded as they melted into the shadows, slipping toward the secret back entrance. No alarms, no shouts of discovery. So far, the plan was working. And then, somewhere in the distance, there was another sound. An enormous roar tore through the area, clawing at their eardrums and shaking the ground beneath their feet. With the barrier down, the wandering monster had finally locked on to its quarry. Chapter 36. Infiltration. Ren moved swiftly through the underbrush toward the secret back entrance, her keen eyes locked on the hidden path ahead. The team followed, wraith-like, as they slipped past the shattered barrier without a single glance from the mercenaries. The feral swarm of swamp husks kept them completely occupied, much to Jay's relief. Dahlia flanked her, moving like a black specter. The hairblood lifted a hand, her fingers curling as tendrils of thick, dark smoke coiled outward, twisting through the swamp like ink spilling into water. The darkness spread, rolling over the trees and ground, obscuring their passage without making a sound. As the smoke took hold, Jay quickly pulled up his research and development menu, double-checking the effects of their newest asset. He'd thought of it after they'd fought the bog wraiths, remembering the wraiths from the haunted forest. Those monsters had dropped a loot item called Wraith Wraps, which Jay had hoped to use on his armor to make a stealth effect called Forgettability. He hadn't had the necessary crafting skills to apply the Forgettability enchantment to armor, and now that he could borrow Molly's ghost ability, it wasn't as necessary, so he hadn't followed up on the idea. But needing to infiltrate Dax's hideout had him rethinking the possibilities. While they'd waited for Ren and Lyra to complete their reconnaissance of the hideout, Jay had played around with research and development to see if there were any other things he could do with the spectral loot. After disenchanting one of the wraith wraps from the second floor, he'd learned enough to repurpose the effect into something more usable. With a few basic dungeon materials, he'd managed to craft a potion, one that would last 10 minutes, just long enough for them to get inside undetected.
Potion of Forgettability. Rare. Gold. Now you too can be a background character. Have you ever wished you could just blend into the scenery? Ever longed for the days when you were the last kid picked for dodgeball, or that awkward middle school dance where no one asked you to dance until the chaperones turned the lights on? Well, good news. With the Potion of Forgettability, you too can experience the soul-crushing yet tactically useful power of being utterly unremarkable. Effects. Makes you instantly forgettable to anyone who sees you. People will glance at you, then immediately assume you are either an unpaid intern or some guy named Kevin. Perfect for sneaking into restricted areas, escaping awkward conversations, or avoiding work at social gatherings. Warning, does not work on obsessive exes, debt collectors, or your yandere dungeon mind girlfriend.
Jay quickly pulled the small glass vials from his inventory, the liquid inside a dull grayish purple, as unremarkable as its effects. "Drink up, team," he handed them out, cracking a smirk. "Time to become a wallflower." Molly sniffed hers suspiciously.
So, this is just a magic version of that song by Oasis?
Jay wrinkled his forehead. That's Wonderwall.
Whatever,
Molly said.
The level of forgettability is obviously the same. What's wonderful about the wall?
Lyra said, looking confused as she took the potion from Jay's hand.
Will this help us move through it? That's my job.
Ren glanced over her shoulder at them, still partially obscured by Dahlia's black smoke effect.
We just need to not get caught long enough for me to do it.
Exactly, Jay said. That's what the potions are for. Lyra sighed dramatically before downing hers in one go.
I've spent my entire life before I met you being forgettable,
she said.
What's another 10 minutes?
Aurora and Dahlia drank their potions without question. Molly followed shortly after. Jay and Ren drank theirs. Jay didn't notice any difference, other than the forgettability buff showing up as an active effect in his HUD, but when he glanced around at the others, he noticed they had a shimmering grayish-purple sheen over their faces. Likely this was because he was partied with them, so he could see at a glance they had an active effect, too. With any luck, the mercenaries would see the vaguely familiar faces of someone they were pretty sure they worked with, but whose name they couldn't remember. Ren led them toward the back passage of Dax's hideout, a half-hidden entrance concealed beneath a soggy, half-rotten wooden trap-door that was so warped with damp and time that Jay wasn't even sure how it was still holding together. He squinted at it, noting the way the moss clung to the edges, its wood darkened by centuries of moisture and neglect, and frowned. "This is giving me serious hobbit hole from the wrong side of the tracks vibes," he muttered. Molly snorted, but Wren, who was already crouched down, gritted her teeth as she yanked it open, revealing a dark, narrow passage leading underground.
I think the original structure was made by goblins or something,
Wren said. She crawled inside, moving stiffly, her wings held painfully close to her back, her entire posture radiating discomfort.
Only something small and creepy that likes damp, dark, grimy holes would purposefully make passages like this. The place is full of them, though, which we can use to our advantage.
Jay watched her move and, for the first time, really considered what this must be like for her. He could see it in the way her feathers bristled, the way her movements were jerky and unnatural, how she kept glancing up as if expecting the ceiling to drop at any moment. Having wings rather than arms, moving through the tight passages must almost have been like being bound by ropes. Wren wasn't panicking, but Jay couldn't blame her for being a bit claustrophobic. Actually, a lot of the indoor spaces that weren't designed for her kind would be unbearable. Jay thought about Skyhold's bright, open streets, the tall buildings with massive archways, the balconies built specifically for takeoff and landing, and realized just how different their lives must be from those forced to live in more human-designed spaces. Still, Wren pushed forward, grumbling under her breath, and the rest of them followed. He was grateful to her for not making it into a bigger issue when they relied on her guidance to navigate the compound. She was coming through for them when they needed her, which he hadn't been certain she would do. The tunnel itself was cramped and damp, its walls made of packed earth and wooden beams, with the occasional puddle of stagnant water lurking in its uneven floor. As they moved deeper, they passed several storage rooms, filled with low-grade weapons stacked on rickety wooden racks. Jay barely glanced at them at first, but after the third such room, he was puzzled by how crappy it all was. Rusty swords, dull spears, chipped axes, and bows that looked like they would snap after a single pull. Most of them were level 15 to 20 quality at best, and common white grade on top of that. Nowhere near what level 100 mercenaries should be using. He frowned. What the hell was the point of all this junk? A sudden burst of movement made them all freeze. A group of mercenaries rushed into one of the storage rooms, their footsteps loud and hurried, grabbing more of the same garbage-tier weapons like they actually needed them. Jay's first instinct was to tense for a fight, but then the magic took hold. The potions of forgettability worked flawlessly. The mercenaries didn't even glance at them. Even when they had to squeeze past, their shoulders nearly brushing against Jay and the others, they moved as if no one else was there at all. It was surreal. Jay had half a second to process what just happened before Lyra, still crouched beside him, muttered under her breath,
What? Level 100 and no inventory slots yet?
Jay frowned. Lyra was right. It was strange that these high-level mercs didn't have inventory space for these weapons if they did need them. While Jay had gotten his inventory earlier than most, by level 20 pretty much all Delvers unlocked at least some inventory capacity. At least that was what Reyna and Lyra had told him when he'd unlocked his party inventory. So what was going on with these storage rooms and the mercs carrying armloads of crappy weapons like a bunch of low-level henchmen? He was about to comment when Wren shot them a sharp glare and hushed them, pointing ahead. Jay turned his attention forward and immediately saw what she was pointing at. Wren waited for the mercenaries' footsteps to fade, her body still as a statue, until the last echoes of their movement disappeared into the depths of the compound. Then she turned to the others, voice barely above a whisper.
This is it. Dex's headquarters.
He's got a room here at the center of the compound. At least, he did last time I was here. That was a while ago. We're going to have to pass right by, so heads up.
Jay's gaze flicked ahead, following the dim corridor toward the room they needed to cross. A soft, flickering light spilled from within, casting long, uneasy shadows that danced against the stone walls. The movement inside confirmed what they already suspected. Dax was in there, and he wasn't alone. Jay hoped the potion of forgettability would work on the Luminary rogue as well as it had on the mercenaries. Rogues, he knew, sometimes had skills that helped them see through subterfuge spells. But most delvers never made it to the alternate second floor where Jay had gotten his wraith wraps, so he was optimistic that Dax hadn't encountered this specific potion before. As they crept closer, the room came into view. It was cozier than Jay expected, a small study furnished with sturdy wooden chairs, a plush rug spread out before a roaring fireplace, and a large, aged desk, its surface covered in maps, scattered papers, and half-empty bottles of liquor. There, standing in front of the fire, were who he assumed were Dax, Arno, and Everly, based on Lyra's descriptions of the wolf, bear, and rabbit-kin members of her former party. He glanced at Ren, realizing this was the first time that she'd seen her party members since essentially being set up for a death mission. The Wingblood woman was tense, but hard-eyed. She didn't seem like she was going to freak out or break down, so that was one hurdle out of the way, for now. Despite the fact that he was looking for Dax and the others, he barely noticed them at first. His eyes had been immediately drawn to an unusual object on the mantelpiece above the fire. Mounted just above the crackling flames was a strange glowing orb set in a torch bracket like some kind of occult shrine. It shimmered with a swirling, mesmerizing light, shifting between deep purple and molten gold, the colors eddying like captured stardust. Despite its otherworldly presence, none of the delvers inside the room seemed to pay it much attention, but Jay wanted a better look. He eyed a hollow alcove directly across the corridor from the study, where a handful of old barrels were stacked against the wall, wondering if they should risk hiding there while they spied on Dax's party. One way or another, they needed intel, some sign that Felicity was here, he hoped, or at the very least, some idea of what it was they were doing hanging out in the Stygian swamp while they were supposed to be helping mount a rebellion against King Wensher. Lyra, sharp-eyed and alert, crept forward and crouched next to the barrels, sniffing at a viscous liquid that had oozed onto the ground from a cracked barrel. Her nose wrinkled instantly. She glanced at Jay with her blue and gold eyes wide. In a hushed whisper, she said,
"Same kind of healing potion we found at Felicity's caravan."
Jay exhaled slowly, his grip tightening on his sword. That was as good a sign as any. Dax had been at Felicity's caravan, which meant she was definitely here. But where was anyone's guess? Even Ren wasn't entirely sure where Dax would keep a prisoner, as the hideout had never had prison cells, but she did have an idea. Jay was about to urge her forward, but when he opened his mouth, the hair-blood healer in the study spoke first. Everly's voice was cool, almost casual, but it sent a shiver down Jay's spine.
"She's refusing to cooperate,"
she said, pacing slowly behind Dax's desk, fingertips drumming against the wood.
"And if she doesn't help soon, well, we might have to resort to sterner methods."
Jay felt Dahlia stiffen beside him. Arno let out a low, ugly chuckle, cracking his knuckles with deliberate menace.
"I've been waiting for you to say that, Everly,"
he said, rolling his broad shoulders.
"Just say the word, and I'd be happy to remind that felonary bitch who's in charge."
Jay's blood went ice cold. He was already moving, already gripping his blade, every instinct screaming to storm the room and put an end to this. Consequences be damned. But then Dax snarled, cutting through the moment like a blade. "Shut up." His voice was low and dangerous, laced with something Jay hadn't expected. Panic. Arno frowned. "What?" Dax turned sharply, his expression twisted in frustration, his movements rigid as if he were physically holding himself together. "You think beating her senseless is going to help?" he snapped. "You think anything she does under duress is going to work?" He took a step toward them, jabbing a finger at Everly. "I need her to want to fix this." Everly's expression remained cool, unfazed by his outburst. Dax exhaled sharply, raking a hand through his hair, his jaw clenching so hard Jay could see the tension from here. "Try a charm spell first," he muttered, voice gritted like he hated even suggesting it. "Or a truth serum, something. I know you have ways, Everly. You're not all splints and bandages and playing nursemaid, and that's what I like about you. Now is your chance to prove your worth, because if we try to compel her to help me, threaten her, or coerce her, she's just as likely to try to kill me, isn't she?" He glowered at Arno. "Or maybe you want me dead, you fucking dumbass." "No, boss," the huge Ursari barbarian said, looking startled by the thought. "Of course not." "Then think before you speak," Dax snarled. His dark gray tail was rigid and still behind him, like he was ready for an attack. "I expect better from both of you." Jay barely held onto the shout of glee he felt at hearing these words. It meant that not only was Felicity still alive and well, but she hadn't helped them yet. That meant they still had time to save her. Arno's brow furrowed, his mouth pulling into an annoyed scowl, but it was Everly's expression that caught Jay's attention. She looked sheepish. The cold confidence she had displayed earlier wavered, her pinkish hair-blood eyes flicking downward as she folded her arms across her chest.
"I'll do what I can,"
she muttered. Dax's eyes flashed, and he rounded on her. "You'd better." His voice was sharp, laced with an undercurrent of something raw and desperate. "Because this is your damn fault in the first place." Everly's ears twitched sharply.
"Excuse me?"
Dax shook his head, running a hand through his dark, sweat-dampened hair, his posture rigid with barely contained frustration. "I've only got a few more weeks' worth of elixir before this poison finally catches up with me," he snapped. "And you know as well as I do, Wensha isn't going to take kindly to us asking for another advance." Jay's stomach clenched. Wensher. They'd suspected as much, but to have confirmation was like a light coming on in the darkness. All the pieces were falling into place, and none of it boded well. Dax let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. "We're only in this mess because you decided to brag about being able to replicate Wensha's so-called secret weapon." Everly's head snapped up, her pink eyes flashing with anger.
"Actually, I said I thought I could figure it out with time,"
she said coolly, her voice dripping with irritation.
"It was Arno who bragged about it last time he went to the castle."
Arno let out an indignant scoff.
"You lied. You've been messing with those poisons for months now and haven't figured out shit. Don't blame me for trusting you."
Everly crossed her arms, her fluffy white tail flicking irritably behind her.
How was I supposed to know the poison he wanted was older than the dungeons themselves?
She muttered. Jay cocked his head, listening carefully. Older than the dungeons themselves. Was that the poison Candisham had used against him? Felicity had said she'd never seen anything like it. It was looking like Alphonse Howler's suspicions about Wensher seeking out ancient arcane secrets to strengthen his position were true. And it sounded like Dax had suffered for it. Chapter 37. Barbarian Rogue. Dax let out a sharp breath, pinching the bridge of his nose. It doesn't matter. The result is the same. He leveled her with a hard stare. Wensher feels like he's been made a promise, and you know what he does to people who break promises to him. Everly huffed, rolling her eyes.
Oh, please!
She threw up her hands, her irritation finally bubbling over.
It's not my fault. You fell on my sample when we faked our deaths. I wasn't done with that yet, and I told you so before you took it from me. You're just lucky that my attempt was weaker than what Wensher was looking for, or you'd be dead right now instead of bitching at me about my alchemy skills.
She planted a hand on her hip, narrowing her eyes.
Which, by the way, I do not have. As you well know, I told you repeatedly we should look for someone else to join the party.
Dax let out a harsh laugh, glaring at her. We couldn't. I told you it was already too risky having the two deadweights around, always having to watch our backs, careful of every errant word.
The foxskin and the winkblood were your idea, boss,
Arno said, crossing his arms, a vaguely confused look in his beady black eyes.
I never wanted 'em.
It was strategic, dumbass, Dax snarled again. A concept you have no understanding of, apparently. The arcane archer added credibility to our deaths and took the fall back home so no one investigated further. And we all know Ren was a dyed-in-the-wool Black Hole supporter. We needed at least one person who could talk the talk convincingly, didn't we?
That's why you sent her to kill the old man?
Strategy! Dax slammed a fist onto the table, knocking over an empty wine bottle and sending it to the floor with a crash. I've had enough of your questions, Arno. You seem to forget who works for whom around here. Maybe next time I'll send you to take care of the old man. The huge Ursari man puffed his chest, looking like he wanted to smash the wolfish rogue.
Difference is I wouldn't fail.
Jay felt Ren stiffen beside him. Her eyes were bright, darting over the faces of the people she'd once thought of as her friends. But it was clear she'd never been one of them, not in their hearts. She'd never known what they were up to. She'd just been used to help them blend in, to hide the fact that they were working for Wensher all along. Jay wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know how. He put a hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Her feathers ruffled beneath his hand, but she didn't look at him. It looked like she was trying hard not to cry. In the room, Everly lifted her chin defiantly.
Well, as I've told you before, I'm a healer, not an alchemist, not an apothecarist, and I need at least 5 more levels before I can even take a class with a poisoning specialty. So far as I see it, I haven't lied about a damned thing.
Jay's mind raced to follow their argument. They weren't using a poison from Wensher, they were trying to recreate one he'd already found, perhaps one that he had a limited supply of and was desperate to get his hands on. If it was the poison Candisham had used on Jay, he could understand why. That poison had eaten away at his levels so quickly he'd hardly had the strength to stumble to a healer, let alone fight a rebellion. If Wensher could mass-produce it, he'd eliminate any possibility of resistance to his grab for more power. Somehow Dax had gotten poisoned in the process of trying to help the king accomplish this goal, and Felicity, she was just a tool to them, the last resort, the backup plan in case Everly failed. Arno grunted, slamming his massive club into his meaty palm with a dull thud, his beady black eyes narrowing at Everly. The motion drew Jay's attention back to the massive barbarian. He had never seen an Ursari that looked quite like him before. Runolf had used Ursari guards to try to keep Jay from re-entering the dungeon after he and Lyra had come back to Winterhaven to rescue Molly from her portal sleep. Those were white-furred, like Arno, like humans crossed with polar bears, but they had hairless bodies and human faces, with only their size and their rounded ears to indicate they were Fenari. Arno's animalistic features were much stronger. He was more like a bipedal polar bear in armor, his somewhat human face deformed by a snout-like nose and mouth, now twisting into a scowl. Tufts of thick white fur sprouted from the edges of his breastplate, his huge frame taking up more space in the room than both Dax and Everly combined.
"If you want a level so bad,"
Arno said to the Hairblood healer, baring his yellowed teeth,
"why don't you get up there and find that wandering monster we summoned?"
Everly's nose wrinkled in pure disdain, her long, white Hairblood ears flicking back irritably. She crossed her arms, glaring.
What part of "I'm a healer" is so hard for your pathetic bear brain to understand?
Jay held back a snort. Dax's party seemed to be fraying at the seams. If Everly and Arno were trying to keep their operation together, they were doing a pretty terrible job of it. Dax, who had been listening to them argue with a darkening expression, finally snapped.
"Both of you, shut up."
The authority in his voice made even Arno's ears twitch, though the big Ursari grumbled something under his breath. Dax ran a hand through his hair, his movements stiff, irritation rolling off him in waves.
"We'll deal with the wandering monster soon enough."
His teeth clenched as he turned his glare toward Arno.
"And Wensher will get his God-forsaken charm."
Dahlia hissed under her breath and needled Jay in the side. Jay immediately wondered if they were looking for one of the animal charms he had in his inventory. Dax continued, his voice tight with frustration.
"Which, by the way, he wouldn't even be asking us for if you hadn't yapped about finding one and then lost the fucking thing."
Everly's pink eyes flashed, and she suddenly looked smug, her arms folding tighter, her fluffy white tail flicking in satisfaction.
Your pride is going to be the death of all of us,
she said smoothly. Dax's glare snapped to her so sharply she shut up immediately. He exhaled, voice gritted and low.
"Enough of this,"
he said, his gaze flicking between them.
"Before we deal with the wandering monster, we need to break Felicity."
Jay's mouth went dry as he waited for someone to say something that might give them a clue about where she was being kept.
"There's probably only another day or so before someone figures out she's missing and comes looking for our guest of honor."
Dax's fingers tapped against the desk, his expression calculating.
"We were careful, but the night market is full of sneaks and spies. It's probably only a matter of time before we get connected to her disappearance."
Ren, listening beside Jay, visibly tensed. She whispered to Jay, hardly moving her lips.
"Guest of honor? I know where she is."
Jay gritted his teeth, his fingers curling into a tight fist against his knee. "Let's go," he said. Then, glancing at the rest of the group to make sure they were on the same page, He froze. Where the fuck is Molly? The barbarian woman had been right next to him all this time, and now she was gone. Was it an effect of the potion of forgettability that he hadn't noticed when she disappeared? No, she was probably in her ghost form. But why? Where had she gone? Jay prayed fervently that she wasn't about to do something stupid and blow their cover. In the other room, Dax continued, and Jay found himself hanging on every word. Ren's destruction worked temporarily, but as she failed to kill Howler, that is all it will be. His mouth twisted in irritation, his hand clenching briefly into a fist. Once things go back to normal, the rest of the Black Howl will be on high alert, and our branch of operations will be suspect for a while. His fingers drummed against the desk, slow, measured, before he added, I've got an idea for how to deal with that, but I don't want to play my hand too soon. Jay was so focused on Dax's words, so focused on the implications, that he almost didn't catch the movement by the fireplace. Not until he saw the shiny object on the mantel move, and then disappear. His heart lurched into his throat as realization slammed into him. Molly. She had used her invisibility to sneak into the study, and now she had just stolen the glowing object from the mantel and added it to her inventory. Why the fuck? Jay mentally cursed her for taking such a risk, for being so stupidly reckless when there was no obvious need to. But there was no time to dwell on it. Because the moment she swiped the object, a new sound interrupted the conversation. The sound of footsteps running down the hall. Fast. Dax's head snapped up. Arno reached for his club. Everly turned toward the door, brows furrowing. And Jay held his breath. The footsteps pounded down the corridor, growing louder as someone rushed toward the study. A mercenary captain, a tall, scarred man in heavy leather armor, burst into the room, his breath ragged, his expression tense. Sir, there's a problem with the ward. Dax turned sharply, his eyes flashing with irritation. Then fix it. Oh, I can't, sir. The mercenary grimaced slightly, but pressed on. A group of rogue swamp husks swarmed it and started attacking out of nowhere. The ward mage says she can't reset it while the perimeter is stressed. Jay, still crouched in the shadows, barely held back a smirk. Ren actually snorted, then covered her nose and mouth. Lyra scowled at the Wingblood Stormcaster from her position behind the elixir barrel, but their potions of forgettability were still doing the trick. No one in the other room noticed the sound. At her level, Dax said with a snarl, that barrier should be impenetrable. She promised it would be impenetrable. It is under normal circumstances, the mercenary continued, voice grim. But there are hundreds of these damn things. Then kill them. What the fuck do you think I hired you for? The scarred man took a breath, visibly trying to steady himself in Dax's presence, which was odd, considering when Jay scanned him with his dungeon sight he was getting an error message, which usually meant the Delver was many, many levels above him. But the mercenary seemed scared of Dax, who, Jay was surprised to see, was level 33, only a few levels higher than himself. He was pretty sure he wasn't that high when Molly and Lyra saw him last, but Ren was level 27, so it wasn't impossible. We are fighting them, sir, the mercenary said, his voice starting to shake. But it's like something stirred them up. For every one we kill, 2 more show up. Dax let out a low snarl, his hands clenching into fists. I knew this wasn't going to work. I told him. No amount of gold or tricks can replace experience. For fuck's sake. The mercenary captain hesitated, his expression flickering between shock and something just short of insubordination. He gave Dax a long, strange look, as if trying to decide whether to say something. Jay recognized it instantly. This man wasn't loyal to Dax. He was loyal to someone else, someone that Dax had just insulted. He might be nervous about upsetting the Luminary rogue because it would look bad to his employer, but if Dax was mouthing off about the guy, it seemed to give the mercenary a bit of steel to his backbone, even if it was just the knowledge that if Dax tried to take him down, he could drag the Wolfman down with him. The mercenary was obviously here for the money, only for the money, and he knew damn well that monster extermination wasn't part of the job description. But he also knew better than to argue. Even if Dax was many levels below him, he was still the one paying. The man cleared his throat.
That's not the biggest problem.
Dax's eyes narrowed.
Then what is?
The mercenary exhaled, as if bracing himself.
With the ward down,
he hesitated, then forced the words out.
The hag has found us.
Jay felt a cold thrill shoot through his veins. The hag. Was that the wandering monster? Even Dax stiffened slightly at the words. Everly's pink eyes widened, and Arno grunted, cracking his knuckles like he actually wanted the fight. The mercenary pressed on.
We need to get the barrier back up immediately, sir, but it's going to mean sending some men to their deaths to lure the swamp husks away from the barrier.
Dax scowled.
Well?
The scarred captain lifted an eyebrow as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing.
I'm not authorized to make that call, sir. You have to give the orders.
Dax's scowl deepened. The mercenary gave a pointed look.
There's a hefty fee for dead mercenaries in our contract. I'm sure you know that, sir, but I'll not be the one responsible for reporting it to the boss. And your word is not enough to cut it. You've got to give the order on the field. I don't want none of those cutthroat bastards up there telling the boss I steered them wrong once they start bleeding.
Dax cursed violently, his teeth bared in pure frustration.
Fine.
He whirled toward Arno and Everly.
Let's go.
Arno grinned, rolling his shoulders.
Finally, a real fight.
Everly, on the other hand, looked much less thrilled, but none of them hesitated. Without another word, they stormed out of the room, following the mercenary back up the tunnel toward the main fight. Jay didn't move a muscle until the sound of their footsteps had fully faded. Then, a few seconds later, Molly appeared. She materialized out of thin air, grinning like she'd just won the lottery, her eyes shining with excitement. She held up her hands, wiggling her fingers dramatically.
I got you a little present,
she whispered, her voice practically giddy.
At Nova's suggestion.
Jay just stared at her, his jaw tight, mentally cursing her for taking such a stupid risk, but also deeply impressed that she had actually pulled it off. He didn't even bother asking what she took. He'd seen her do it, even if he didn't understand why. Her suggestion? He prompted.
Well, it was more of a dare, really.
The barbarian shrugged.
Or maybe a threat. Either way, I thought it sounded pretty good compared to the alternative, which sounded extremely unpleasant, not to mention illegal. Do you think the Geneva Conventions are valid in Arcanesia?
Jay just shook his head. Nova was off her rocker, and Molly didn't really seem to care. They didn't have time for this conversation, as curious as he was about what had driven Nova to make this request, or threat, or whatever it had been. According to the timer in the top left of his HUD, their potions of forgettability had less than 3 minutes left before they became visible again. Ren, already moving, gestured sharply for them to follow.
This way,
she whispered.
If Felicity's here, they're keeping her ahead.
Jay nodded, his heart pounding. They had confirmation now. Felicity was alive. Ren knew where to find her. And that meant they had one job left to do. Get her out. Everything else could wait. Chapter 38. Guest Rooms. The passageways twisted and turned, the air thick with dampness, the scent of wet earth and decaying wood seeping from the very walls. The deeper they went, the colder it felt, a stark contrast to the muggy heat of the swamp above. Water dripped somewhere unseen, the occasional hollow groan of shifting wood and stone making it feel as if the hideout itself was breathing. The first rooms they passed were small, cramped barracks, their wooden cots and crude furnishings abandoned in a hurry. Chairs knocked over, scattered weapons left behind, a half-eaten meal congealing on a rickety table. It was clear the mercenaries had been pulled away fast, likely to deal with the fallout of the broken ward. Jay's boots squelched slightly against the damp stone floor as they moved. "Real cozy," he muttered, his voice hushed, the sound swallowed by the narrow corridors.
"Cozy's one word for it,"
Aurora murmured, her expression unreadable.
"Maybe not the one I'd choose, but it's not all like this,"
Ren said.
"At least it didn't used to be. We hadn't been to the hideout in ages when I was with them, but when we did come here, we had dry rooms. This way."
As they reached the end of the corridor, the space began to change. Here, the rooms were nicer, slightly larger. The crude, damp wood gave way to more solid beams, the walls reinforced, the floors less uneven and waterlogged. A couple of the doors were actually fitted properly, not just makeshift planks hanging on rusted hinges. Jay raised a brow. Didn't think Dax was the interior decorating type. Ren's feathers bristled slightly, her gaze flicking to the reinforced beams, the small signs of renovation and repair.
"This wing has always been drier,"
she murmured, her voice almost distant.
"but there's definitely been some extra work done. Wonder when they had the time."
She ran her talons along the frame of one of the sturdier doors, her claws tapping lightly against the polished wood.
"I don't even remember him talking about fixing up the hideout."
Jay watched her expression, saw the faint crease in her brow, the way she wasn't really looking at the room anymore. She was looking inward. She was asking herself a different question entirely. Why didn't I know about this? When did he start hiding things from me? Jay hesitated, then spoke carefully. Dax's father killed one of his wives, Dax's mother, just for questioning him. Ren's eyes snapped to him, startled. Jay continued, keeping his voice steady. And he outcast Reyna, his ex-wife, before eventually sending Wensher's men to finish the job for standing up to him. Ren said nothing. Lyra scoffed.
A bad childhood only goes so far to excuse that little shit,
she said.
I didn't even have parents, let alone ones who cared enough about me to have me killed. My parents weren't awesome either,
Molly added, her usual good humor fading at the memory.
Which I guess you guys know well enough. I don't remember my parents,
Aurora said, glancing at Dahlia. The hair-blood shadow worker tugged on one of her ears.
"Don't look at me. Wensher cut my mom's head off, remember?"
Jay sighed. He met Ren's gaze, holding it. What I'm trying to say is, whatever problems there were between you and Dax, I'd put money on them being all on his side, not yours. Like Lyra said, the guy's an asshole. Ren's throat bobbed, her gaze dropping slightly. She wiped at her eyes quickly, as if chasing away a tear before it could form, then gave him a grateful look, nodding.
"If I'd known what he was really like,"
she said after a moment, her voice quieter.
"I would have left a long time ago."
She let out a breath, shaking her head.
"But I still feel like I was Betrayed. That's rich.
Lyra scowled, flattening her ears into her silver hair.
By who? Not me, I'll remind you, which is more than I can say about you. By the version of Dax I thought I knew.
Ren admitted.
The one I made up in my head. The one who apparently had nothing to do with reality.
Her wings shifted slightly, as if she wanted to stretch them but didn't have the space.
I just wonder how long it's going to take before I really realize, before I really believe that I've been played this whole time.
Jay didn't have an answer for that.
Welcome to the club,
Lyra said with a faint growl.
We don't have cool t-shirts or a theme song or anything, but we do get loads of emotional baggage and trust issues, so it's not all bad.
Let it go, Lyra, Jay warned. Ren didn't apologize again, which Jay was glad of. There was only so long a person could be asked to relive their past mistakes before they became bitter. Lyra was going to have to learn to lay off if they were going to work as a team. He understood her side of it too, of course, but there were bigger stakes at play now that they needed to focus on. Ren continued to lead the way down the corridors, which were wider and cleaner now than the ones before. Jay kept walking beside her, letting the silence settle without feeling the need to fill it. After a moment, Ren squared her shoulders again and led them further in toward a corridor that looked even more refined than the rest.
This is where Dax used to talk about having guest rooms,
she muttered.
I think this is where we'll find Felicity, his honored guest.
Jay raised a brow. What, was he planning to open a bed and breakfast? Lyra snorted.
More like a throne room for his ego.
Ren cast her a look that was almost a smile, as if she agreed with the Volpinari archer's opinion of their shared nemesis.
He always had plans to be a bigger deal than he was,
she said.
Even when this place was a rundown swamp hovel, he talked like it was going to be something legendary someday. This old goblin hole. I never believed he'd do anything with it, and we hardly ever came back here after he bought it. Or I didn't.
Jay scanned the reinforced walls, the slightly better furnishings. So, if he actually put money into fixing this place up... Aurora raised her eyebrows skeptically.
He'd have done the guest rooms first? That makes no sense, ego or no ego. Probably with the intention of having high-class prisoners,
Lyra muttered, brushing a hand against the edge of the wall as they walked.
Ransom pays pretty well on the black market.
Ren hesitated for a moment. Then, slowly, she nodded.
Yeah,
she said, continuing down the hallway.
That's about the size of it.
The corridor was eerily still, the weight of moist, stagnant air pressing against them as they moved forward. The further they went, the more out of place this section of the hideout felt. Where the other halls had been moss-ridden, damp, and rotting, this one was cleaner, reinforced, the scent of oiled wood and faint incense barely masking the underlying stench of mildew wafting up from the lower passages. The walls closed in, the path narrower than before, forcing them to move carefully, every footstep muffled against the damp, packed earth. The only sounds were their own breathing, the occasional drip of water, and the distant echoes of fighting from above. Then, at the end of the hall, they found it. A sturdy wooden door, locked but unguarded, with a light glowing in the crack beneath it. Jay's heart thudded heavily in his chest. If there had been a guard stationed outside, he had been pulled away by the chaos of the swamp husks attacking the barrier. The timing was perfect. The group halted, gathering close, eyes flicking to one another. Jay reached for the door handle, but before he could touch it, a cold shiver ran down his spine. A strange feeling settled over him, a sudden lightness in his limbs, a sensation like fog clearing from his mind. And then, A ripple in the air, like heat distorting the horizon. Jay looked at his hands and cursed under his breath. The potions of forgettability had just worn off. The protective haze lifted, leaving them fully visible, fully present in the world again.
Damn it,
Lyra whispered.
We need to move. Fast.
Jay nodded sharply, turning his attention to the door. Aurora? Aurora, already focused, closed her eyes, her fingers hovering just over the surface of the wood, tracing along the edges of the handle and hinges, her lips moving in a silent incantation. For a long moment, the only sound was the distant muffled fighting beyond the tunnels. Finally, she opened her eyes.
No magical barrier that I can sense. No alarm.
Jay exhaled, relieved. Good. Lyra, can you pick it? Lyra crouched near the lock, inspecting it with quick, nimble fingers, her fox ears twitching in thought. A second passed, then another. She sighed through her nose, flicking her tail sharply.
I don't think so,
she admitted, her voice frustrated but quiet.
Sorry, Jay.
Jay frowned. No worries. Anyone else have any good ideas? A soft chuckle answered him. He turned to find Dahlia shaking her head, her golden eyes glinting with amusement.
Have you all already forgotten me?
She murmured, a teasing lilt to her voice. Before anyone could question her, she moved forward, stepping up to the door. Jay barely had a second to register what she was doing before her form flickered, dark mist curling from the edges of her cloak. Her body unraveled into a rolling cloud of black smoke, sinking toward the keyhole like living ink. And then she was gone. Shadow step, Jay murmured. I did forget. Molly held her mini-maulers at the ready, looking disappointed.
I could have smashed it, you know.
I know, Moll, he said, giving her muscular bicep a squeeze. Maybe next time. Lyra, still crouched next to the door, stiffened. Her tail puffed in alarm.
Why isn't she opening the door?
Jay barely had time to process the unnatural stillness that followed the fox girl's question before two simultaneous sounds pierced the silence. A shout of alarm and a woman's scream. One was angry, the other sharp and panicked, echoing from the other side of the door. Jay's blood ran cold. His hands went for his scorpion blade, his pulse spiking. No more sneaking. They had to move, now.
The moment Dahlia solidified, shadows curling off her skin like clinging silk, she took in the room with a single glance. It was surprisingly lavish, far nicer than the damp, musty tunnels they had crept through to get here. A thick rug softened the stone floor, the walls lined with rich, deep-toned wood, and the luxurious bed in the center of the room was far too elegant for a place like this. But none of that mattered, because there, sitting rigid and wide-eyed, was Felicity. The Felinari woman's furred ears were flattened against her skull, her tail puffed up and twitching, her large golden eyes stretched wide with fear. Her hands and bare feline feet were bound, a gag tied around her mouth, but she wasn't thrashing or struggling. She was trying to signal something. Dahlia's brow furrowed. Felicity's fingers twitched, her body tense, her gaze flicking toward the corner of the room. Dahlia didn't understand exactly what the Catwoman was trying to say, but she knew fear when she saw it. She took a step forward, her voice low but urgent.
Felicity, thank the gods we found you. We're getting you out of here.
Pain exploded behind her shoulder blades as a sharp impact slammed into her back, sending her staggering forward, a jolt of blinding heat spreading through her spine and ribs. Dahlia twisted instinctively, whirling as she staggered to the side, knives already slipping into her hands. A mercenary stood in the corner, broad-shouldered and clad in dark armor, a heavy club raised for another strike. He had been standing in the shadows, waiting, and she hadn't sensed him. Her dungeon sight hadn't so much as flickered. Dahlia's stomach clenched. His level flashed in her HUD. Level 125. Much higher than hers. She shouldn't even be able to see it. Usually high-level delvers had abilities that obscured their details to others, but that didn't matter now. He might be tough, but she was a survivor. Fast, smart, and used to being hunted in the dungeon. She just had to hold out long enough for the others to get inside. Activating Shadow Step again, darkness swallowed her, pulling her into a rift of ink and night, the world flickering like a candle snuffed in the wind. She reappeared behind the mercenary an instant later, her daggers already poised for death. Both blackened blades sank deep into his unprotected back, sliding between the gaps in his surprisingly weak armor, striking kidneys, nerves, soft tissue. The man let out a choked sound, bending forward, his club slipping from his fingers. On the bed, Felicity screamed, her eyes wide and terrified. Dahlia was already moving. She twisted, reaching for the lock on the door, her hands moving like shadows as she flicked the latch. The door clicked, unlocked but not open, before Dahlia turned back to the mercenary, dark magic curling around her hands. Before she could recover from her backstab, she hit him with Siphon Life. A thick shroud of black mist coiled from her fingers to his chest, sinking into his wounds, pulling at his strength, drawing his life force into her. Power flooded her limbs, but it was too much, worse somehow than when she'd tried the same trick with the creepy clown chef in the Mad King's castle. Or the Mad King himself, who hadn't been much higher level than this. The power she was pulling from this mercenary was wrong, tainted somehow, but she'd already started the process and she couldn't afford to stop now. Pain slashed through her skull, a ripping sensation in her veins, her body threatening to overload. She was too low level to drain him completely. She would die first, but she didn't need to kill him. She just needed to weaken him enough that one of the others could, if they would open the damned door.
You're going to die, witch,
the mercenary snarled, fixing her with a wide-eyed, red-rimmed gaze. He looked as if he'd been woken from a drunken stupor. Maybe he had, but that didn't make him any less dangerous.
You're going to die.
He let out a shuddering gasp, his knees buckling, his body weakening just enough. Finally, with a loud bang, the door burst open. Jay was the first inside, his scorpion blade snapping forward, the segmented chain lashing around the mercenary's wrists and chest, binding him tight. Molly followed with a feral grin, many maulers already in hand, the smaller hammers perfect for the confined space. With a single, bone-crunching swing, she clobbered him across the head. The mercenary collapsed like a sack of bricks, unconscious before he even hit the ground. Dahlia took a steadying breath, feeling her heartbeat slow, the overload of magic fading from her limbs. She felt like she was going to puke, but the feeling swelled and passed without her getting sick. The room was silent, save for the faint clinking as Jay stored his scorpion blade and bound the mercenary with a length of rope from his inventory. Then, finally, he looked up. His gaze locked onto Dahlia, and he gave her a relieved grin before turning his gaze to Felicity on the bed.
That was way too close,
he said.
Thank God you're all right, Felicity. Now let's get you out of here.
Dahlia laughed, exhaustion flooding through her limbs. That's what I said right before that guy attacked me, she said. Hope your luck is better than mine. I don't know, Molly said, swinging a hammer up to her shoulder. She kicked the mercenary's unconscious, probably dead, form and winked. Looks like your luck is working just fine. Shall we untie the kitty?
Chapter 39. Jailbreak. Jay let out a sigh of relief for the first time since they started this mission, allowing himself to believe that they would be able to get Felicity out of here alive. The Felinari healer looked exhausted and frazzled, her tail puffed out and her eyes darting around as if she could hardly believe what was happening. But when he looked at her and she recognized him, her face broke into a tentative smile. Though she remained gagged, the expression was visible in her eyes. Dahlia opened her mouth to say something, but her voice was cut off as an alarm bell rang, shattering Jay's sense of optimism before it could fully take root. The deep, jarring chime sent a vibration through the floor, rattling through his bones like the countdown to disaster had begun. It echoed through the tunnels, bouncing off the damp stone walls, growing louder with every passing second. Jay's breath tightened in his chest. The mercenary had triggered something before he died, a spell, an ability, or some kind of failsafe that had just lit up their presence like a beacon. They wouldn't have much time to get Felicity out of there. "Are you all right?" he asked her, his eyes gravitating toward the swell of her oversized belly beneath the thin dress she wore. "Did they hurt you?" Felicity's eyes tightened, and she nodded. "Let's get her bindings off," Jay said. "Dahlia, have you got a knife?" Aurora gasped, stumbling slightly, a sudden shudder running through her frame. She gripped the edge of the wooden bedpost to steady herself, her silver hair falling over her shoulder as she closed her eyes, as if listening to something only she could hear. Jay turned to her immediately. "Aurora, what's wrong?" She swallowed, her fingers flexing in agitation, then lifted her eyes, her expression stricken.
"The barrier,"
she whispered.
"It's closing again."
A chill rushed down Jay's spine. The others froze. Dax must have given the order. Jay could picture it now, mercenaries being sent out, a calculated sacrifice to drag the swamp husks away, to keep them occupied long enough for the barrier to be restored. Dax had just sent his own men to die, because whether it was the husks that tore them apart or the wandering monster that devoured them whole, none of them were making it back. If it wasn't obvious Dax was a monster before, it was becoming clearer with every moment they spent in this hidden compound. But that wasn't their problem. Their problem was that they were now trapped inside. The ward, as far as Aurora could tell, both kept people out and kept people in. Jay exhaled slowly, forcing himself to refocus. There was no time to panic. Dahlia moved quickly, her black daggers slicing through the ropes binding Felicity's hands and feet with quick, practiced efficiency.
"I can't believe they've got you bound like a slave,"
she muttered angrily under her breath.
"You are pregnant. You should be treated with the utmost respect. I do hope you're all right, Felicity."
The moment she was free, the Felinari woman let out a ragged gasp, her golden eyes wet with relief as she ripped the gag from her mouth, sucking in deep, desperate breaths.
"Jay, Morgan,"
she gasped, then glanced at the Hairblood woman with the knife.
"Dahlia? You came for me."
She wavered slightly, her hands trembling as she rubbed at her wrists, her tail flicking unsteadily behind her. Then her gaze landed on the mercenary's lifeless body, and something dark flickered through her expression.
"They did hurt me,"
she whispered.
"More than I can say, but not in the way you fear. I will recover in time, or so it is said to happen. I can't believe it now."
Tears pooled in her eyes, and she shook her head. Jay's heart clenched to see her so pained, and rage flared through him at the injustices she'd suffered.
"He had an alarm scroll,"
she whispered, her voice hoarse as she pointed to the guard.
"Said it would trigger if he needed help. I thought it was just a threat, so I didn't try anything, but
Jay nodded grimly. Yeah, we figured as much. Hopefully we'll be gone before the backup gets here. Before Felicity could respond, she suddenly let out a sharp, strangled cry, her body jerking forward, her arms wrapping protectively around her stomach. Jay's heart stopped. Everyone stared in horror as Felicity bent forward, her ears flattening, her tail fluffing up in distress, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. For a moment, fear crackled in the air, thick and suffocating. Then she laughed. The sound was weak, breathless, but unmistakably wry, the kind of laughter that teetered on the edge of exhaustion and hysteria. Jay's stomach twisted. Felicity, what the hell was that? Did they poison? She exhaled shakily, her forehead damp with sweat, lifting her gaze to meet his.
Probably a bad time to mention it,
She rasped, her lips twitching in something like grim amusement. Jay had a sinking feeling he was about to hate whatever she said next. Felicity winced, pressing a hand against her belly.
I've been having contractions since the last time Everly came to question me.
Molly cursed so sharply under her breath that Jay was pretty sure she invented a new swear word. Lyra just stared at Felicity, her tail bristling like she'd been struck by lightning.
You... what?
The fox girl looked panicked, like she hadn't considered the fact that a pregnant woman would eventually have to deliver the babies in her belly.
We can't deal with that right now.
Felicity let out another short, breathless laugh, though her eyes shimmered with tears, her shoulders trembling.
I don't know how much longer I have before I am in active labor,
She admitted, voice wavering.
I don't think it will be long, but I'll try to hold off as long as I can.
I don't think it works like that, Felicity. Jay ran a hand over his face, shoving down the rising panic. You don't just get to say, sorry, not a good time, when your body wants to give birth. Felicity hissed as another minor contraction hit.
Yeah, so far it's not working so well. I just wanted to be supportive of your very welcome rescue efforts. This is bad.
This was bad. That was the understatement of the year. Jay fought the urge to laugh at the ridiculousness of it. They were sealed inside an enemy stronghold, an alarm blaring through the tunnels, mercenaries on their way, and now Felicity was in labor. He forced himself to focus. Panic wouldn't help. Felicity was still holding on, still strong. She needed reassurance, not fear. Jay crouched in front of her, gripping her shoulders firmly, making sure she was looking at him. Listen to me. His voice was steady, even though his heartbeat was anything but. If anyone can do this, it's you hear? You can do this. We're going to get you out of here as soon as Aurora can make a portal, okay? You have to hang on just a little bit longer. Felicity's tear-filled eyes locked onto his, her breath hitching. She laughed again, the sound coming out more like a gasp as another contraction hit. The tears streamed down her cheeks.
I'll do what I can. I have to, don't I? I have to take care of my kittens. I'm all they have left.
Jay inhaled deeply. She thought Pardis was dead. Of course she did. The last time she'd seen him, she probably watched Arno bludgeoning his skull with his club and leaving him for dead in an alley behind Caravan Courts. He hadn't even thought of it, but if there was anything that could help her now, it would be the knowledge that she wasn't alone in the world. Felicity, Jay said steadily, reassuringly. He waited until she focused on his face, and he knew she was listening. Pardis is alive. Felicity froze. For a moment, she just stared at him, like she didn't dare believe it. Jay kept his grip gentle but firm, keeping her anchored. He's very badly injured, but he's alive, Jay continued. The monks at the Temple of Forgotten Virtue are taking care of him. Her lips parted, a soft, shocked sound escaping her, as if she was afraid to hope. Her tail curled slightly, her claws digging into his arms, like she needed something to hold on to.
Pardus,
she whispered.
My love.
Jay nodded. We're going to get you to him so you can heal him. He paused, then added, and then, if possible, we have another friend who needs your help too. Felicity let out a choked sound, half laugh, half sob, her whole body shaking. Her tears spilled freely now, running down her dusty, sweat-slick cheeks, but she was smiling through them, her hands clutching at his arms like he was the only thing keeping her upright.
If you get me out of here, if you get me back to Pardus.
Her golden eyes shimmered, raw with desperation, with gratitude, with unshakable loyalty.
I will do absolutely anything for you. Anything in my power.
Jay exhaled sharply, feeling the weight of the moment settle into his chest. He nodded, gripping her hands tightly in return. Then let's get you out of here. Aurora let out a frustrated moan, gripping fistfuls of her silver-white hair, her usually serene expression twisting into sheer agitation. Her hand shook slightly, her iridescent horn pulsing faintly, as if her magic itself was responding to her stress.
It's not going to be that easy,
she hissed, her long elven ears flushed red, betraying the anxious energy rolling off her in waves. Jay turned toward her, his brow furrowing. You can't create a portal? Aurora's fingers tightened in her hair before she let out a sharp breath, dropping her hands and rubbing at her temples.
I can,
she muttered.
I have one left. I've been conserving my mana. That's not the problem.
Jay's stomach sank. Then what is the problem? Aurora gritted her teeth, pacing for a second before facing him, her iridescent eyes sharp with frustration.
This barrier is too powerful.
She motioned around them, as if trying to make him feel the weight of the magic pressing down on them.
Now that they've got it up again, it will take almost all of my power just to get us outside of it. There's no way I can transport us to the safety of another floor.
Jay cursed violently, his fist clenching. The alarm still rang in the distance, and now the sound of footsteps thundered through the corridors, the mercenaries' voices growing louder, their boots striking against the damp stone floors as they closed in. They didn't have time for this shit. Jay turned back to Aurora, his voice urgent. Whatever you can do, he said sharply, do it now. We'll distract the mercs. Aurora nodded stiffly, shoving her sleeves up her arms, her hands already glowing with gathered magic as she began casting. The air around her hummed, shimmering with the telltale flicker of portal energy, but even as she worked, there was strain in her movements. Jay turned toward the others, his mind racing. Molly cracked her knuckles, rolling her shoulders, her red curls sticking to her sweaty forehead as she positioned herself by the door.
Don't worry, boss,
she grinned, lifting one of her mini-maulers.
Anyone tries to get in here, I'm gonna make 'em regret it.
I know I can count on you, Maul, Jay said, trying to give her a reassuring smile. He knew Molly could do what she promised, even if the mercs were way higher level than they were. They'd regret it, all right, but there was a good chance she and the rest of his party would go down swinging, with unfortunate emphasis on going down, and not in the fun way. They were going to need more than brute force to survive this battle. Jay pulled up his new entourage ability, feeling the charisma-based magic stir inside him, and with a flick of his hand, an illusion of a swamp husk materialized. The girls all screamed, and Jay remembered he hadn't actually told any of them about the new skill yet. Molly roared and drove her hammer straight through the monster's head, but when they met no resistance, because the monster was an illusion and not really there, she flew off balance, flying forward with the momentum of her own swing.
What the fuck?
Sorry, it's mine, Jay shouted, waving his hand to quickly reassure them. New illusion spell. The monster lurched grotesquely, its glowing red sockets flickering hungrily, before Jay sent it sprinting down the corridor in the opposite direction. Lyra, Dahlia, Molly, and Wren stared open-mouthed as it disappeared, momentarily stunned. Jay crept closer to the door to monitor its progress. The second the illusory creature rounded the next bend, a shout of alarm erupted from a group of mercenaries.
Shit! One of the husks got in! After it!
Jay smirked as they took the bait, tearing off after the illusion. Dahlia, who had been silent, watching from the shadows, now lifted a hand, and from the darkness at her feet, small, chittering forms began to emerge.
You're not the only one with adorable pets, you know,
she said. Her doom bunnies, shadows given form, their glowing red eyes unsettling in the dim corridor light, gathered in an unsettling crowd at her feet. The hair-blood shadow worker whispered something in a language Jay didn't recognize, and the creatures scattered, their little bodies darting into the corridors, the magic twisting reality around them, making them seem larger, more menacing than they actually were. Though, with their skull-like faces and glowing eyes, they were pretty menacing to start with. Another group of mercenaries swore loudly as the phantom rabbits tore past them.
The hell was that? Go!
As Aurora continued to cast her portal spell, sweat sheened on her forehead. Her iridescent eyes were closed in concentration, and her mouth moved as she whispered the words of an incantation none of the rest of them knew. Jay prayed it would be enough. The corridor was silent for a while, other than the ringing of the alarms, and for a moment Jay thought all the enemy mercenaries had been distracted. But before the portal opened, another group could be heard, their footsteps marching up the corridor. Jay sent another swamp husk out, this one rushing straight at them, hoping to scare them away. But this group wasn't falling for it. They rushed the creature, shouting a battle cry, obviously ready to fight more of the monsters they'd just been pitted against at the perimeter barrier. They weren't afraid of a single swamp husk. Before they could attack the creature and realize it wasn't solid, Jay used his mental connection to the illusion to make the monster turn on its heels and flee in the opposite direction. There was a twang from a bowstring, an impressive feat in such close quarters, and then a shout.
Hey, that should have hit it. It must have some kind of dodge ability. What the hell?
Jay's stomach knotted as he heard them pounding straight toward the room. Their footsteps didn't hesitate. Then Dahlia summoned a second swarm of doom bunnies and sent them charging in to attack the soldiers. The mercs screamed. Unlike Jay's monster entourage, Dahlia's bunnies were not completely incorporeal. They swarmed the mercs, obscuring their vision with wisps of black smoke, kicking with clawed hind feet, and biting with their bony mouths. Jay waited in the doorway, clutching his scorpion blade tightly and ready for a battle the moment the soldiers came through the door. Molly backed him up on his left. Wren crackled with electric energy. Lyra had an impact arrow knocked, ready to knock anyone back who tried to come through the door. Then, behind them, Aurora gasped. The portal had formed, a shimmering rift in space, flickering slightly from the strain of fighting against the ward's suppression, but it was there.
It's open!
Aurora called, swaying slightly, sweat beading on her temples from the effort. The others didn't hesitate. Jay and Dahlia grabbed Felicity, supporting her as she stumbled forward, her body trembling but her expression determined. Aurora had to go last to close the portal behind them, but the rest filed after Jay. Outside in the hallway, the mercs could still be heard fighting Dahlia's Doom Bunnies, and Jay was grateful for her last-minute cast. It would give them just enough time to get to safety. They left the door wide open, left the ropes on the bed, the scene made to look as if Felicity had freed herself. If they were lucky, Dax and his mercenaries would think the swamp husks and shadow monsters had gotten inside the compound and their pregnant prisoner had escaped in the chaos. And by the time they figured out the truth, Jay and his team would be long gone. Chapter 40. The Great Escape. The cool night air hit Jay like a slap as they stumbled out of the portal, emerging on the high ground above Dax's hideout. The terrain was uneven, thick with scraggly underbrush, the scent of damp earth and crushed leaves clinging to them as they dropped into the bushes, struggling to catch their breath. The distant roar of battle still echoed through the swamp below. Apparently many were still beyond the barrier, fighting the swamp husks and the wandering monster. But now the cries were mixed with something new, the rising alarm of Dax's men. Jay barely had time to question the screams of terror before a HUD notification pinged across his vision.
Achievement unlocked. Corporate espionage. Phase 2 of the King Killer prophecy activated. You have usurped a powerful artifact from the enemy, destabilizing their control. Congratulations. Nothing quite says power move, like stealing your rival's most valuable asset from right under his nose. Your acquisition has weakened enemy influence, causing disruption to their command structure. And, rumor has it, the item in question didn't actually belong to these guys anyway. Oh dear, the naughty little wolf pup is really going to get his nose rubbed in it when his owner finds out he's made a mess on the rug. Or maybe he'll just get put down. You never can tell with pet owners these days. P.S. Insider trading is technically illegal, but in your case, we'll allow it, because the tip you acted on came from up high.
Jay blinked. What the hell? He muttered under his breath. He barely had time to finish reading before the shouts from below rose into a full-blown panic. The compound was in chaos.
What's happening down there?
Lyra hissed, peering through the leaves, her fox eyes narrowed in confusion. Jay moved to look, but before he could, Felicity let out a sharp cry beside him, her body hunching forward. Her breath hitched, her tail puffing up wildly, her ears flattened tight against her skull. Then she screamed. Molly whipped around, eyes wide, her own instincts flaring with alarm.
Shit! Keep it down!
Felicity whimpered, shaking her head, her claws digging into the dirt as another painful contraction racked her body.
Someone give her something to bite. That's what they do in the movies, right? Fuck, I have never taken Lamaze classes. I don't even babysit. What do we do?
Molly, clearly panicking, thrust her arm in front of the Felinari woman's face.
Here, bite down on me!
Felicity didn't hesitate. Jay watched in real time as Molly realized exactly what she'd just done. Her eyes widened comically, her face twitching in immediate and obviously painful regret. Felinari apparently had very sharp teeth. Felicity, meanwhile, was gritting through the contraction, her jaws clenched tight around Molly's arm, her ears twitching in distress, but she wasn't screaming anymore. Molly made a choking noise.
Oh, Jesus H. Christ on a cracker!
She hissed, her face turning slightly red, but she gritted her own teeth, refusing to make a sound. Ross and Rachel poked their heads out of her satchel, cocking their heads curiously. Ross gave a chirp of concern. Jay watched with mild horror. "Molly, you okay?" Molly's eye twitched violently.
Oh yeah, totally fine. Not like she's got a whole-ass saber-toothed mouth or anything.
Felicity, for her part, looked deeply apologetic, even as she was currently gnawing on Molly like a chew toy. Jay was about to intervene when Lyra gasped sharply, her attention snapping back to the compound below.
Something's happening.
Jay whipped around, following her line of sight. The mercenaries were changing. At first, he couldn't put his finger on it, but then he saw the faint glimmers of energy around them, the way their presence seemed to weaken, shrink.
Their levels,
Lyra breathed.
they're dropping.
Jay froze. What the fuck? As far as he knew, a skill like his downsizing could reduce an enemy's strength temporarily, but he'd never heard of a skill that actually stole a Delver's levels. Aurora and Ren were already scanning the compound, their expressions grim with realization. Aurora's brow furrowed deeply, her iridescent eyes locked onto the barrier itself.
It's not just the mercenaries.
She whispered.
The ward mage. She's weakening too.
Jay followed her gaze, his eyes landing on the woman in the flowing red robes, her hands lifted as she tried to stabilize the flickering magical wall around the compound. The barrier was failing. The ward mage's level was plummeting, her control slipping. Suddenly, Jay understood. The artifact. Molly hadn't stolen some useless trinket. What had she said? She'd been encouraged to take it for Jay by Nova, or rather threatened if she didn't. Corporate espionage, insider trading, phase 2 of the King Killer prophecy. It had to be that weird glowing scepter thing Molly had stuffed in the party warehouse inventory. Jay immediately pulled it out to inspect it.
Glittering rod of temporary hardness. Artifact. Unique. Because sometimes you just need a little extra help keeping it up, big boy. Back on Earth, there's a little blue pill that does the trick. Here in the dungeon, you get a sparkly purple and gold wand. Don't worry, though. It's not nearly as gay as it sounds. You won't just get it up for guys. You'll get it up for everyone. Or rather, everyone will get it up for you. This marvel of cheap, flashy, and unsustainable magic provides a temporary but impressive boost to the base stats and overall level of the wielder's party or hired help, because nothing screams dominance like an unnaturally inflated stat sheet, am I right? By channeling latent dungeon energies, this ancient artifact multiplies base level stats up to 5 times. This effect applies instantly, causing a surge of strength, endurance, and raw vitality, a true game changer for those who find themselves coming up short in the heat of battle. However, despite its impressive first impression, there are certain limitations. The boost does not grant new skills or abilities. Your minions may look bigger, harder, and more fuckable, but deep down, they're still the same underqualified morons they were 5 minutes ago. While it increases maximum base stats, you have to have something to work with. A rock-hard micro-peen isn't going to impress anyone, and neither is a depleted health point bar. Basically, if your party's already been ridden hard and put away wet, this won't magically fix your problem. You know, unless that's your thing. No judgment here. And, of course, the effect is not permanent. Once the temporary hardness wears off, users will return to their original size and capabilities, which, depending on how you use this totally not gay sparkle wand, could make for an awkward transition back to reality. Warning, while the glittering rod of temporary hardness can pump up, muscles, embolden one's presence, and make your minions seem more powerful than ever, it cannot compensate for lack of skill, missing brain cells, or a complete failure to comprehend basic fight mechanics. Because at the end of the day, no matter how big your dong is, you still can't fake experience. Would you like to activate the glittering rod of temporary hardness? Yes or now?
Jay's forehead bunched as he read and reread the description in an attempt to make sense of the actual enchantment on the item beneath all the stupid innuendo. Even the question at the end didn't really give him a choice. Where it should have said yes or no, the prompt appeared to have a typo that changed no to now. That immediately made him suspicious. Rather than answering the question, he closed the window, hoping they'd have time to ask Reyna or Nova about it, or maybe Alphonse Howler if they managed to get off the 4th floor and to the relative safety of a Black Howl outpost soon. It seemed the scepter could increase the base stats and level of party members or hired allies by up to 5 times? That was insane. Was this how Dax had been controlling all of these high-level mercenaries? And now that Jay had it, and had taken it out of range of the original caster, everything was falling apart. The air around them buzzed with unstable energy. The barrier flickered, the once invisible force field now fractured cracks of unstable magic. Jay watched as the shimmering wall wavered, a deep thrumming noise vibrating through the damp swamp air. It was like a dying heartbeat, and the swamp husks heard it. All at once, the shambling figures lurking at the edges of the swamp turned toward the compound, their rotting, blackened skin gleaming with swamp muck, their hollow sockets flaring with unnatural red light. They had been drifting, lingering, uncertain of where to hunt after being lured away, but now, with the barrier failing, their instincts snapped back into place. They sprinted forward, claws digging into the muck, their gurgling howls filling the air. And then, a shadow moved in the fog. At first, it was just a shifting shape, a massive, hulking silhouette wreathed in swirling mist. Then the figure stepped forward, and the blood drained from Jay's face. This must be the wandering monster. It was fucking huge, and terrifying beyond belief. A giant old woman, her stooped frame covered in hanging vines, her skin like gnarled bark, stepped into view. Even at this distance, her size was incredible. Her long, matted gray hair dragged across the swamp floor, strands of it tangling in brambles and waterlogged branches. Her dress wasn't made of fabric. It was woven from moss and dripping algae, clinging to her like a funeral shroud. And her hands were the worst part. Fingernails like broadswords curled from her knotted fingers like withered claws, streaked with swamp rot and filth. Jay's HUD flashed a name above her monstrous frame.
Bog Hag. Level ? Elite.
Oh, that's not good, Jay muttered, his stomach turning to lead. The bog hag tilted her head, her hollow, sunken eyes locking onto the flickering barrier. Then she smiled. It was a horrible thing, a slow, cracking expression that split her withered face apart, revealing jagged, blackened teeth strung with hanging swamp moss. The barrier flickered again and collapsed. A rush of arcane backlash surged outward as the protective wall shattered, sending a shockwave through the camp. The swamp husks lunged the instant it fell, sprinting into the compound, their clawed fingers tearing at anything that moved. Now that the mercenaries had had their artificially inflated levels stripped, they didn't put up much resistance. With a slow, creaking step, the bog hag moved toward the chaos, her long nails slicing through the air, her form towering over the camp like some forgotten nightmare from the depths of the dungeon. Jay didn't wait to see what would happen next. He turned, grabbing Felicity in his arms, hoisting her up against his chest.
Running now!
Molly clutched her bitten arm to her chest, then quickly quaffed a healing potion that began to stitch her punctured flesh back together again.
Where are we going?
Lyra asked, her bow still trained on the chaos below, as if she didn't dare turn her back on the swarming monsters.
The staircase! Go!
Jay shouted.
Ren, lead the way!
The others snapped into motion, their bodies tense with urgency. Ren took the lead, her wings tucked close, her taloned feet digging into the wet ground as she bolted into the swamp undergrowth. For someone who was used to relying on her wings for transportation, she was a powerful runner. Jay followed, cradling Felicity as securely as he could, the soft tremors of another contraction making her whimper against his chest. Behind them, the camp was already a battlefield. Mercenaries screaming, swamp husks clawing their way into tents and supply caches, the bog hag looming over it all, her long fingers reaching for her first victim. Jay didn't look back. They crashed through the swamp, mud squelching underfoot, the mist thick and suffocating around them. The only way out now was forward. The swamp stretched endlessly ahead, shrouded in a thick, humid mist that clung to their skin. As he ran, Jay felt the moisture wrapping around him like an unrelenting grip, tentacle-like protrusions that pushed into his mouth and lungs and tried to suffocate him. Jay's breath came heavy, his arms aching under Felicity's weight as he carried her, feeling each jolt of pain ripple through her body with every ragged breath she took. He shouldn't feel that way. His enhanced strength was more than enough to handle the slight woman, pregnant belly and all. But there was a mental aspect to the strain, as if his body remembered what it was like to be normal and was sending nerve pulses to simulate the experience. It was a strange, disassociating experience that pulled him from the moment and made it feel less real. Her contractions were coming faster now, her golden eyes glassy with exhaustion, her skin slick with sweat. She was holding on, barely, but Jay could feel the tremors in her muscles, the strain of her body preparing for something she wasn't ready for. Aurora ran at Jay's side, silver hair damp, her movements unsteady, her reserves nearly depleted. She wasn't using much magic anymore. She had almost nothing left, but every so often her fingers would brush against Felicity's arm, sending a soft glow of light over her body, the smallest bit of relief where she could give it. It wasn't enough. Nothing would be enough until they got her out of here and until she delivered her kittens. But Jay hoped that it helped, at least a little bit. Ahead, where the path had opened up some, Ren flew low, her powerful wings tucked in tight to her body, her eyes sharp and scanning every inch of the terrain ahead. She was much faster this way, and startlingly agile. Jay was glad he'd never really had to fight a Wingblood. Besides Minerva, the owl-like woman Runolf had hired, along with Pardis, to try to stop Jay, Molly, and Lyra from entering the village. Jay had spared Minerva and Pardis had gone on to save his life. His mind wandered as he ran, now wondering what happened to Minerva and if Ren knew her. Molly and Lyra ran just behind Aurora, both armed and ready, tense with the knowledge that they couldn't afford another fight. Dahlia moved like a shadow, always at their flanks, prepared to shroud them in darkness if they needed to disappear. But so far, there was nothing. Jay could feel the absence, like the creepy feeling of being watched in an empty room. The swamp had been full of dangers, teeming with monsters lurking at the edges of the mist, but now the shadows held no glowing red eyes, no shifting shapes watching from the distance. It wasn't so much the fact that they were missing that bothered him, as the knowledge that something had killed them or scared them away. Something big. The air felt wrong, too still, as if something much more fearsome than the original monsters had claimed this space, and now it was just waiting. Deep beneath their feet, the earth trembled. A guttural groan reverberated through the ground, a sickening hollow noise that rolled through the trees and across the water like something vast and ancient shifting beneath the swamp itself. Then came the scream. A shriek so inhuman it sent the hairs on Jay's arms standing on end, something raw and otherworldly that split the silence like a jagged wound. It came from everywhere and nowhere, the swamp itself crying out, shaking as if caught in the throes of some violent, unseen force. Jay pushed forward, gritting his teeth, ignoring the way the sound rattled through his skull, willing himself to focus on the only thing that mattered, getting to the staircase.
Almost there!
Ren shouted over her shoulder as she flapped ahead, ducking the vine-covered branches that drooped over their path.
It should be...
There. Rising from the swamp, like something half-forgotten, as if the dungeon itself had simply dropped it there, stood a grand stone staircase. There was no foundation, no structure holding it in place, just a long, winding flight of steps disappearing into the sky, leading nowhere and everywhere at once. This was not the way they had arrived on the floor, as Aurora had portaled them into F4, the Stygian swamp, rather than them taking a staircase. For some reason, Jay hadn't considered this, and the sight of the staircase jarred him. He remembered reading some creepypasta internet story about staircases in the middle of nowhere, and the sight sent a sense of dread through him rather than relief. The structure was unnatural, standing untouched by the swamp, its stone dry and unblemished, while everything else in this cursed place had long since rotted away. Then logic took over, and the relief he should have felt initially surged through Jay, so sharp it nearly knocked the breath from his chest. They had made it. They were going to escape. All they had to do now was ascend the stairs and they would be free. Ren pumped her wings, shooting suddenly sideways, and let out a shout of alarm, shocking Jay out of his moment.
Back! Get back!
Dread crept back in as a mass of tangled vines and dripping moss dropped from the trees, hitting the ground with a force that sent a shockwave through the mud and water, splashing up in thick, filthy waves. Jay barely had time to skid to a stop in the mucky path before the figure unfolded, rising higher, towering above them like something dredged up from a nightmare. The bog hag was massive, her body a tangle of gnarled limbs wrapped in vines and swamp rot, her hair a curtain of gray strands that dragged through the mud, tangled with leaves and broken branches. Her hunched form swayed as she took a step forward. Her long, jagged nails scraped deep into the earth, carving trenches into the damp ground with an effortless grace. Her face, if it could even be called that, was a mask of hollowed-out pits where eyes should have been, her mouth stretching into an impossibly wide grin, blackened teeth parting as she let out a slow, shuddering breath. A HUD notification blinked across Jay's vision.
Bog hag. Level, ? Elite. This monster does not belong on this floor. This monster must be defeated before delvers can access safe zones or stairwells. This monster is suffering the crazed debuff.
Jay's stomach turned to lead. Of course. He should have known it wouldn't be so easy. Chapter 41. Bog Hag. The creature didn't move right away, simply tilting her head, her fingers twitching at her sides, her hair shifting in the windless air. It was an unnatural stillness, the kind that set off every primal instinct screaming at him to run, but there was nowhere to go. She seemed to be waiting for them to react, like a cat standing in front of a mouse hole, ready to start the game.
Fuck this!
Molly stepped forward, muscles tensed, both hammers gripped tightly in her hands, her breath coming in slow, measured inhales.
Hang on to your tits, girls. This is going to be ugly.
Lyra's bow was already drawn, her golden eyes narrowed in concentration, her ears pressed flat against her head.
I've got your back, assuming this thing can even feel my arrows.
Wren hovered just slightly above the ground, her wings twitching with small movements that seemed to defy gravity. Electric energy crackled around her form as her talons clenched. Dahlia barely moved at all, her body half draped in shadows, waiting for an opening, even if it was unlikely she'd be able to injure the monstrous bog hag. Aurora looked drained, her shoulders trembling, but she still lifted her hands, still took a step forward, still squared her stance, despite knowing she had nothing left to give. Jay could feel Felicity breathing against his chest, could feel the faint tremors in her body, the exhaustion weighing her down. She didn't have anything left either, but they didn't have a choice. Jay swallowed hard, adjusting his grip on Felicity, rolling his shoulders back. They were getting through, one way or another. They had to, or everything they'd gone through to get to this point would have been done in vain. And somehow, Jay couldn't believe in a world where that was possible. The air was deathly still, the mist swirling thick and choking around them as the bog hag loomed, watching them with unnerving patience. The only sound was the distant crackling of fire and the dying screams of mercenaries in the compound below, the chaos they had left behind. Then, just as Jay was mentally preparing for the worst, a new HUD notification blinked across his vision.
Update. Wandering monster status. The Stygian swamp is no longer imbalanced. The wandering monster will now return to its own realm, unless you're stupid enough to piss it off. You are now in the presence of a wandering monster. Your presence has pissed it off.
Jay blinked, the tension in his muscles not quite easing. Wait, why the fuck is it following us? He muttered, staring at the bog hag, who was very much still standing in their way. The HUD flashed again.
Achievement unlocked. Cute but clueless. Oh, Jay. Sweet, beautiful Jay. It's honestly a good thing you're so adorable, because I'm more than a little concerned that you've managed to steal an ancient artifact belonging to King Wenshur himself, strip Dax's party of all their ill-gotten power, activate a whole new phase of your prophecy, and somehow not notice that you're carrying an item that's basically a nuclear reactor on this wandering monster's interface.
Jay's brain screeched to a halt. Wait. His HUD continued to flash.
Nova humbly suggests that you put the pretty pregnant cat lady down and activate the damned rod before she loses her patience.
Jay stared at the message. Molly glanced over, panting from exertion.
Jay, why do you look like you just got caught watching something you shouldn't?
Jay's mouth opened, then closed, then opened again. Nova just yelled at me. Aurora, still clutching her knees from exhaustion, lifted her head.
Because we're about to die? Or...
Jay ignored her, his eyes scanning the message again, his pulse rising in sheer bewilderment. The bog hag was being drawn to the item that caused the power imbalance in the first place, the glittering rod of temporary hardness. It was practically screaming its presence into the dungeon's code, apparently. And it wasn't Dax's. It belonged to King Wenshur, which was obviously why stealing it had started the next phase of his king-killer prophecy. Jay felt like an idiot for not making that connection earlier, but in his defense, he was a bit preoccupied with trying to survive. He barely had time to soak in the existential dread of that realization before the message on his HUD suddenly shifted.
Reward. Oh, for fuck's sake. I hate the system. If I give an achievement, I have to give an award, too. As if I'm not already breaking every fucking rule in this place. It's going to make me follow this one? All right, fine. Your reward is you're not fucking dead yet. Now what are you going to do with the time you have left in order to prove to me that you're worth all the effort I've gone to in order to keep you alive?
Jay sat Felicity down on the ground behind him, attempting to force the notification away. It remained in the center of his HUD as he straightened, pulling out his scorpion sword. "You know what, Nova?" he shouted at the sky. "I never asked for any of this. You chose me. You made the rules. I've played by them so far. But this is too much. You're more interested in playing games than helping us. And if that's the case, you might as well go choose someone else to be your champion. I'm done with this shit. We're getting out of here, whether you help us or not. And if you don't want to help, you can fucking forget about us building you a body. We'll take down Wensher for our own reasons, not yours. And you can fuck off." The bog hag cocked her head, staring at him inquisitively, still apparently waiting for what, he didn't know. But it didn't matter. Jay was pissed off now. Nova's hot and cold attitude toward him was one thing when they were in normal circumstances, and he did want to help her because she'd been through a lot. But this bullshit, when he had others relying on him, was one straw too many. He couldn't indulge her craziness anymore. Then the text unraveled further, rapidly flooding his screen.
Wait! Sweetheart, baby, light of my life, I'm sorry. You know I only say mean things because I love you so much, right? It's just hard, Jay. It's hard to contain all these big, strong feelings. I would never, ever insult you if I didn't think you were the most perfect man to ever grace my existence. Are you mad at me? Jay, baby? You're not mad, are you? If you forgive me, I'll tell you about the artifact and why the bog hag wants it. And also I'll whisper sweet nothings to you while you sleep. And maybe, just maybe, I'll let you name our future children.
Jay rubbed his temples, inhaled deeply, and regretted every decision that had led him to this moment. No, Nova. No more games. We're done. He shut his eyes for a brief second, then opened them, turning to the others, his voice strained with the weight of his decision. "I'm sorry," he said. "We're going to have to fight this thing. And I don't know if we can win, but we're going to go down fighting, you hear me? I have an item that should boost our strength enough to defeat this thing, assuming it's not level 500 or something. If it doesn't work, I'm sorry."
Just do it, Jay!
Molly shouted, her biceps flexing as she twirled her hammers.
Don't waste time apologizing to us! None of us would have done anything differently!
Molly's right,
Lyra said.
If this ends here, I'm still so proud to have fought by your side, Jay. I'm proud to have fought by all of your sides.
Dahlia drew her daggers, her eyes shifting from gold to black as she drew on her dark magic.
I wouldn't have given up this chance for anything, Jay. You know that.
I'm sorry I couldn't get us out of here,
Aurora said, appearing at his side and crouching next to Felicity, who was in so much pain she hardly seemed to follow the conversation.
But I'm not sorry I met you, and I'm not sorry I joined your party. This is a fight worth dying for.
Ren beat her wings, lifting herself higher off the ground, and shot Jay a look that was as electric as the magical energy crackling around her form.
You are not dying here,
she said, her voice deep and grave.
Not if I have anything to do with it. Do what you need to do, Jay Morgan, but know that I will fight to the death to get you all off this floor.
Jay pushed with everything he had to force closed the notifications that continued to flood in from Nova. Surprisingly, it worked, and he breathed a sigh of relief as quiet washed over his mind. The bog hag watched him, cocking her head back and forth like a bird, but still she didn't move. Jay had no doubt that would change the moment he activated the artifact. But the time to question his instincts was long past. He knew what they needed to do. Get ready, he warned. Jay bent next to Felicity, stroking her between the ears. I'm sorry, Felicity, he whispered. I'm going to do everything I can to get you back to Pardis, okay? She didn't respond. Aurora gave her a bit more healing power, her silver-white hair sticking to her damp forehead, her iridescent horn dimming from exhaustion as she attempted to soothe the woman's pain. Even with her mana nearly spent, she lifted her trembling hands, channeling the last of the little energy she had left into the Felinari woman. The glow was faint, flickering, but it was enough to dull the sharp edges of Felicity's pain.
Don't be sorry,
Felicity groaned.
Be a hero.
Jay gritted his teeth and nodded. He ignored the sweat dripping down his own back, ignored the way Felicity whimpered in exhaustion, ignored the heavy, ragged breaths of the giant monster waiting to finish them. The bog hag would attack the moment he activated the artifact. He knew it, but he also knew they had no choice, because as long as the wandering monster remained on this floor, they wouldn't be able to leave. And now that it knew he had the artifact, it wasn't inclined to leave. Jay opened the description for the glittering rod of temporary hardness and selected Activate Yes. A new prompt flashed across his HUD.
Select activation effect. A. Power up your party. B. Power up your conscripted workers. C. Power up all delvers within 100 meters.
Jay's pulse pounded in his ears. Shit, he hadn't realized there would be more options. Felicity and Ren weren't in his party. Felicity was just a citizen of the night market, and Ren was basically a mercenary. He couldn't leave them undefended, and he couldn't not level up his party members. That left him with only one option. He selected the third choice. The moment the rod activated, a deep, resonant pulse rippled through the swamp, sending waves of energy cascading outward. The bog hag froze. The hunched, vaguely humanoid mass of gnarled swamp rot had been sniffing at the air, clawing idly at the ground around the staircase like she was testing their presence. But now she jerked violently upright, her skeletal fingers curling like claws, her filthy moss-draped body going rigid. Then she shrieked in rage. The noise was ear-splitting, a wailing, glass-shattering scream that sent a shockwave of horror through the already tense air. It wasn't just the volume. It was the feeling in the sound, a feeling that made Jay's bones ache with fear. The hag's eyeless sockets roved around the clearing, then fixed upon Jay as if he'd suddenly become easier to see, as if he'd just lit himself up in her vision like a blazing inferno. Jay's HUD flickered again, and he watched as his entire team, Lyra, Molly, Dahlia, Aurora, Felicity, Ren. Suddenly quintupled in level. Their power surged, their base stats exploding upward, their health bars stretching to 5 times their original max. But Jay's level didn't move. It wasn't his power-up, it was theirs. He just had to stay out of their way and hope for the best. But his heart lurched into his throat as the bog hag looked past him, focusing instead on Aurora. Aurora, who was the highest-leveled delver in the group to start with, and was now registering as level 225 in his HUD. Aurora, whose health bar wasn't just her own, but also linked to the rest of the party. If she died, they all died. Oh, fuck, Jay whispered, realizing the flaw in his plan. Aurora gasped, her iridescent eyes widening, her hand flying to her chest as if the weight of her own power surge was too much for her to handle. But there was a problem. The glittering rod had multiplied her base stats, but her mana had been almost completely depleted. 5 times almost nothing was still almost nothing. Her body was stronger, her health bar was massive, but her magic reserves, her most valuable asset, had been stretched dangerously thin. Aurora staggered slightly, her knees buckling, but she caught herself, forcing her breathing to steady. She tried to lift her hands, to form even a basic shield, but nothing happened. She was still too drained.
Jay, you have to take it from me. Take my shield spell, the way you do with Molly's melee skills. I've seen you do it.
Jay's pulse roared in his ears. I didn't level up, Aurora. As the holder of the artifact, all I can do is power my teammates.
You'll have enough mana to cast the shield,
she said, her eyes pleading with him.
You have enough to protect us, at least for a little while.
The moment the bog hag lunged for Aurora, Jay's on-the-job training ability flared to life, a sharp pulse of energy surging through his body as he forcibly borrowed her barrier skill. Unfortunately, the only one he was able to cast was designed to protect others and could not be used to shield himself. Not that he would want to hide while the girls fought, but with his relatively lower power in the face of this monster, it would have been nice to have a bit of extra protection just in case. A shimmering, gold-tinged shield burst into existence, expanding outward to form a protective dome around Aurora and Felicity. The energy crackled, translucent yet dense, humming with pure defensive magic. It wasn't as strong as Aurora's full-powered barrier would have been, but it was enough. Aurora gasped, eyes wide, one hand pressing to her chest, her breath shuddering as she felt the ability transfer to him. The bog hag slammed into the barrier and rebounded, then looked around in confusion as if trying to remember why she was there. With the barrier spell in place, it was like she couldn't see Aurora or Felicity at all. The beast whirled on the rest of them, her eyeless sockets blazing with cold fury. Up close, Jay could see tiny, milky orbs recessed deep within her skull, so she wasn't completely blind. But she no longer seemed to see Jay for some reason. Maybe because he was now the lowest-level delver in the area and not worth her while. That was a good thing, because maintaining the barrier spell required Jay to keep his concentration. The hag had locked on to the highest-level delver first, but now that Aurora was untouchable, she was looking for a new target. And Molly stepped forward to give her one. Chapter 42. Not Again. With a feral grin, Molly slammed one giant fist into her palm, cracking her knuckles as her entire body began to shift, growing, bulking up, her skin rippling with raw power. The ground trembled beneath her feet as her colossus form activated, muscle contorting beneath her freckled skin, her mini-molars replaced with her full-sized wild-call maul. The air hissed with energy as her berserker frenzy activated, bloodlust thrumming in her veins as her eyes flashed with reckless, unhinged joy.
All right, ugly. You wanna play?
She growled, gripping her hammer tightly. She wasn't quite as big as the giant hag, but she looked far more powerful. The bog hag tilted her head, her massive, moss-draped form looming, before she let out a guttural, earth-shaking screech and lunged at Molly. The barbarian met her head-on, swinging her hammer up with both hands, the force of her strike sending shockwaves through the air. The impact clashed like a thunderstrike, sending vibrations through the swamp, and then everything was chaos. The swamp trembled, a low, guttural hum vibrating through the thick, humid air, and Jay's stomach twisted with the unmistakable feeling that something was terribly wrong. Molly and the bog hag were still locked in battle, their titanic clash shaking the ground beneath them, but suddenly the swamp itself seemed to come alive. From the shadows of the trees, from the murky depths of the bog, creatures began to emerge, a writhing, crawling tide of monstrosities, eyes glowing with sickly yellow light as if something had summoned them. First came the bog bellies, their massive, glistening bodies rolling out of the black water, wheezing and croaking, their massive toad-like throats swelling before they spat globs of corrosive sludge across the battlefield. The thick, sizzling mucus hit the ground, hissing against the swamp floor, bubbling like acid. Next, swamp drakes swooped from the twisted, vine-choked branches above, their leathery wings cutting through the mist, their needle-like teeth gnashing as they dove for the fighters below. Spectral hands clawed upward from the bog, grasping blindly, some catching hold of fallen debris, others raking through the mud as if searching for flesh. And then came something called hollow wretches, hunched humanoid figures with gaping, sucking holes where their faces should have been, their long, jagged fingers twitching as they loped forward on all fours, their movements unnervingly smooth, almost liquid in their unnatural grace. They were everywhere. A wall of nightmares surging forward in a tide of malformed hunger, all of them driven by some unknowable instinct to protect the bog hag. The others reacted instantly. Dahlia spun into shadow, reappearing midair as she dropped down on a bog belly, her daggers slicing through its bulging throat, black bile spraying across the muck as the massive toad gurgled and collapsed. Ren let out a sharp battle cry, unleashing a crackling arc of lightning that leapt from one swamp drake to another, sending their charred bodies spiraling into the murk below. Lyra loosed a hail of arrows, each one glowing with radiant energy, slicing through the hollow wretches before they could get too close. Molly, despite going toe-to-toe with the bog hag, still managed to swing one massive fist into a group of spectral hands, shattering them like glass. For them, this was easy. The artifact had made them stronger, their attacks cutting through the monsters like a scythe through grass. Jay, however, he wasn't enhanced, and the monsters seemed to sense it. He was now the lowest hanging fruit. One of the hollow wretches turned toward him, its faceless void gaping wide, and lunged. Jay barely had time to dodge, twisting out of the way just as the creature's jagged fingers raked through the space where his ribs had just been. Another bog belly turned toward him, its throat swelling, preparing to spit. Jay whipped his scorpion blade forward, the stinger-like end sinking into the toad's eye, causing it to let out a wet, agonized croak before collapsing back into the swamp. He didn't have time to celebrate. A swamp drake dove for him, its fangs bared, its acidic breath filling the air. Jay tried to brace himself. Then, suddenly, a blur of silver and white crashed into the Drake midair, sending it tumbling off course. Aurora. Even drained of mana, she still had enough fight left to knock a monster out of his path. And at level 225, she didn't even need any special abilities to kill these average monsters from the 4th floor. She couldn't stay outside the barrier for long, though, or she risked catching the bog hag's attention. "Get back!" he shouted at her. The unicorn's eyes flashed, and she gave him a look.
You're welcome.
"I'm serious, Aurora," he said. "If you get injured, we're all done for. I'll keep the barrier up, but you have to stay in there. I know you want to fight, but—" Aurora blanched, as if she'd forgotten about the health point link that bound her to the rest of her party. Her urge to defend him had been so high she'd forgotten common sense. Immediately, she retreated to her place at Felicity's side, where the barrier hid her from the bog hag's view.
Sorry,
she said, her voice subdued.
I just wanted to help.
Jay's breath heaved, his mind racing. The others could handle this horde easily, but he couldn't afford to be a liability. He didn't want Aurora or any of the others to need to focus on him when they needed all of their strength to bring the bog hag down. He had to be smarter, had to be faster, and more than anything, he had to survive long enough to see his team win, which he was now sure they were going to do, with or without Nova's help. He watched the girls fighting with pride swelling in his chest, imagining what it would feel like when they were all legitimately level 100 and higher. Dahlia, her black daggers in hand, melted into shadow, reappearing just as a bog-bellied toad burst from the murky water, its slimy, grotesque body launching itself toward them with its massive, gaping mouth. She dodged effortlessly, twisting midair as she plunged a dagger into its bulging, disgusting eye, her free hand coiling with shadow magic as she cast Siphon Life, draining the creature even as she landed lightly on the slick, muddy ground. Lyra, scanning for threats, lifted her bow just as a swamp drake swooped down from the tree line, its acid-spitting jaws wide open. With 3 quick shots, her arrows pierced its wings, sending it spiraling into the swamp, where spectral hands reached up from the water, grasping its flailing form and dragging it down into the depths. Ren, still airborne, let out a sharp whistle, sending a crackling bolt of lightning straight into another bog belly just as it lunged from the water, its skin bubbling and popping under the force of her spell. He was focusing on keeping the barrier spell active, though his on-the-job training ability was burning mana fast, trying to keep up Aurora's much higher-level spell. He hoped that, by the time the barrier spell failed, the bog hag would have taken enough damage from Molly and the others to not be so focused on Aurora. But when a soft, sultry giggle reached his ears, these thoughts and all others froze in his mind. A shiver ran down Jay's spine, his body instinctively tensing even as he wanted to follow the sound. The fact that it didn't belong on a battlefield sent warning jolts to the back of his lizard brain, but a more powerful instinct, a growing need, overpowered the warning. He turned, his mouth watering as his stomach fluttered in anticipation. The creatures emerged from the swamp like slow-moving syrup, their curvaceous, glistening forms made entirely of translucent green slime, their movements hypnotic, their eyes large and seductive, smiles full of promise. One of them placed a gooey, glistening hand on her hip, her form molding itself into the perfect shape of desire, whatever that was supposed to mean.
Oh, poor thing.
Her voice was smooth, sultry, dripping with charm magic.
You must be so tired, so overwhelmed.
Another one giggled, shifting her shapeless lower half to step closer.
Why not relax for a minute? We can take care of you.
Jay's entire brain short-circuited with horrifying déjà vu. Not again, not again, not again. Memories from the Shattered Sea dungeon flooded his nervous system. He had absolutely fallen under the siren's spell, trapped in a haze of seduction and stupidity, while the rest of his party had to save his ass. But this time was different. These weren't sirens. This wasn't the 5th floor of the Shattered Sea dungeon. They were on the 4th floor of the ice dungeon now. Even if they were sirens, they would be weaker here. But these were... what? His dungeon sight flickered to life as he attempted to focus on the creatures at the same time as he tried to block their magical influence, which was much, much harder than it should have been.
Swamp slime strumpets, level 42. Lurking in the murky shallows of the Stygian swamp, these gelatinous Jezebels are equal parts dangerous and deeply disturbed. You know the type. Girls with daddy issues that would do just about anything to get and keep your attention. Scratch that. Absolutely anything. Yes, even that weird, kinky cake farts shit you discovered online in the 9th grade that has forever tainted the pleasure centers of your brain and made you wonder just how fucking broken you must be to be turned on by... well, never mind. Slime strumpets would happily sit on that cake for you, let you fill their cracks with icing, and toot the alphabet if they thought that would distract you long enough that they could infiltrate your weak-ass mind. And seriously, you're already halfway there, aren't you? Disgusting. You really are a freak. With a charisma stat so high it should be illegal, and is in any reasonable dungeon. The slime strumpets specialize in luring unsuspecting delvers into their slimy embrace, not for affection, but for the sheer joy of watching grown adventurers lose their cool faster than a bard in a brothel. Formed from sentient swamp ooze, the swamp slime strumpets have remarkably fluid anatomy, which allows them to shift, mold, and adjust their proportions to become whatever their victim finds most attractive. Theoretically. In practice, they usually just end up looking like a poorly sculpted tavern wench with questionable physics and a tendency to jiggle at inappropriate moments. But you won't know that. You'll just see what you want to see. Swamp slime strumpets are less of a serious battlefield threat and more of an ongoing regret waiting to happen. If you find yourself falling under their spell, congratulations, you now have terrible taste and need to rethink your life choices. If you successfully defeat them, however, they will usually melt back into the swamp, muttering something passive-aggressive about how you'll never find anyone who appreciates you like I would have. Good riddance.
Jay could feel his hold on the barrier spell slipping as he attempted to fight off the charisma-based attack of the slime girls. The magic washed over him, but it didn't sink in completely. He still had his mind, his clarity. Even so, he could feel his focus continuing to slip as the charm magic cloyed at his thoughts, trying to drag him into their trap. Jay gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay grounded. I don't think so, you squishy green skinks. He whipped his scorpion blade forward, slashing through one of them, sending shimmering bits of slime splattering across the swamp floor. She squealed, recoiling, her form slowly reforming, but less solid than before. The other two giggled, unbothered.
Oh, baby, you wound us.
One of them pouted, pressing a hand to her ample, slimy chest.
That's no way to treat a lady.
Another cooed, moving in closer, her form shifting, growing taller, more shapely, more enticing. Jay's jaw ticked. Son of a bitch. He needed to end this fast. With a flick of his wrist, he activated Entourage, summoning an illusionary swamp husk to distract the creatures. At least, that's what he thought he was summoning. That was not what appeared in front of him. Jay skidded backward, barely dodging a grasping spectral hand that shot up from the swamp between his legs. He smashed the hand with his scorpion blade without even focusing on it. His blade was slick with swamp filth, his muscles aching, and his HUD still read level 30. So what the fuck was going on with his entourage skill? Instead of a swamp husk, something else stepped forward. Something massive. Chapter 43. Cracks in the System. Jay's breath hitched. The bog hag stood before him. The illusion wasn't quite as big as the real thing, but holy fuck did it give him a heart attack when it whirled its blackened eye sockets his way, waiting for instruction. He should not have been able to do that. In fact, thinking about it, everything felt off. The way his skills responded, the sheer fluidity of his movements, and the fact that he was still alive despite being swarmed by monsters stronger than he should be able to handle on his own. Nova had said his stats were maxed out temporarily, but he'd assumed she'd meant maxed out for level 30, not totally maxed out. What the hell? Jay staggered back, blinking at the illusion. This wasn't supposed to be possible. Entourage could only summon the last monster he had killed, and he sure as hell hadn't killed the bog hag. It was like he was using a higher-level version of the spell all of a sudden. Something was broken. Something was very broken. Before he could question it further, his dungeon sight triggered again, a sharp pulse of awareness washing over him, and the illusion changed before his eyes. A new notification flashed in his HUD.
Dungeon sight activated. Analyzing enemy data. Bog hag, level 200 elite. Weaknesses detected.
Jay's breath caught in his throat. He could see it now, glowing, pulsing red weak spots mapped across the illusion of the bog hag, identical to the real one still battling Molly. Ankles, the backs of her knees, and a strange eye-shaped mark on her forehead. Her third eye, hidden beneath the slimy skin of her forehead, burned like a sigil waiting to be carved open. That must have been how she had been tracking him. That was how she had seen him through the swamp, even with her eye sockets gaping and hollow.
Jay?
Lyra's voice snapped him out of it.
What the hell is that?
Our new best friend, Jay shouted in return. Can you see the red spots? Those are her weak spots.
No.
Jay pointed to the glowing marks on the illusion, despite the fact that only he could see them. Aim for the ankles, backs of the knees, and her forehead. She has a hidden third eye. He didn't get to finish the sentence. The slime strumpets closed in. Jay barely turned in time to see the nearest one lunge, her glistening, slime-dripping form reforming as she reached for him, her giggling voice sickly sweet.
Oh, baby, don't run away now. We were just getting to the good part.
Her hands, if they could even be called hands, stretched toward him, twisting into curved, delicate shapes, her high charisma magic sinking into his skin, trying to drag him under like warm, silken water. Jay's thoughts wavered, the magic pressing against his mind, but he fought it. The illusion of the bog hag still loomed behind him as his barrier spell flickered in the swampy gloom. Jay forced himself to focus. He wasn't going to let some gelatinous floozy mess with his brain again. Not when they had an actual plan. Not when he finally had a way to win. Jay gritted his teeth, his scorpion blade snapping forward. Sorry, sweetheart, he growled, dodging her grasping hands and driving the blade through her gelatinous midsection. But I've got bigger fish to fry. He sent a command to the illusory bog hag, and she lurched into action, lunging for the slime girls. The slime strumpets shrieked, horrified, their charm magic instantly breaking as they reeled away.
Ew!
Jay grinned, feeling smug as hell. What? He drawled. She's not your type? The slime strumpets wailed, trying to slither away, but it was too late. Lyra, Dahlia, and Ren were already on them, their combined attacks shredding the slimes apart, the swamp devouring their remains. Jay turned back. The barrier spell was still holding around Aurora and Felicity, but for how much longer he didn't know. His mana was dropping, slower than he'd feared, as some kind of background task seemed to be fluffing his mana score in an attempt to keep his base stats maxed out, but it was clear it wouldn't last forever. Molly was still locked in combat with the bog hag, the massive creature shrieking, but she was holding her own. The last glistening remnants of the swamp slime strumpets sloshed into the bog, their bodies dissolving back into the filth from whence they came, still whispering petty, passive-aggressive remarks as they perished. Lyra flicked the slime from her arrows, her chest heaving, her tail still bristled with residual irritation. Dahlia wiped black ichor from her daggers, her golden eyes glinting with satisfaction as the final enemy collapsed into the water. Ren hovered midair, her breathing steady, wings twitching as she scanned for further threats, but there were none left. Jay's entourage spell ended, the illusion of the bog hag flickering out of existence, and for the first time since the fight began, he had a clear shot at the real monster. He planted his feet in the muddy swamp, his breath ragged, his grip tight around the handle of his scorpion blade. The shimmering barrier still held behind him, its protective glow flickering as it barely held together. For the moment, Aurora and Felicity were still shielded from the chaos of the battlefield. He could hear Aurora panting with the exertion of mana depletion and Felicity whimpering in pain, but he didn't dare turn around. His attention was fixed on the one creature that kept them in this place, the one creature that had to die if he was going to get them off the fourth floor and to safety. Molly had the hag locked in combat, her massive colossus form grappling the monstrous creature, her wild call maul hammering against the bog hag's gnarled, rotting limbs with relentless force. But the hag wasn't faltering, not yet. Even as Molly battered her with everything she had, she still lurched forward, her massive clawed hands scraping toward the barrier, toward Aurora and Felicity, the hunger in her gaping, hollow face insatiable. With the barrier flickering, she must have been able to sense Aurora. It was the only reason he could think of that the creature would be so insistent on them. But he wasn't going to let the hag get to them. He might only be level 30, but if it came down to only Jay standing between the bog hag and the two most vulnerable members of his team, he would die protecting them. Molly smashed the hag again, forcing the creature to turn, attempting to beat back the barbarian colossus. Her back was exposed. Jay could see the glowing red patches of the monster's weak spots blazing in his mind's eye. It was the only opening Jay needed, and he didn't hesitate for a second. His scorpion blade lashed out, the stinger-like end whipping forward, slicing across the backs of the bog hag's knees. The enchanted steel bit deep, cutting through the moss-draped flesh, black sludge spilling from the wounds, steaming as it hit the swamp floor. The bog hag reeled, a shuddering screech ripping from her throat. Jay's HUD flashed.
Critical hit. Minus 3,500 HP.
A bar above the hag's head flashed, revealing 42% health remaining. Jay's heart slammed against his ribs. That should not have been possible. He was only level 30. She was a level 200 elite monster. But somehow, with his broken stats and by exploiting her weak points, it seemed he'd managed to knock her below the halfway point. Jay's grip tightened on his blade, a wild grin flashing across his face despite the sweat and exhaustion burning in his muscles. If he could hurt her, if he could actually deal damage, then he could do more than defend Aurora and Felicity. He could actually help fight. This knowledge spurred him on despite the danger. With a shout, Jay lashed out again, his blade whipping forward, cutting deep into the same vulnerable joint, forcing the bog hag to stagger, her weight shifting, her body losing balance, as Molly's relentless hammering forced her lower and lower. It wasn't a critical hit, but it still dropped her health more than should have been possible. But Jay wasn't about to argue if the system wanted to work in his favor for once. "Aim for the weak points!" Jay barked, his voice cutting through the chaotic swamp air. "It's the only way to really knock her health back!"
"I'll keep her distracted!"
Molly bellowed back, her voice strangely low because of her enhanced size.
"You guys hit her where it hurts!"
Lyra reacted first, her sharp eyes narrowing, the subtle glow of her impact arrows already charging.
"How about a little poke in that third eye?"
she muttered, setting her stance, pulling her bowstring taut. Then she released. The first arrow struck home, sinking deep into the bog hag's forehead, right where the hidden eye should have been. The monster let out a shriek, a noise so raw and ear-splittingly high-pitched that Jay felt it in his bones like a sonic wave ripping through his skull. Dahlia was already on the move, her body melting into the shadows, reappearing in a whirl of darkness at the bog hag's ankles. Her black daggers sliced deep, carving vicious arcs into the creature's moss-covered tendons, black sludge spilling onto the already putrid swamp floor. Above, Ren was a blur, darting through the air faster than Jay had ever seen her move. With a flourish, she flipped mid-flight, twisting her body to avoid the bog hag's swinging claws, and unleashed a series of crackling lightning bolts at the backs of the creature's knees. The bog hag staggered. The health bar above its head, so impossibly massive before, began to plummet. They were winning. Jay exhaled, a rush of relief flooding through him, and turned back to Aurora and Felicity. But whatever relief he felt was short-lived. Felicity was in active labor now, her entire body racked with tremors, her furred ears flat against her skull, her claws digging into the earth as another violent contraction racked her. Her golden eyes were rolling back, her breath coming in ragged gasps, her face drenched in sweat. Jay had no idea how long labor usually took. He knew it could be hours, and he prayed to every god listening that that was the case. But Felicity looked bad, really bad, and for the first time Jay considered how much trouble they'd be in if there were complications. Aurora was struggling to keep her composure, her hands glowing faintly, but it was clear that she had nothing left to give.
"Jay, I don't..."
She bit her lip, her brow furrowing deeply, her voice quivering with frustration.
"I don't know what else to do. I can't help her. I don't know how to deliver a baby, and I think something's wrong."
Jay placed a firm hand on her shoulder, his grip steady. "We're going to get her through this, Aurora," he said, forcing his voice to be calm, confident, even as panic clawed at the edges of his mind. "Just be with her. It will help. You're doing amazing, okay?" Aurora's iridescent eyes searched his, desperate for reassurance, and after a moment, she nodded stiffly, swallowing hard. Jay turned back to Felicity, gently brushing a damp strand of hair from her face. She was barely lucid, her breathing rapid, uneven, her body shaking from the sheer strain of it all. "You can do this, Felicity. Remember, Pardis wants to see his kittens. You're going to do this for him, okay? You're so strong and you're doing so good. Just stay with us, okay, Felicity? Stay with us. I'm going to get you home. I'm going to get you back to Pardis. Just stay strong. Jay had never felt so helpless. He had no idea if his words even reached the woman through the waves of pain she was battling, but she thought she was breathing a bit more steadily now. A soft, giggling voice purred beside his ear.
Oh, you really do have a soft side, don't you, handsome?
Jay's blood ran cold. He turned to see, right beside him, close enough to touch, was a swamp slime strumpet. She had risen silently from the bog, her curvaceous, gelatinous form rippling softly, her large, glistening eyes shining with amusement. One delicate, slime-dripping hand stretched toward him, her expression syrupy sweet. He could feel multiple charm spells probing at his consciousness, attempting to find a weak point in order to overwhelm him.
You don't have to be so tense, you know,
she murmured, her voice like a warm, slow-moving trap, pulling at his mind, thick and cloying.
Why don't you relax just a little? Let me help you take the edge off.
Jay reacted instantly, as if his limbs instinctively wanted to protect him, even as his mind was being attacked, and his scorpion blade snapped forward, whipping at the creature. But the slime strumpet wasn't alone. As his weapon slashed through her, her form split apart momentarily before reforming. A second strumpet materialized from the muck behind him, her arms stretching out. The world blurred at the edges, his mind sinking into something warm, syrupy, and dangerously sweet. Jay felt his limbs go slack, his thoughts unraveling, replaced by a soft, blissful fog that made everything else, the battle, the danger, the screaming of his name, seem so unimportant. The slime strumpet cooed, her fingers tracing lazy circles over his chest, her body half molding around him, slick and cool against his skin.
There now, sweetheart,
she purred, her touch gliding lower, her voice thick with satisfaction.
You work too hard. All that stress, all that responsibility. Why not let someone else take care of you for once?
Jay dimly registered that the barrier was flickering. A part of him, the rational, panicked part trapped beneath layers of charm magic, was screaming. The bog hag turned. She had been engaged with Molly, enduring blow after blow from the Wild Call Maul, the massive barbarian clinging to her back like a furious insect, smashing at her with every ounce of brute strength she had left. But it wasn't enough. With a deafening shriek, the bog hag whipped around violently. Molly still clung on, her wild red hair streaked with swamp filth, sweat, and blood. Her stamina was draining fast, her Colossus form timer flashing red in Jay's HUD as he looked at her through a dreamy haze of unreality. Still, she fought with reckless, unrelenting force, hammering at the bog hag's skull, shoulders, back, anything she could reach. Dimly, as if his brain was being anesthetized, Jay understood what she was doing. He was so proud of his Molly. She was so strong. She'd always been strong. And he was glad she'd had the opportunity to live a life that celebrated that strength, even if it was just for a little while. He was glad he'd had a chance to know her like this, what he had long begun to think of as the real Molly. But it wasn't enough to hold the hag's attention. Not anymore. The moment the barrier flickered, the moment Aurora became exposed again, the bog hag lunged for her. Aurora gasped, too weak to move, too weak to shield herself, her entire body trembling from exhaustion. Jay knew what was happening. He could see it, the health bars flashing dangerously low, the desperate, ragged movements of his team, the way the bog hag's claws reached toward Aurora, ready to tear through her. But he couldn't bring himself to do anything to stop it. He cared, but he couldn't act. The slime strumpet pressed closer, her hands skimming lower, her gelatinous form molding perfectly against him, her voice a soothing hum that smothered the rising terror in his chest.
That's it, baby. Don't fight it,
she whispered, her fingers slipping beneath his cloak, pressing against his inventory slot. How the fuck was she doing that? It must be some kind of spell. She was picking his pockets, trying to steal something from him. What did she want? His mind came to the realization slowly but surely. The artifact. She wants the artifact, of course. He knew the glittering rod of temporary hardness was important, but the thought barely flickered through the haze, lost beneath the overwhelming flood of artificial bliss. He tried to fight it, tried to lift his hands, tried to pull away, but his body refused to listen. The tiny, untouched part of his brain, the one not completely drowning in the slime strumpet's magic, screamed at him, full of regret, full of guilt. Molly's health and stamina were dangerously low. Lyra, Dahlia, and Wren were running out of resources, their attacks slowing, their movements becoming sluggish. They were only just barely keeping the bog hag's attention off the flickering barrier. Aurora was completely drained, barely holding herself together as she tried to keep Felicity stable. And Jay, he'd let them all down, hadn't he? He'd failed to keep his promises. Chapter 44. Grounding. Jay's mind drifted, the edges of his vision hazy, his body weightless. It was like his soul had unmoored, like he was floating somewhere just outside of himself, detached from the desperate, chaotic battle happening all around him. The slime strumpet's lips pressed against his, the sensation deliciously warm and slick, cloying in the best way, like he was being enveloped in pure ecstasy. Something hot and tingling, the charm magic, he guessed, flooded his veins like syrup. His thoughts felt slow, his body numb, his will to fight slipping further and further away. All he could feel now was the desire for more. More, please, more. The world blurred. Then, in an instant, everything snapped back. A shock of energy surged through him, his chest lurching as if struck by lightning, and the spell shattered like glass. Jay's eyes flew open. It wasn't the slime strumpet's lips on his. It was Aurora's.
Don't go, Jay,
she whispered against his lips.
Please don't. I can't lose you. I love you, Jay. I hardly know you, and I love you. Please, please stay with me.
She peppered each desperately murmured word with another kiss. Her teeth and tongue explored his mouth, opening him to something deep inside her soul. His breath hitched, every sense coming back at once. The smell of her, the warmth of her body, the soft press of her hands against his face. Magic thrummed between them, something wild and intimate, something potent and somehow unfinished. For a moment, Jay could do nothing but lose himself in it. She had saved him. Again. The slime strumpet's shriek split the air, a horrible warbling sound, like a scorned lover having an existential crisis.
No! You were mine!
Her once sultry face twisted, melting into something monstrous, her gelatinous features contorting in fury, her hands tearing at her own slime hair, eyes burning with betrayal.
He's mine, you whore!
Jay barely spared her a glance as a shockwave of power seemed to swell and burst over the camp. A ragged cheer came up from the voices of his party members. Because Aurora had saved him, and the bog hag was dying. He turned, breathless, just in time to see the massive monster slump to her knees, her titanic form sinking into the murky swamp water. Molly, barely standing, her body shaking, still swung her hammer with everything she had left, her muscles trembling from exhaustion. Dahlia and Lyra weren't faring much better, both panting, both low on stamina, their attacks slowing, weakening, but they hadn't stopped. It was so close, so damn close, but the bog hag wasn't quite dead yet. Her long, savage claws lashed out in a desperate final attack. The girls hardly seemed to notice it, they were so exhausted. Then, above the chaos, Ren's voice cut through the battlefield.
Watch out!
She screamed, her wings flaring wide, her entire body tensed with urgency.
Get out of the water! Now!
Jay's head snapped toward her. Ren was hovering high above, her chest heaving, her taloned feet clenched tightly, every feather on her dark wings bristling with tension. She had an attack. Something big, something strong enough to finish this fight. But Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia weren't listening. They were still fighting, zombie-like in their exhaustion. The bog hag's jagged claws slammed into the muck between Molly and Lyra, blindly seeking purchase in their flesh and, thank God, only finding moss, mud, and rotted roots. They struck back, pushing past their limits, still locked in the battle and completely oblivious to the warning. Ren's expression twisted in frustration, in desperation, and Jay felt the sheer panic in her voice, the raw urgency. "Stop!" he commanded. His voice boomed with authority, the power of his authoritative voice slicing through the fog of battle, cutting through fatigue, stubbornness, and adrenaline. "Come here! Out of the water! Now! Protect Aurora and Felicity!" The effect was immediate. Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia snapped to attention, their bodies freezing mid-motion, eyes wide as the command rooted itself deep into their instincts. They didn't question it, they simply reacted, doing exactly as he said, just like the illusory monsters he created with Entourage. Though it was what needed to be done to save them, Jay found their mindless obedience unsettling. But he didn't have time to question it. They needed to finish this fight. He grabbed for the scorpion blade and was relieved to find it was still at his side. Whatever spell the swamp slime strumpets had used to try to get at his inventory, it didn't seem they'd taken anything. He readied himself to attack the moment Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia were safe. All three launched themselves away from the bog hag, their bodies moving in perfect sync, disengaging from the fight with acrobatic perfection and vaulting across the swamp. They landed just in front of Jay, Aurora, and Felicity in a tight, protective formation, breathless, tense, and waiting for another order, Jay realized, though he wasn't ready to give them one just yet. The bog hag groaned, a low, gurgling noise as her massive form lurched, trying to push herself back up. Ren gritted her teeth. Her fingers flexed, the air around her crackling with static. And then she unleashed hell. The air crackled, the smell of ozone thick and sharp, static energy raising the fine hairs on Jay's arms. Ren hovered in the sky, her dark feathers twitching, her chest heaving as she stared down at the swamp below, her reddish-brown eyes locked onto the bog hag. And then, without hesitation, she dove. "Ren!" Jay's heart stopped. "What the fuck is she doing?" He thought she was going to hit the monster with a lightning strike from above. Inspecting her attack in his menu, he could see she was using a different kind of offensive spell, Kamikaze Cannonball, which required her to physically touch her enemy, but which would use her body as a catalyst for the power surge, converting her remaining hit points into a critical damage-dealing finishing move.
No! Ren, don't do—
But before he could do anything to stop her, the Wingblood woman was falling, wings folding in tight, her body streamlining into a deadly descent, talons aimed for the heart of the murky black water. And then she vanished beneath the surface. A single, perfect second of silence followed, as if the swamp itself had been stunned into stillness. Then the lightning came. A blinding, jagged bolt split the sky, arcing downward with terrifying force, striking the exact point where Ren had disappeared. The water exploded outward, a flash of white-hot energy consuming the swamp, turning the murky depths into a boiling cauldron of pure destruction. The bog hag lit up like a twisted cartoon, her massive, rotting form outlined in electric light, her skeleton flashing into view, every brittle bone visible for one horrifying instant as the electricity tore through her. Her screech was deafening, a final, wrenching, ear-splitting wail as her health bar plummeted, dropping faster than Jay had ever seen. The bog hag collapsed, her blackened husk crashing into the swamp, her moss-covered body sinking beneath the surface, steam rising from the water, a final death rattle shuddering through the air. Jay barely had time to process it before the victory notification appeared.
Success. You have defeated Bog Hag, level 200 elite.
He let out a shaky breath, his muscles finally unclenching, his heartbeat pounding in his ears, but he still felt off. Something in his chest wasn't settling. Something was wrong. It wasn't until he glanced at his HUD that he saw it.
Your new recruit, Ren Stormcaster, rookie, has fallen. This member's inventory will be transferred to General J. Morgan. Your organization has 0 active members in this branch.
No. Jay whipped his head toward the water, his stomach turning ice cold as the electricity faded, the ripples settling, revealing the scorched, blackened remains of the swamp. And floating in the center of it all, a lump of charred feathers, smoking, drifting lifelessly in the still water. Jay's lungs seized, his hands shaking as he took a staggering step forward. No, he whispered hoarsely. No, not like this. Ren. She'd sacrificed herself. Why? They could have beaten the hag. She was almost dead. They could have won without this. But even as his mind attempted to rationalize Ren's sacrifice, he knew he was lying to himself. They were all so depleted that it was unlikely they could have finished the fight without someone being badly injured or dying. Even at the end of her health bar, the bog hag was a dangerous foe, and Molly, Lyra, and Dahlia had completely drained their base stats to weaken her that far. Ren had been the only one with enough mana to use a major attack, and she'd done everything she could to guarantee its effectiveness, even if that meant destroying herself.
Achievement unlocked. Put down the wandering monster. You have defeated an elite level monster from a lower floor of the dungeon. You definitely should not be able to do that. And yet, here we are. If I didn't know better, I'd think someone was helping you cheat. ... Fortunately, I do know better. No cheating here. No way, no how. Nothing to see here, folks. Congratulations. You are the first Delvers ever to defeat a wandering monster in the ice dungeon. Usually these things just wreak havoc, killing every delver and monster on the floor, and then teleport back to their home floor, satisfied by a job well done. But not today. If you deactivate that ancient arcane artifact that's disrupting the dungeon ecosystem, you might even get out of here alive before another wandering monster is summoned to rebalance the realm. Seriously, turn it the fuck off. Are you insane? Reward, corporate buyout.
Jay barely had time to process the victory notification before a new spell appeared in his HUD, the system forcing it front and center, his vision flashing with a gold-lit prompt.
New ability acquired. Corporate buyout. Why let a good asset go to waste? With this high-level executive maneuver, you can bring back fallen delvers, provided they're still in one piece. Timing is everything, and so is structural integrity. No refunds, no exchanges. Standard corporate policies apply. Delver must be less than 1 hour dead to be eligible for corporate buyout. Delver must have at least 80% of their physical form intact to be eligible for corporate buyout.
Jay's heart clenched. A resurrection spell. His fingers trembled as he moved to activate it, hope surging through his chest like wildfire. He still had time. He had to have time. Ren had only just fallen. But as he attempted to cast the spell, a new notification appeared.
Resurrection failed. You do not have enough mana to cast the spell. Resurrection failed. Target does not meet eligibility criteria for this spell.
Jay staggered, his breath catching in his throat. "Fuck!" he shouted. "Fuck! Why would you give me that spell if I can't even fucking use it?" His gaze snapped back to the scorched water, to the place where Ren had been. There was nothing left. Just a few burned feathers drifting on the surface, the last remnants of what had been a fierce, defiant warrior. The spell had failed. Jay stood, frozen, unable to breathe, the weight of it crashing down on him, heavier than anything he'd ever felt before. "God damn it, Ren." His voice was barely more than a whisper. A soft chime in his HUD snapped his attention back. He had a message in his organization tab. A final message had appeared in his chat with Ren. Jay's throat tightened as he read. Ren.
Well, that's that, I guess. I've been composing this piece by piece. Every time I get the chance to jot a few words down, I've had a premonition, I suppose you could say, since the moment we met, Jay, that I would die for you. Not because of you, but for your cause. Don't ask me to explain it. I just knew. And if you're reading this now, it means I hit send, and that means I was right. And if I know you at all, and I think I do despite the fact that we've hardly spent any time together, then you're feeling like shit right now. I wish I could take that away. I really do. But I know you well enough to know that you're going to blame yourself, no matter what I say. And I guess I have to accept that. But I hope you'll let me say my piece, and that in time, you might learn to see my side of things. Maybe accept that I made this choice. Me. For you. It's my gift. My final farewell. Jay, I never really understood why people followed you. Not at first. But I get it now. You're not just a strong leader. You somehow make the people around you strong, too. I don't know if I was ever really worthy of your team, but I'm glad I got to be a part of it for a little while. You showed me what a real leader looks like. I hope, whatever happens, wherever I end up, I've finally done something good, something worthy. I hope I made up for the things I didn't question when I should have. I have no regrets, and I hope, in time, you will see that this was meant to be. Thank you for everything.
Jay's hands clenched into fists, his entire body shaking as he stared at the message, his vision blurring at the edges. This wasn't fair. This wasn't how this was supposed to go. She had changed. She had chosen them. She had tried to be better. And the dungeon had taken her anyway. Chapter 45. Promises Kept. Something cold settled in his chest, anger curling under the grief. But before Jay could process any of it, Aurora called out from her position at Felicity's side.
We need to hurry,
She said, her voice shaking.
I don't think she has much time.
Seeing the Felinari woman gasping through another brutal contraction brought reality crashing back to Jay. He'd have time to process his grief, anger, and frustration later. Right now, he had promises to keep. And he had no intention of failing anyone else today. Check the body, he commanded tersely. And everyone take a healing potion. I need to turn this artifact off again so we don't trigger a second wandering monster. The team scrambled to follow his orders, and as soon as they had enough health that Jay was certain no one would suffer for the sudden reduction in stats, he deactivated the glittering rod of temporary hardness. Each of the girls sagged slightly under the weight of their exhaustion as their stamina bars returned to normal and their levels reset. Fortunately, it didn't seem like anyone actually lost any base stat points. Perhaps they would have if they'd had extra, but all of them had fought to within a few points of utter depletion, so deactivating the artifact only changed their potential point max. Dahlia was the first to recover, and she hurried over to the floating, shimmering body of the bog hag, which indicated it was a lootable corpse. Jay was content to let her take whatever the bog hag had, since she could just put it straight into their party warehouse. He was moving to Felicity's side, ready to carry her up the stairs, when the hair-blood woman's voice stopped him short.
Jay?
Dahlia's tone was steady, but he could hear the unspoken weight behind it.
You need to see this.
Still feeling somewhat numb, Jay turned, forcing his feet to move, forcing himself to walk toward the bog hag's remains. Dahlia crouched beside what was left of the corpse, her daggers still clutched tightly in her hands, her ears tilted slightly back like she was bracing for something. She reached down, her fingers plucking a bracelet from the creature's twisted wrist, holding it up so Jay could see. It was made of bone beads, the kind that clacked faintly together when they moved. But that wasn't what caught Jay's eye. It was the two golden charms strung between the bones. One was a fox, the other a lynx. The two final charms. The last pieces he needed to bring Nova back. Dax had said something about the charms. Jay had wondered if the reason they'd summoned the wandering monster was to retrieve the charms sought by King Wenshur. But after everything they'd been through, Jay had forgotten that detail. Forgotten that he, too, needed these charms. A rush of emotions crashed into him all at once. Grief, exhaustion, rage. He should have felt triumphant, but he didn't. He just felt tired. And he was still pissed off at Nova, her attitude and her abandonment of them during this fight, to the point where he wasn't even certain he wanted to make her body even if they had the necessary parts. Maybe it was better to take on King Wenshur in their own way, without having to rely on someone so obviously unreliable. Maybe they should just join the Black Howl, and he and Alphonse could lead the rebellion together. Jay exhaled sharply, running a hand over his face, pushing back the overwhelming frustration twisting in his gut. His fingers tightened around the charms, his jaw locking. He shoved them into the pocket of his beetle black scarab armor, not wanting to disable the enchantments on them by putting them in his inventory, just in case. He didn't know what he was going to do yet, but he knew one thing for certain. Nova was going to have to wait. The swamp was silent now, the oppressive, buzzing life that had filled it snuffed out by the bog hag's fall. Even the usual sounds of insects and distant predators seemed muted, as if the dungeon itself was mourning Ren's loss alongside them. Each of the girls had whispered a silent thank you to the swamp where Ren had perished, sending up their final regrets in some hope that she could hear them wherever she was. But other than that, they had been quiet. It was as if they needed to finish what they started before they could begin to heal from the trauma of this day. Jay walked with measured steps, his arms cradling Felicity's trembling form. Contractions still racked her body, and her breath came in labored gasps. But she didn't complain. She didn't cry out. Between the waves of pain, she was nearly silent, only the occasional sharp pant escaping her lips, as if she was holding it all in for their sake. The others followed behind him as he made his way to the staircase, their footsteps heavy in the muck, their faces drawn, eyes shadowed with exhaustion and grief. Molly trudged at his right, her usual fiery confidence dimmed, her hands clenching and unclenching, seemingly desperate for something to hit, someone to blame. Dahlia moved in silence, her golden eyes haunted, her daggers still clutched in her hands, as if she hadn't yet convinced herself that the fight was over. Lyra's tail hung limp, her ears tilted back, her expression unreadable, but the tightness in her jaw, the way her hands flexed restlessly over her bowstring, told Jay everything he needed to know. Aurora walked closest to him, her movements stiff and sluggish, the exhaustion in her iridescent gaze barely masked by the way she kept looking toward Felicity, checking on her, fretting silently. Ren's absence was felt in every step. There were no biting remarks, no sharp observations, no half-exasperated, half-defensive mutterings. Nothing. Just the hollow space she had left behind. Jay barely noticed as they reached the base of the staircase, the long, winding steps that led them out of this miserable floor, back toward the night market, to safety. But he didn't ascend. Not yet. Instead, he turned one last time, staring back across the swamp, back toward the place where Ren had fallen, where her body had been consumed by the lightning, by the water, by the dungeon itself. The mist swirled over the surface, the blackened feathers already lost beneath the shifting bog, but Jay could still see her there, frozen in his mind, her wings stretched wide, her final attack lighting up the night. The rage burned deep, sharp and quiet, but relentless. Dax, Everly, Arno, King fucking Wensher. They had done this. Maybe not with their own hands, but they had forced Ren into this fight, forced her into a life of loyalty built on lies, forced her to sacrifice herself for something better than them. They had made her choose between the people she trusted and the people who had controlled her. And they would pay. Jay's fingers clenched into a fist, his knuckles white, his heart beating a steady, unyielding rhythm of promise. They would pay, no matter what it took. He took a slow, steady breath, adjusted his grip on Felicity, and turned away from the swamp, from the loss, from the rage still coiling inside of him like a living thing. Without another word, Jay took the first step up the staircase, and the others followed. Ren's final act had bought them their survival, and he was going to make damn sure it wasn't in vain. Chapter 46. Waiting. The Temple of Forgotten Virtue stood in the quietest corner of the night market, a sanctuary untouched by the chaos that constantly churned beyond its walls. Here the air was thick with incense, its scent curling through the halls like a whispered prayer, the low murmur of chanting monks rising and falling in a rhythm as steady as the breath of the dungeon itself. Jay sat on the edge of a simple, well-worn cot in one of the private rooms, his muscles aching, exhaustion settling into his bones like a heavy fog. He wasn't sure how long he'd been awake. Sleep had come in snatches, restless and shallow, never enough to chase away the tension coiled deep in his chest. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw Ren falling, the bog hag's lightning-charred corpse sinking into the swamp, the swirling gold charms glinting in Dahlia's hand. He had won. They had survived. But it didn't feel like victory. The others had fared no better. Lyra had curled into herself on the cot across from him, her tail limp, ears flicking occasionally in her restless sleep. Dahlia sat in the corner, sharpening a dagger with slow, meticulous strokes. The precise, methodical rhythm seemed to be a distraction from thoughts she hadn't spoken aloud. Molly had spent an hour pacing before finally dropping onto a pallet, muttering to her ghost weasels about getting drunk once they were out of here. And Aurora sat by the window, bathed in soft lamplight, her silvery white hair spilling over her shoulders as she stared out over the temple courtyard. She hadn't spoken much since they arrived, not about the bog hag, not about Ren, not about what had happened between them. Jay hadn't either. Instead, they waited. The monks had taken Felicity behind thick, veiled doors. They waited helplessly as her muffled cries echoed through the hallways, the reality of what she was going through making Jay's stomach twist, though he knew nothing of childbirth. All he knew was that he'd kept that one promise, and he could only hope that it was enough. After what felt like hours, a baby's cry shattered the silence. Relief hit him like a hammer. For the first time in days, the knot in his chest loosened. Felicity was pale when they finally saw her again, her body weakened but whole, her golden eyes shimmering with exhaustion and something soft and fiercely protective. 3 newborn kittens were bundled beside her, their tiny bodies curled in peaceful sleep, a tangle of warm fur and impossibly small ears. Jay had never considered himself particularly sentimental, but seeing them, seeing her, safe, whole, and alive, despite everything, it did something to him. Released one knot of guilt that had been tied around his heart. And soon, Felicity herself helped to untie another. The first thing she did once she was strong enough to stand was insist on seeing Pardis. The monks had done all they could, but it hadn't been enough. They didn't think he'd ever fully recover. Some of the damage had resisted healing. Wounds that should have closed remained raw. Muscles that should have regained strength still trembled with weakness. Jay wasn't surprised when Felicity discovered the truth. Poison. Not the same kind as had been used on Jay, but clearly in the same vein. Everly, the healer, had been experimenting with her poison-making skills. The toxin hadn't wounded Pardis, that had been Arno's club, of course, but it had blocked his body's natural ability to heal, the latent recovery system that slowly regenerated a Delver's base stats over time was prevented from doing its job. Arno's brutality had done the damage, but Everly's handiwork had ensured that it wouldn't mend. And the thought made Jay's blood burn in his veins. When Felicity, stubbornly insisting that she was fine and well enough to see her lover, thank you very much, placed her hands on Pardis's chest, her golden energy spread through him, flowing into the deepest parts of his wounds, repairing what should have been irreparable. The change was immediate. Color returned to his skin, his breath steadied, his fingers curled as though testing strength he hadn't felt in weeks. When he opened his eyes, Felicity was crying. Pardis whispered her name, soft, disbelieving, and she collapsed into his arms, clutching him as if she would never let go. Felicity and Pardis needed time. Time to hold their newborns, time to heal, time to simply be together without the looming threat of their enemies bearing down their necks. Jay wouldn't take that away from them. So they made their plan, meet in Skyhold at the Black Howl base. It was safer, hidden, far from the night market's tangled alliances and shifting dangers. And far from the monsters still walking free. When Jay returned, hours later, Felicity smiled at him. She sat up carefully, still weak from labor, but determined to greet him properly.
Jay, just look at him.
Her golden eyes shone with conviction as she watched Pardis stretch his arms, testing the new strength in his limbs after her healing. The sight of him, whole again, seemed to settle something in her heart, but even as relief softened her features, there was no mistaking the steel beneath it. I'm glad to see you both doing so well, Jay said. Where are the babies?
Sleeping,
Felicity said.
like I'm supposed to be doing. One of the monks offered to watch them until they need to feed next, so that I can get some rest.
But she's too damned stubborn to listen to good sense, Pardis finished, clenching a clawed hand. Good to see you again, my friend. I am in your debt once again, it seems. His voice broke, and tears glittered in his eyes. A debt I am more than happy to pay.
We've been talking,
Felicity added, her voice steadier than it should have been, given all she'd just been through.
Before all of this, we thought we could leave the fight behind, that once we'd done our part, once we'd helped Alphonse where we could slip into the shadows, find a quiet place, raise our children in peace.
Pardis let out a slow breath, his tail flicking absently against the sheets, his gaze drifting to the empty crib next to their bed. He reached out, raising a gentle finger over a soft blanket, as if he couldn't believe he'd survived to see his kittens. The gesture was achingly tender, despite the fact that the babies weren't there. But when he looked back up, his expression was hard, resolute. But there's no peace to be had, he finished, his deep voice carrying a weight that hadn't been there before. Not while Wensher sits on the throne, not while the people who serve him walk freely. We've seen what happens when you try to live quietly in a world ruled by men like him. They find you anyway, and when they do, they take everything. Jay felt something shift in the air, something final, unshakable. The Felicity and Pardis who had once dreamed of disappearing into a quiet life, of laying low, of avoiding the war altogether, they didn't exist anymore.
I won't let my children grow up in a world where they have to hide just to be safe.
Felicity continued, her voice thick with emotion but unwavering.
I won't let them live in fear. I won't let them suffer what we suffered.
She turned to Jay then, her golden eyes burning, and despite the exhaustion and lingering pain she must be experiencing, she smiled. A small, tired smile, but one that held no regret.
As soon as we take care of things here,
She said,
we're moving to Skyhold. We're dedicating ourselves to the Black Howl completely. Just not the branch here. Not if Dax has plans to return. I understand you and Alphonse have reason to allow the traitors to continue their sham participation in the Howl, and I'm sure you have your reasons, but we also have our reasons for not being able to be a part of that.
Of course, Jay said. And don't worry. As soon as we have what we need from Dax, he'll be taken care of. Pardis nodded, his hands balling into fists, his newfound strength a quiet promise. He turned to Jay, his piercing gaze steady. When the time comes to take the fight to Wensher, you'll have our claws at your side. Jay looked between them, Felicity and Pardis, these two battle-worn survivors who had already endured more than their share of suffering, and yet they were still standing, still fighting. A slow, steady breath filled his lungs, and he nodded, because this was what Ren had died for. Not just revenge, not just the downfall of a tyrant, but for this, for the people willing to fight for something better, for the chance at a world where people like Felicity and Pardis didn't have to choose between their family and their freedom, for a world where their children would never have to know what it meant to be afraid. Then I'll see you both in Skyhold, Jay said at last. The room was dimly lit, the soft glow of enchanted lanterns casting flickering golden patterns across the aged stone walls. Outside, the muffled sounds of chanting monks and the rustling hush of the temple gardens made the space feel calm, secluded, safe. But inside, Jay could feel the weight of something unsaid pressing down on Aurora. Lyra, Molly, and Dahlia had each been to see him, each needing a closeness and a comfort they couldn't get from each other. And while their presence had helped Jay as well, there was still something restless inside him. He hadn't expected Aurora to come as well. Now, she sat across from him on the simple temple bedding, her long silvery white hair cascading over her shoulders, her iridescent horn catching the light, her fingers twisting together in her lap. She looked uncertain, which wasn't unusual for Aurora, but this was something else, something deeper. Jay had known something was wrong since they'd gotten back, but he hadn't pushed her, not after everything they had been through. Now, though, as the quiet stretched between them, as Aurora's fingers clenched just a little too tightly, he knew. Aurora, talk to me. His voice was gentle but firm, the kind of voice he reserved for moments like this, when one of the girls needed reassurance. Aurora inhaled sharply, then let it out in a long, shaky breath. She met his gaze, her iridescent eyes shimmering with something nervous, something fragile.
You wanted to know what frightened me before,
she said, her voice shaking slightly.
It was Nova.
Jay felt his entire body go still. What? Aurora swallowed hard, fingers tensing in her lap.
She spoke to me that night when I ran.
Jay's jaw clenched. What did she say? Aurora looked away, her expression tight with lingering embarrassment, with something else, something vulnerable.
I didn't really believe it before,
she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper.
I heard Lyra and Molly mention it, but I thought maybe they were just exaggerating. The ice dungeon is different from any of the others I've delved. It certainly has enough personality to be given a name, but it had never spoken directly to me. Maybe because I was an outsider?
She hesitated.
But I hadn't really believed she was real, or that you are so special to her.
Jay's fists tightened against his knees, rage coiling hot in his chest, but he forced himself to stay calm for her. What did she say to you? Aurora's face turned pink. Her iridescent glow dimmed slightly, and when she spoke again, her voice was small, ashamed.
It was cross and frightening.
She hesitated, then confessed.
She told me to stop wasting time, that she knew what I wanted and that I should just give in, that you'd already taken the others, and if I didn't, I'd be left behind.
Jay's blood ran cold. Nova, that meddling bitch. With her interference, he couldn't trust any woman's feelings for him. It had to stop. Aurora bit her lip, her hands gripping the hem of her robe, and he realized she wasn't just embarrassed, she was scared. That was unforgivable. He'd thought he was getting somewhere with Aurora, that they were on the same page, but this? Jay forced himself to breathe through the anger, to swallow down the things he wanted to say, the threats he wanted to hurl at Nova, even if she wasn't listening. He didn't trust himself to speak right away. So, instead, he shifted forward, reaching out slowly, deliberately, giving Aurora the space to pull away if she wanted to. She didn't. She let him take her hands, let him gently untangle her fingers, let him hold them between his own, his thumb brushing soothing circles over her knuckles. When he spoke, his voice was low, steady, unshakable. You don't have to do anything you don't want to, Aurora. Ever. Not for me, not for Nova, not for anyone. Her breath hitched, her gaze snapping to his, wide and startled, like she hadn't expected the words, like she had expected something else. Jay squeezed her hands, holding them firmly, protectively. And I will protect you. His gaze hardened, his grip tightening slightly, even if that means protecting you from Nova. Aurora blinked rapidly, her glowing eyes bright with emotion. And then she let out a breathy, relieved laugh, shaking her head as if she couldn't believe him.
I know, Jay,
she whispered.
I trust you with everything. With my body, with my life.
Jay's chest ached, something deep and fierce and protective rising inside him as he took in the way she looked at him, the way she said those words without fear, without hesitation. And then, softly, Aurora lifted one hand, cupping his cheek with delicate fingers, her thumb brushing against his skin, her expression open, trusting, and so incredibly vulnerable.
And I want to be with you, Jay. Completely.
His breath caught, the weight of her words sinking into him like an anchor, like gravity itself. Slowly, carefully, he reached up, placing his hand over hers, holding it against his face as he leaned into her warmth, her presence, the quiet strength beneath her softness. Then let me have you, Aurora, he murmured, his voice low, reverent. She exhaled slowly, her lips parting slightly, her pulse fluttering beneath his fingertips. And then she kissed him. Again, he felt the magic of her touch, a deep, healing glow that seemed to radiate between them, just like the sensation that had pulled him from the swamp slime strumpet's charm spell. Aurora's presence was so much more magical than the seductress's enchantment, and she didn't even know it. "Whatever Nova said to you," Jay said, his lips caressing hers, "it was wrong. Whatever she implied, none of it is true. Unless you hear it from my lips, I don't want you believing anything you hear about me from that entity. I don't even know for sure what she is."
I know, Jay. I know.
She moaned.
It was about my other form. Things I'm insecure about. It's like she homed in on that and made me feel less than the other girls.
"I love you in both forms, Aurora," Jay said. "You have nothing to feel insecure about. You're the most beautiful creature I've ever laid eyes on." She kissed him again, and he returned it eagerly, his fingers trailing over her breasts, tugging at the fabric. As she moaned, something snapped inside him, something dark and heavy and unbearable finally breaking free. Every kiss from the unicorn woman seemed to heal the deepest wounds in his soul, though he couldn't explain why. And he needed her, needed every inch of her body next to his. He pulled her against him, his arms wrapping around her tightly, fiercely, burying his face against the warmth of her skin, breathing her in. Aurora's chest shuddered, but then she was clutching him just as tightly, her body molding to his, her hands tangling in his hair, pulling him closer, refusing to let go. When he kissed her now, it wasn't desperate, not like before. It was deep, slow, certain. Her lips parted beneath his, soft and willing, and he took his time, pouring every ounce of gratitude, of reverence, of trust into that kiss. She had saved him, not just in battle, but from some dark place inside himself. When they moved together, it wasn't rushed. It wasn't reckless. It was deliberate, unhurried, a slow burning fire that had been waiting for this moment. She whispered his name, not in need, but in certainty, her hands shaping his face, as if memorizing him. He touched her like she was precious, like she was sacred, his fingers learning every inch of her, his mouth tracing every gasp, every breath, every whispered vow. It was as if they picked up where they'd left off in the swamp, his body instantly responding to hers. But she was more forward now, reaching down to open his trousers and pulling his cock to her.
You didn't finish before,
she whispered.
I want you to finish now. Make love to me, Jay. Make me yours.
The heat of her sex was incredible as she guided him inside. She opened for him like a flower, her thighs wrapping around his waist as he sank into her depths, and she moaned. She moaned with such delicious abandon that Jay almost lost it right there. Her channel was slick and tight and grasping as he took her, and he felt the wave of desire coursing through him with unrelenting speed. Fortunately, she was in as much of a hurry as he was, rocking against him and thrusting her hips along with his, eager for a climax that seemed to linger just below the surface. It was as if a simple touch was enough to ignite the passion they'd shared in the swamp.
Jay! Oh, Jay!
She whimpered, her head lolling back, exposing her slender throat to him. He could see her pulse flickering against her translucent, shimmering skin.
It's happening again. It's happening.
The undignified sound she made as orgasm claimed her only made Jay more amorous. He thrust inside her hard and fast to hear the little grunts of shock and lust escape the unicorn's perfect lips. When she came a second time, her gown pulled to the side to expose one pale pink-nippled breast, she looked so ravaged by her need that Jay could hold back no more. He gripped her ass, giving a final savage thrust, and exploded, pumping seed into her womb, his lust defiling this most perfect specimen of womanhood with unrepentant enthusiasm. He filled her as she moaned, begging him for more.
Oh, yes, Jay. Yes. Oh, by the light. I didn't know it was possible to feel this good.
Which, by coincidence, was exactly what he'd been thinking. God, he needed this. He needed her. Why did it feel so fucking good? He was hardly starved for sex, but this was something more. And when it was over, when they finally collapsed into each other, limbs tangled, her heart beating against his, Jay felt something he hadn't in a long time. Relief. Not the kind that came with survival, the kind that came with being seen. His eyes burned, and before he could stop it, a single tear slipped free, sliding into the silver strands of Aurora's hair, where his face was pressed against her shoulder. Aurora's arms tightened around him, as if she knew, as if she had been waiting for him to let go. And finally, he did.
Thank you, Jay.
She whispered.
Thank you.
He laughed, nuzzling into her hair just to breathe in the scent of her sweat and excitement. No, Aurora. Thank you for being my light. The room was still, the air thick with warmth, Aurora's soft, even breathing the only sound in the quiet of the temple chamber. Jay lay beside her, his body exhausted, but his mind at peace, something he hadn't felt in what felt like an eternity. For one blissful moment, after days and weeks of fighting and bleeding and struggling, there was no looming immediate threat, no battle waiting to drag him back into the madness of survival. He was safe, just for a little while. They were safe, just for now. And he could, for the moment, breathe. But then, just as his body fully surrendered to sleep, a voice, thin, distant, and laced with something raw and desperate, cut through the darkness of his mind.
Jay.
His eyes snapped open. His breath caught, the weight of something wrong settling on his chest. The room was exactly as it had been. Aurora still curled against him, the faint golden light from the enchanted lanterns casting flickering shadows against the walls. But the voice was real, and he knew it. He had heard it before.
Jay.
It was Reyna. Weak. Afraid. The posthumous consultation skill had never sounded like this before, a voice rather than the chat. Reyna's presence in his mind was faint, as if she were speaking from somewhere impossibly far away, barely able to reach him at all. Jay sat up, every nerve on high alert. "Reyna," he whispered, careful not to wake Aurora. Silence. And then,
Where is she?
Jay's stomach dropped. Who?
Nova.
Her voice trembled, ragged and strained.
She's gone.
The words sent a chill down Jay's spine. What do you mean she's gone? Raina's voice cracked, frantic, unsteady, barely more than a ghost of a whisper.
She's gone, Jay. She's just gone.
Jay's blood turned to ice. The weight of those words settled in his chest like a boulder, pressing down, stealing the breath from his lungs. Raina, he started, but the connection wavered, her voice fading, stretching thin and fragile, as if it was being pulled away from him.
What did you do to her, Jay? Jay!
Then, just as quickly as the voice had come, it faded into nothingness. Jay sat there in the darkness, his heart pounding, a heavy silence pressing in on him. Nova. He hadn't heard from her since he'd forced her out of his mind in the swamp. He'd pushed her away in a fit of rage. He'd wanted her to be gone, hadn't he? He'd been so angry about her manipulations. He'd been relieved that she'd left him alone. But gone? Forever? What did you do to her, Jay? The question echoed in his mind, part plaintive appeal and part accusation. What did you do to her? They finally had all the parts they needed to make her body, to bring her into the real world, and Jay had, what, banished her with his mind? How the fuck did that happen? Jay struggled to find words to make sense of this new development, but only two came to mind. He uttered them like a prayer, his voice barely audible as his mind screamed. Well, shit.